watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm happy you're here. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield. And let me go ahead and pull up the rest of our hosts for this evening. Here we have the one and only Samuel Hofman. Hi, Sam.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Yep. And here is Jesus Marquez. Hi, Jesus.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Rebecca. Hi. Hello, Samuel.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Perfect. And we have Christoper Kuchuris with us tonight. He's going to be one of our regulars from here on. So hi, Chris.
Well, hi, how you doing?
Hi, I'm happy you're here, of course. And as always, we have a newer host that's going to be with us, and it is Rocket Man. I know most of you already know who he is, but he's also one of our regulars. So happy you're here, Rocket Man.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
And let me check and see
hello,
real
Rocket
quick
Man.
who was first in line, because I see here Gray Guy was here hours ago at 2:13. So he wanted to be first in line. So I'm impressed, Gray Guy. And there he is, Gray Guy. Hi, hello.
Hello, Greg.
And T. Racy was not too far behind. So hi, T. Racy.
T. Racy.
And Andrea, I'm happy you're here.
Hello, Andrea.
And she said she couldn't wait. I couldn't either. I was excited for this one. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Michelle, one of our guests on a show a couple of weeks ago. So we got to have you back on.
Hi, Michelle.
And Dennis. Perfect. I'm happy you're here, Dennis. Very good. Dennis. Stephanie, she's missed us because a lot of you know we have not been airing on our primary YouTube channel. And thankfully, that all got worked out in our favor. And our channel has been fully restored, and nothing will happen to our videos. So all is good.
So are we going to go back to the other one, or are we?
Well, actually, we're airing on both. We're airing on both right now. We're going to air on both. So we have
cool.
From here on, we have our primary channel, and we're going to have a backup channel. Okay, because it never hurts to have a backup. So
I'm also streaming it to my channel as well. So we have three.
Perfect. Yeah, but we're going to air and we're going to maintain both channels.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Great victory. Great. I want to say round of applause for coming out well on that. That was the best news I heard. Really put a smile on my face that we ended up. Truth will always prevail, as they say. Will always win. So.
I felt that way too.
Really
I really did. I wasn't letting it worry me. So, hey, Katie Joe in New Jersey, our New Jersey correspondent. And there's Gray Guy. He's still here. He's been here for hours. So, and Rocket Man is saying hi. So, and Sabrina, you're always here. It's always good to see you. Hi, Sabrina. And Josie, good to see you.
Hello.
Perfect. And we have a Facebook user. I'm not sure who this is, but hello, Facebook user. Yeah. And if you want to reveal your name or who you are, you can go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, and it will allow you to give that one-time approval to show who you are. Brendan is here. Hi, Brendan.
Hello, Brendan.
And someone is from Australia.
Wow.
So
New South
Facebook
Wales
user. Okay. Thank you, Sam. I wasn't too sure. So let's see.
I wish we had a recording of the pre-show just a minute ago. And I'm sorry, but I'm still kind of freaked out by what I heard. We just had a paranormal event go on right before the show, and I'm sorry, but that was a paranormal event. That wasn't some glitch of something. That was, from what I heard. I got stereo speakers, and what I heard in front of us is like, wow.
Right. Right.
Anybody else want to mention it? So it
sounded like a screeching, screaming sound. It was We all heard it.
I missed that. I was going to say, could you fill us in, because I missed that, and I'm sure the audience wants to know a little more context.
Well, we're all sitting here talking, and this is like a minute and a half, 2 minutes before the show, and everybody's talking, and we're doing our pre-show chat and getting our P's and Q's in a row, and all of a sudden I hear this going on, and nobody moved, and I'm looking right at everybody, and nobody made. And Rebecca had her phone in her hand, and I thought, well, was that a sound bite of something you were looking at? And she goes, no, I thought that was you. And it was absolutely demonic. And I kind of hate to go there with that, but I mean, it literally sounded demonic. And I have never heard that on any of our previous shows ever. And,
I don't know.
Well, who knows? We did have discussion.
I know
that people were telling me they saw stuff behind Jesus in his background.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, we've been known to kind of attract that kind of stuff here on the show. So,
and we occasionally talk about it.
Keeps happening.
Yeah. Well,
everybody out there, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. If you hear something that is weird, do let us know.
Yeah, let us know if you hear any screaming.
I never normally freak out.
It's weird.
I don't freak out that easy usually, but that was so blatant. It was really loud here, but it came out of my computer speakers. It wasn't in my room with me, and it was loud. And it was like, I don't think, frankly, I could even make my voice do that.
Right. It was like that. It was strange. Right.
Yeah, it was really
But hey, Robin, I just want to finish up, make sure I included everybody. But Robin is here, and another Facebook. Hi, guys. To you.
I'm sorry, I had to nothing.
I know. It's okay, Sam. And it looks like I caught up on everybody. I got Sabrina. So yeah. And I see right now that we have a special visitor, and she's going to be with us more often, and it's her name is Pamela, and she is a friend of Rocket Man's. And so let me go ahead and bring her in, and then he can help explain who she is and how she's going to be part of our team. Okay. All right, here she is. This is Pamela. Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Pamela's in Colombia. She's in Colombia. So super sweet lady, really pretty, and she loves cats. So we're gonna be best friends. I can tell.
She's gonna fit right in. She's gonna fit right in with us, guys.
Yeah. But Rocket Man, how about you take it right now and explain where we are at in regards to our new platform and how Pamela is going to be helping you.
Sure. So I've been working with Pamela for a few years back in the past, and she's an engineer, but she also has other talents in administration, recruiting, and HR, and all that, and probably more that I don't know. But she's got a lot more experience on website development and all that, and so she's going to be helping me build this platform that we have out there for the Citizen Science Project, and she's eventually going to take over most of the development, customizations of the web page, and also we'll be both working together to train Jesus and Rebecca on how to use our platform, our products, our tools, and things like that we're working with. And so Pamela, if you want to just introduce yourself real quick to everybody.
Yes. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So my name is Pamela, but you can say Pamela. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I'm based in Colombia, and I'm super excited to be part of this project. Sounds very exciting, and just to learn from you, and get all those details and gather all the knowledge that I can from you.
Yeah. I've been explaining, because, this is all new information for her, what we're talking about. And so I've been, giving her a quick rundown of, who we are and what we're about. I know Rocket Man has filled her in and how long he's followed this information.
So this is brand new?
She can't see them. She can't see them yet, guys. Okay,
let me pull up some slides.
Yeah, so here we go.
So we have a virtual party. It's nice to see. It's going to be nice to see how that evolves throughout the show.
Yeah, let's
okay.
Because we encourage,
let's open her eyes. Right.
We encourage to make up your own mind.
Yes, Andrea. It's a newbie.
Yourself.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah.
A newbie.
Yeah, and I just want to, before I forget, I saw, Gray Guy, your message about sending me a picture, and I will get to that here shortly. So I just want you to know I saw your message. So, okay, bear with me. Got these pictures. So here's a folder I have.
We have a fresh pair of eyes, but
yeah, right. So maybe,
look at that.
And I want to introduce you, Pam. I'm going to practice on pronouncing your name correctly. You'll have to give me some lessons on exactly. But I can't help. I'm country, I guess. In Oklahoma, it's kind of a country place. So I'll practice though. But I just want you to formally introduce you to Sam Hofman. He's the reason we're all here.
Hello.
And
I'm very happy that you're here. I like the hat. It goes where people were going, and it's a girl that's actually doing, because I believe it was Rocket Man that was commenting that he was very surprised that girls are involved in the planetary sightings. And then I had to remind him that a vast majority of my membership are actually women, and a smaller percentage of my members are men, and of course, an even smaller percentage of them are always trying to go through the ego duel as to trying to share their information over what we teach, and that's been it's been a minor problem over the years, and it, a lot of us guys have to deal with our guy ego between each other. So, and it's very fortunate you won't have to deal with that because you're brand new, and we can bring you from step one as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, let's do it, Sam.
Yeah, it's great to have another female on here with that. We also there's another lady in Scotland, Jillian, and she's with us on Saturdays. So at least we have each other to lean on. So it is a lot of guys in here.
I want to add to what Sam said is that the majority of my viewers are actually 60-40, with women being more the majority. Okay. So. And I do seem to get more attitude from the men. I'm not gonna lie. I get more pushback from the men.
About 60-40 is about right with mine too. Yeah.
It's the ego.
Yeah. It's definitely that male testosterone or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen it too many times as well. So I agree. Let's see. So here's some pictures I have. It's under a file I call close passes, okay? Nice. Because these are really unusually close passes of planets, and if you look here, you see how there's like this perfect angle. It's like basically curved, and it's
the rounded this edge darker on the sun area is very cut off,
and how it flattens up against the sun, like the sunlight just flat. All of a sudden, there's something there blocking it, it's stopping it perfectly straight. But this is a close pass of one of the planets called Isatum and Navarro. Okay, because one is in front of the other. This is, one planet in front of another planet.
And of course, the yellow moon is the centralized upper middle left to all the way to the right side of the screen, the darker blue area. And what we teach, all that. Pardon, and I apologize. This is, we're going to throw this.
Yeah, help her out.
You won't be a newbie for long, but we try to teach everybody to look at the dark areas of the picture first. If you look at the dark and then work your way to the light and color variation of blue, then you will see the planets. But if you look at the sunlight first, you'll just think that everything in the blue area is clouds. And that's not what's happening.
Sam, so for us newbies, and I know when I didn't see these things at first, now Pamela's thinking probably planets, small dots, small specks in the sky.
I was just going to say that. I think big, very big.
You need to
sky fillers.
Tell her that the whole thing on the right,
that purple and orange thing in front of us right now is a planet.
All the planet, the whole thing.
Huge.
Our sky is the blue area.
The light blue area.
That's
actually
the whole thing.
Actually, only some of it, because the light blue behind this, you have Uri behind that too.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you can see it cutting the sky. Oh, how did you do that?
Okay, so just that little sliver of dark blue at the very bottom.
Sliver of dark blue
above the horizon is our
corner,
sky.
At the lower right corner is the real sky. The light blue sliver is Uri, and this is purple Atu in front, and then of course Atu's moon is going to be up higher above, but it's there. And
so back to your drawing a second.
Right.
You can see that they are stacked one in front of another in
the out view.
We really do not understand why they are so. They are the bigger. They have the bigger stars, so they have a smaller, tighter orbit. But it is very odd to see them huddled up so closely to each other.
Yeah, and that's only an out view because they are not that close.
Well, of course, but they're not as stretched out as our own solar system. Our solar system is very spread out. So because we're the smaller solar system, we're way more spread out.
And we have an oval, and that's why we have a winter and summer orbit path that is variant, because we are the outside extremity.
Wait, go back.
Okay.
Can you go back to the other one?
I sure can.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted to say this to Pamela real quick. So Pamela, so that whole dark piece, like if you look, the whole dark piece in the sky, the whole piece of it that's arc going up, that's the planet. Our sky is the light. It's not. I can't even see the color. It's all light, but that's our sky.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason we've been seeing sun cutoffs and the sunlight being so oddly shaped, is because there is things. This is a very unusually close pass, as
that's close.
Was saying. Sometimes they're further and a little smaller, but this is very close. But at times we see them smaller, and sometimes we don't see them at all, because they're so far that sometimes we only see the light cutoffs that they do as they orbit in and out of the way, of our sunlight.
Yeah, and Jesus, can you explain, or somebody explain, how is it that these ginormous planets can be so close to us but not hit us and not run into us?
I love listening to Samuel talk about this. Yeah. So, Sam.
Okay, we live in an electrical universe. We do not live in a gravitational universe or solar system where the gravity pulls one into the other, smack bang. They have an opposing polarity, I believe, like for terms, we could call the North Pole on our planet their South Pole, which is a polarity issue, not an actuality, not direction wise, or positive and negative is reversed. It's like the poles on the battery. You have the negative on the bottom, you have the positive on the top, and their polarity in their solar system is the opposite of ours, and that's why we don't rob the planets from them, and they don't steal our planets into their solar system. But when they come close to each other, and catastrophically close, they'll electrically repel each other, just like you were walking around with your feet on a carpet with tennis shoes, and you get a static charge build up in your fingertip, and then you touch somebody else, and then you get that big zap. That is basically what happens, is they push each other away.
Right on. Like lightning strikes and stuff like that.
And if you've ever seen the movie Matrix and in this mini Matrix down the way, where they're flying these little ships down these tunnels.
Oh yeah, where the ship is pushing off with all the
electricity. Right, and it's got all these little pads on it that keep the electrical from connecting, and it pushes itself away, and that's electric repulsion.
Perfect example.
And that's the reason we've been seeing these incredible, lightning effects. It's planets just electrically repelling each other. We sometimes see purple lightning. We've never seen purple lightning before.
This is lightning. It's upper atmospheric lightning.
Yes, upper atmospheric lightning. So as they come close, we have electrical exchanges basically, and you have these incredible magnetic storms, and it's just highly dangerous, highly electric, and it's incredible.
And back rolling wake clouds, when the planets come too close, they'll literally push the weather out of the way, which is where you have that back rolling, what unfortunately what a lot of people are calling Earth to brain. God, what they call the Southwest storms.
El Nino.
No. It's me pulling out a name again, and it's just stupid, and I know this word. Anyway, these rolling waves.
The derechos.
Yeah, the derecho. That's the word I was looking for. Exactly. Thank you. What they call a derecho, and now a derecho is only a southwest sandstorm. But now they've attributed that because people got to learn that. Now they're trying to say that that's what's going on up in Chicago and Ohio and in Canada, and when it's not. Because if it's not in the southwest and it's not a sandstorm, it's not a derecho, but that's what they're calling it. But anyway, we've also seen footage where a regular derecho is rolling forward. It's a sandstorm that rolls forward. But these push storms that are coming in actually make the rolling wave that's coming in roll forward and then backward because it's a push in. And that's blowing all the atmosphere out from underneath it. It causes a wake like a wave, a rolling wave of outer atmosphere that literally washes by. And I don't know if Rebecca has a copy of that available. But
which one, Sam?
That rolling wave where the people were taking a film on the ground and they were watching it roll backwards.
Oh boy, I don't have it handy. It's
no problem.
Yeah, I can get that ready for another show.
Part of the description that when they come in, they actually shove things out of their way, and they create these weather events and weather effects. And when the asteroids below the planets are between our planet and their planet, or one of the gas giants, which is where the asteroids are. They're orbiting the gas giants, and they're electrically connected to those gas giants, and they don't actually come into our atmosphere. And then most of the time they'll skiff off the upper atmosphere, or when they're embedded into our atmosphere, they will actually as well discharge and push themselves away, which is why we haven't had another Chelyabinsk event, which happened 2013 and 14, something like that. I can't remember when it happened. But, they don't hit us. The small stuff comes in, but not the big ones. Here in this picture, the entire blue area with the little white clouds around it is a passing planet. It happens to be Saturn's yellow moon. Those white clouds are not in our atmosphere around the blue in the upper right. They are around the atmosphere of the yellow moon, and we've watched this for a couple of years get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we know what this is, which is why we can attribute it, because we've had thousands of examples, and so we're quite sure of what we're talking about.
Yeah, because what I see is back to these drawings a second, because we really didn't explain to her
about the monthly drawings.
I lost everything when I'll let you explain it, Sam.
Well, every month I sit, and ever since I started Montana Skywatcher 1, which goes all the way back to 2010, I did, and you may have saw the startup of our show. At first I started doing paper cutouts, because then I was able to change the size of the planet over by just making a larger circle and cutting it out on paper, and I could show movement and change from one month to the next. But that got to be a pain in the butt, because I didn't have any more time on the streaming service I was using, which was Show More. So anyway, and then I went to a much simpler, just one hand drawing every month of where the planets were in out view, according to what is on the left-hand side, according to what is on the right-hand side of the sun. And that is all pretty much standardized, and it stays that way with minor changes over time. And then occasionally, like this picture, Atu's Moon Texas Cube, the asteroid, I occasionally draw extra drawings monthly when we see moreover events that we're getting regularly submitted in sightings from around the world. And so I'll do these additional drawings so that I don't have to type the same thing over and over to people again. I can just grab a copy of it and go, here you go, this is what's happening. And that's why we do the drawings. And I'll let everybody else tell you about the accuracy of the drawings, because that way I'm not bragging. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Sam, can I ask a question? Rebecca, can you go back to the one with the Texas cube?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Sam, can you explain to Pamela what the Texas cube is? And that
as a matter of fact, I posted for everybody the last couple of days. The original video for the Texas Cube sighting, which happened in 2015, when this box that I had been watching for many years ahead of time in deep space from Google Space, coming closer and closer and closer, and it didn't have the Texas Cube as a name per se, but it was the Cube, and everybody was freaking out about, oh, it's a Borg ship. No, it's not. That's not who's on the Texas Cube. There's another race, I promise you, or actually multiple races, because they could actually be Federation. I'm not sure, but they could be. It came out of a wormhole over Texas in 2015, and there was a big to-do about it, and they went live stream for quite a while, and we watched it for a couple hours. And then
there it is.
Yeah, this is, of course, one of the original pictures. This is that day back in 2015 of the Texas Cube coming out of the cloud and out of the wormhole, and it finally came out 9 years later on this video clip, and I can't even remember who put it out, but we got a video of it actually coming out into the public media on YouTube, and I sent everybody a copy of that yesterday or the day before. So yeah, it's a craft. It's a very, very, very large cube, and as you're looking at this picture, this is in 2009ish in deep space from Google Space. One of my captures, one of my early ones. The yellow blob, or excuse me, the white blob, pinkish white in the upper left corner is the side. And all those little white dots in front are the actual Star Destroyers, which are massive ships to us. And the support craft are the little white dots in front of the cube. It is huge.
And also, tell her about the long box.
The long box cube arrived somewhere approximately 2017. I started sighting it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me get some of the long box. Here's a good one.
But I want to add too that we also see this a lot in predictive programming all over. You know, we see it in movies, we see it in shows. So I think we have a long history of Texas Cube sightings throughout our known history. You know, we see it in petroglyphs, we see it in
right.
We see it in our ancient history. So we have throughout history,
yeah.
You know, the cycles where they appear and they come into our place and
right, and it's hard
to our proximity in space. So
right, and including in a lot of South American drawings and pictographs and all of that. Yeah, and that was the last, believe, contact was more recent than the passing of the Nibiru group. So it's all within recent history, going back to the turn of the BC, and then 1,000 years before that, even.
They're shoving in our face with the Borg cubes. They know about it, and they stick it.
And then they can create a misnomer, and then
I think
and people.
That's your indoctrination. That's your indoctrination in your propaganda. You know,
it's a way of discrediting and making it more something of ridicule and something that somebody
would believe. Right?
Yeah, you're so right, Jesus.
But this isn't intermittent. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of sightings of these from around the world.
Oh, look at that!
Going back to 2017, as of 2019, they moved from they were previous parking in front of the sun. So we would see a black circle, which is the Empire, or black cubes with the circles as well in front of the sun, and that was previous 217, 218. And then 2019 in April, they moved to the places that they're currently located, and the Texas Cube is on the left-hand side of the sun, and the long
There's
box
another
cube is on the right.
Is that the long box? Oh, nice.
We're looking at the long box here because it is on the right-hand side of the sun.
On the right, that's the lower one, right? The one on the lower right.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
And you're seeing the cut in. You're seeing now. This could actually be both of them. I don't know.
Yeah, there's two of them. Yeah.
I don't know when this picture is from. There was sightings for a brief time where the actual two cubes were right next to each other in many sightings.
There's two. There's two there for sure.
And I agree with you. But I mean, I can't absolutely call it because I don't know the picture and I don't know when it was captured. And so I have to limit some of the things that I say are or are not based on factual information that I can or cannot prove or disprove. So I try to limit what I say by what is known. Here again is the long box cube. And I believe the green asteroid as well, cutting in front of the sun. And of course, there are the sea trails in front of it to break the eye up so we don't see them as easily. And if you look over to the left side of the sun,
to cause anger. And, once people are angry, they kind of, they stop thinking. That's a big part of it. There's a big campaign where people are super focused on these chemtrails and just angry about it, but they're missing why they're there.
They're missing what's behind it.
There's two reasons for it, as you say, Sam, because we have extra UV radiation coming from the second star, as well as distraction and as well as blocking all that extra radiation. So unfortunately, it's a two-sided blade, as you were saying.
And unfortunately, people get mad and they think that we're being poisoned, and then they'll automatically chalk it up to terraforming, that they're getting ready for this invasion scenario. And I've apparently got to cut pizza. Yes, I'll be right there.
Hey Sam. Hey Rebecca, can you go back to that other photo? The other one with the
one I just had up.
The other one with
the sea trails.
The sea trails,
I sure can.
The con trails. That could be contrails.
Con trails are different than sea trails.
Briefly, I just want to mention too, Pamela. It's chemtrails.
This one.
We don't use that term because it gets us flagged.
Yeah, exactly.
Sea trails.
Sea trails. The algorithm.
The algorithm.
It'll grab that word.
It'll grab that word.
Thank you for helping us out.
And that will get us. We could produce the show now, but then a week from now they'll flag that show and then make us remove it because we talked about a controversial conspiracy theory.
You can put the little banner. You can put the little banner down at the bottom.
And oddly, they haven't really flagged us about the Nibiru issue, which is amazing to me still to this day. Anyway, I'm going to cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay. Rebecca, you can explain this to Pamela. So Pamela, and there's these streaks in the sky. They look like what airplanes make, and these are airplanes that most of the time they're probably asteroids or meteors that are streaking across the sky. But these ones are created by airplanes, by big commercial airliners. And so, Rebecca, can you explain why they do this?
Are you saying why they spray?
Why they spray? So like it's a distraction. It's
I mean,
there's a number of reasons.
It's to distract us away. It's to distract us away. So to pull our perspective down to these lines and not
definitely,
to see what's
it's a distraction.
It's a distraction.
I was out live the other day for 4 hours. My arm was so sore the next day from holding my phone up for 4 hours. But in 4 hours time, I saw, because I always do a plane count. I want people to know how many planes are out spraying. There was 9 planes I saw throughout that 4 hours. But you have to then think there was like millions and millions of streaks in the sky. Yeah. The sky was just so flooded with streaks and bizarre clouds and it's a great day to do a show. And that's what I was trying to get my point across, is these 9 planes could not possibly spray all the streaks that we're seeing. So they are definitely spraying to grab people's attention and make people think that all the streaks are man-made. People just be like, oh, they're all sea trails and they're out to get us. And that is a distraction. That is a complete psyop, in that they are tricking people into thinking all the streaks are man-made, so they won't realize what's really causing them, which are the planets and the asteroids that are dragging by, leaving these long trails across our sky. So they throw a few man-made trails out there and trick people, make them think it's all man-made, so it's a cover-up.
And it breaks the eye.
Perfect explanation. Perfect
explanation. The view of your eye, and it takes away the circles, and it takes away the square.
It covers it up.
And
then
it makes people angry. And once you're angry, you just don't. You stop.
Yeah, I know.
But it is important to also add to that there is some good of it. We have a lot of extra radiation and
a lot of light coming in, and
a lot of UV light, a lot of extra UV light coming in over the last 12 years.
Out there is made of a metallic substance. It's semi-toxic.
Yes.
The powers that be, we'll leave it at that. I was going to say another word, but the powers that be know that it's the lesser of two evils. They put up this. The G7 countries put up this material in the air to actually block some of the incoming lights so that we don't have dust bowl dry croplands, so that we can continue to grow our crops and stuff up to a fashion. And then the other countries who don't do that over their populated areas are finding that they've got extremes of weather and drying out and failure of crops and change of everything around them that they know is what it used to be, and it's there. We are seeing definite climate change.
Right.
That's the real reason for climate change. No, not saying that we haven't contributed to it.
Yeah, but I don't see
planet warming. It's solar wide. It's solar system wide. It's not just planet Earth.
All the planets are heating up, not just Earth.
Warming up.
And that is proven, and NASA has released that information as well.
Yeah. Well, we started seeing electrical activity on the poles of Saturn right around the time that they came in.
Around all the planets. All of them
started illuminating. And it's the reason why our moon phases are not what they used to be.
And
we're tilted. So our planet, our moon shadow does not make sense anymore. It just we had our 8 phases of the moon that just stopped. Now we have the shadow of the moon on the bottom, sometimes on the top. It's not supposed to happen that way. We have just shadowing, a very even shadowing of the moon throughout thousands of years, and it just changed in the past 12 years, which I don't understand why nobody has noticed. It drives me insane how nobody has addressed the fact that we don't have high noon. We don't have our 8 phases of the moon are no longer predictable. Sometimes the moon is out in the west and it doesn't belong there at that time. So
and there's
an enormous amount of changes happening in front of our eyes that a lot of people seem to be unaware of. And this is the reason for this podcast, is we're trying to get this information out, because there's a lot of things that correlate and agree with what our model of things is happening. Also want to add to that, Pamela, you probably don't understand this, but it's probably good to tell you, but we have 2 Facebook groups. One is ran by Rebecca, one is ran by Sam. Between the both of them, there's over 80,000 members who submit photos, and we stay current. So we only show pictures that are current. And occasionally we show an old one, but you have to tag it as old. But we do comparisons. So people show their skies on one side of the earth, and we all compare it to what everybody is seeing, and it always correlates. It's always very similar. They always match. So if something's matching worldwide, we are all seeing the same thing. It's not.
You need to triple that.
It would be more random if it was just clouds.
I have 80,000 members alone on one site, and Rebecca runs 2 to 3 sites, and I run 2 to 3 sites, and so that you need to literally triple that 80,000 to roughly. Okay. We're somewhere under 200,000 members between the bunch of us.
My mistake.
I wanted to be accurate.
All right. No. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I was just
and then there's 40,000 on TikTok.
Right, and if we look at the picture in front of us here, everything on the right-hand side of the sun. Look at the water. Always look at the water when you have a water availability, and you can see the light cutoff. Everything on the left-hand side of the sun is showing reflection in the water. Everything on the right-hand side is not. That is because that blue area is a planet blocking the sunlight coming in. You can see the major enlarged haloing from the middle to the left, but everything on the right-hand side is planet Nibiru.
Hey, Sam, can I say something?
Yes.
Here's another deception. The sky is blue. No, the sky is not blue. The sky is sky is a different color. Why they say that, I believe, is because they want us to believe that the sky is actually blue, but no, the planets are blue. Every time you see a blue sky, Pamela, like a dark, deep blue sky.
Oh yeah, look for the dark. But actually,
like that.
When we look out, the water in our atmosphere does add a blue tint to it because we are looking through water in our atmosphere. So it is light blue.
So that blue
is light blue.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that darker blue sky, that's a planet. So
and we're looking at the back side of them because they are between us and the sun. So the light is shining on the other side of the planet, and we are only seeing the dark sides of them until they move to an angle where we can see a side face illumination, or past Earth where we can actually see a full facial illumination.
The lead object. There you go, in Autism. Perfect. See, Rebecca, you're awesome with your drawings.
Yes. Thank you, Rocket Man.
See, Rebecca, now you know what those objects are in the sky. So all that white object is a lead object. It's like a big damn asteroid, huge, big round asteroid, and then behind it, that deep blue, where you see Rebecca drew that little neon green line. That whole thing is a moon, and it's called Atu. So it's Atu's moon.
Like here's Sam's drawing. So here's
a purple gas giant that has a white moon in tow.
And yes, Pamela, and yes, it is in our atmosphere, and yes, we can see him with our own eyes.
It's not in our atmosphere.
Well, kind
of.
Just
outside. Just outside.
Just right outside, but we
rub atmospheres at times because they come in.
We're talking 30, 50, 60, 100,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Right.
Our outer atmosphere, our ionosphere, our magnetosphere, and all that runs around 35 or 3,500 miles above our surface.
Yeah.
And then they also have magnetospheres and exterior atmospheres, ionospheres, whatever, stratospheres. There's different layers to every planet, depending on the gases that they have in their atmosphere, because not all of them have oxygen, or some of them can have, some of them can have sulfur gases, some of them can have CO2s and methanes, and you name it.
But we see their clouds. So
we see their cloud patterns.
Yeah, but don't think that those are our clouds, because they're not. Those are their clouds.
Yeah, the smaller micro clouds belong to the other planets. Like here's a great example of it. Atu's moon has specific micro clouding, and that's all up in the upper. And there's space clouds between the planets as well. Atu and Uri are both gas giants, and they're always right next to each other. Mm-hmm. And they actually have a base cloud that runs underneath Atu's moon, and then will run all the way to the Uri base cloud all the time. And then there's little reach clouds in between them as well. Oh, and did everybody get a copy of the Skull asteroid this week? Because I sent it to everybody.
I saw that. It was crazy.
I guess I missed that one.
That was a great show.
I thought I sent you a copy too, but I tried.
Okay, well, I'll have to look around.
There should be a copy on Skywatcher 1. I can grab a copy of it if you'd like. It came from Mr. BBB.
I know him.
BB333. I always get it wrong. I apologize. I'll go there and see if I can find a copy of it.
I want to say hi to Audrey real quick. Audrey in South Africa. Good morning, Audrey. Happy Valentine's. Yes.
Happy Valentine's. Oh, yeah. Happy Valentine's Day.
I know. I forgot about it.
I forgot
too. Forgot. Yeah. It's today. Okay. Well, tomorrow here. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here you go.
While we're still on the topic of Atu, I wanted to mention in 2018, 2019, we had some very close passes of Atu. Very, very
unbelievably cool storms.
Unbelievable couple of years is when I did most of my learning. We had some very, very amazing purple skies at that time that was being attributed to a bunch of stupid stories. They went as far as to saying it was grow lights, which never made sense to me. But there was some very, very prevalent purple skies in 2018, 2019 because we had very close passes of Attu and Attu's moon. It was incredible couple of years. Yeah, I just want to add that to the Attu conversation before we move on to Saturn.
Oh, I'm just going through right now some just random comparisons because so I take Sam's drawings. I mean, a couple of years ago, I finally was able to wrap my head around how big they were, not tiny, but big. And so I started making these comparisons, and I would take his drawings and I would line them up and show everybody exactly how accurate they actually are. And over again, I've made maybe 1,000,
Wow.
And just to show, it's just over and over. It's undeniable that, Sam uses remote viewing to visualize, what is out there, and he draws it. And then here comes along a picture,
ahead of time.
Right. The drawings.
So Sam, just back it up a little bit. So Sam makes a drawing, right? Every 15th of the month. Every 15th of the month, he makes a drawing. And it's kind of what he kind of sees in his head of how the planets have moved, and I think it's a combination of everything. But it is ahead of time. I think I have to emphasize it is ahead of time, and
that's what's so magical about all of this.
What's so special about this? He puts it out to as he puts out the drawing, the pictures will start coming in, and the comparisons will come starting in, and everybody around the world is showing the same thing that Sam is drawing. And I really want to emphasize on that because it is the craziest thing,
And that's what prompted me to talk about the video. By the way, Rebecca, you might want to start downloading that. The capture of the topic of the Skull asteroid is only 55 seconds long, including Mr. BB333 startup. But yeah, if you want to play that
I'll
as
make
well,
the video.
We'll give him credit for it. Yeah, but I sent it to you on PM.
His moon
I
does
got it.
And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because last week's show, I was talking to Christoper, and we were discussing how Attu was straight up above his head, and that in between Attu and Yuri, that any time now within the next week, we would be seeing the Skull asteroid. And then yesterday or the day before, whenever it was produced, out comes Mr. BB 333's sighting of this, and lo and behold, it's exactly what I said was going to occur. And here's proof for people now that off of his show. So if you have the opportunity to play that, go ahead.
Okay, I can get you the picture first, and then I'll get the video part.
We prove these predictions constantly, and as you start paying attention to what we do here, you will see it yourself. I'm positive. Anybody who I welcome everybody, and I usually do this on the shows. I welcome everybody to actually spend the time to compare this and to learn this information, and then it becomes very addicting because it's just
my accuracy rate is astronomically high, and
it's the greatest thing ever. It is the coolest and greatest show on earth. Yeah, I always say that.
That's one of them. I took 2 screenshots, and then that's basically it. It was this picture, and then he pulled back and did a further.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay.
And that is right between Attu and Yuri, and
it was going to be.
And the sun is shining on it. And then I was just telling Christoper literally, a week ago or less that we were going to be seeing it, and here it is coming through on other media.
So they're on the left-hand side.
What he says.
It's behind Attu and in between Attu and Yuri. And we don't always get to see it. And of course, NASA announced that it was on an orbital track around the Earth orbit, would appear every 3 to 3.5 years. And that was a blatant lie. and we caught them. I don't know how many times we've caught them in numerous lies. And we announced the Skull asteroid like 4 years before NASA even came up with its original release of the main photo that we do use now is a NASA release photo. And that's that Skull asteroid picture.
Yeah,
but they always do that. They give you like half truth of what's really happening. Right. So they'll put out something and they'll either call it a different name or say that it's millions of miles away. But they'll give you a little bit of truth and then a little bit of bullshit.
Yeah, so they can get credit for their discovery and funding next year. But
and in case anything happens, they can say, "Well, we did announce it." So
I think we should ask Pamela what she thinks so far.
Yeah.
She's been, she's been paying attention. I know, but I feel like we should give her a chance to, speak. So, what do you think about it so far? What we've talked to you about?
To be honest, I have plenty of questions. Just thinking about what I was taught at school, like the regular
ask
regular.
That's what we're here for.
Like Mercury, Venus, like are these planets these planets that we're seeing, or these is like other planets?
Yeah, I think you should fill her in on that, Sam. I think what we need to explain to her how
a binary solar system. A binary solar system, bi meaning two. We have 2 stars, 2 sets of planets. They are both attached to one very large orange blob gas giant electron cluster. It is so unbelievably big that it's beyond comparable knowledge in human terms, and it holds the 2 solar systems. And then now we do not travel in a dinner plate around our star year after year in the same place. We actually, if you to imagine the star traveling sideways, and we spiral behind in a static spiral behind our star. Now, our planets are normal planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, Sirius, and there are more planets that are not listed by human points of view, because we have some smaller planets too that they don't even include because they don't even understand it yet. But anyway, our system is very spread out. That's why our planets are way tiny in our out view. But these planets are bigger and they have a larger star, and their second star came in, and we are crossing paths with each other. Every 3,654 years, we switch places. We pass each other. It's like 2 ships passing in the night in a port or in a bay. We're in a smaller area and we cross through each other. And us being smaller, we pass through this much bigger, much tighter. They're very close to each other, and they're oddly in this undescribable closeness to each other that I to this day don't understand. But it's so evident we cannot argue with it. So we have the proof of it. We just don't know why. They're not in the same orbit as we are Earth-wise or any of our planets. They have their own separate spiral orbit, and they do their thing. And we watched it transition about 4 different times over the last 12, 13 years. Somebody's got noise in the background.
I was wondering this.
Whatever that was.
There, that's okay. That's better. Yeah.
You don't have that picture, Rebecca. I'm trying to find it on my phone to send it to you, but you don't have it. The one with the one that Sam talks about, how we're an electron cluster.
I tried drawing a picture of it, but I don't want to show it.
You can do it. You can do it. I want to see it
one more time.
You have to show and tell.
That's why I use. Hey, that's why I use spice containers and coffee cups and bowls and glasses to draw my circles with.
Gosh.
Okay. All right. I'm amazed. He's trying to do what I do and finding out just how it's not easy. And I even on last month I kind of screwed up on usually I would crunch it up and start over again, but I'd already done 3 drawings. So the last
somewhere I do have that drawn, but I'll look and see. I might know where it is. I think I might. Let me scan through.
Wondering which
if it's the one I'm
talking.
thinking of.
So
But it's just basically a diagram showing two solar systems.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I was just saying.
I just sent you the binary model picture.
So yeah, I was gonna say that. Pamela, 80% of star systems are actually binary and even trinary. Yep. So it's more common to see a binary system than it is a system with just one star. So we are told that we have just one star. What we see is different. We see different. We see that we have two stars. 2012, we had a lot of backblow CMEs during the sun. Behind our star, we had a lot of major backblow CMEs. This goes back to 2012, but they were all behind our star, which is
and
where
basal output of our sun. Our sun changed its behavior. And I believe that the material was being drawn back to the larger star. The other star is bigger than ours. It is a standard red. We have a dwarf yellow. So the other solar system is the larger, dominant main solar system. And we are the backwater factory planets, on the other side of the tracks, so to speak, system. So, and if you have any more questions, do ask.
Hey, Sam, how many suns are in the sky sometimes?
There we go.
Are there two suns?
Always. They're both always there. They're not moving anywhere fast.
There's two of them up there.
We have some information that we got. Remember last week we got that sighting, and I don't. Rebecca, who was that from? Do you remember?
Which one?
Remember the sightings that we got? I did on last week on today's Tuesday on Saturday's show.
Yeah.
And then we saw evidence of a smaller star in front of the larger star.
I have those. Yeah.
And
can we get those? Sure.
Yeah, if you want to. We are seeing evidence of our smaller star being over enveloped by the larger star, and it makes it harder to see up here where we may not even be seeing it at all. But down in South America or in I think it came from South Africa or New Zealand or Australia. I don't remember exactly where it came from. But we're seeing evidence that we believe that the solar separation is occurring. We're past the halfway. We believe that the second star and our star are separating. We can't fully prove it yet. More evidence of it here in the nearby future, and when that occurs, then we'll be able to actually call it. But we are seeing some evidence that this is occurring, and we usually try to get at least 3 to 5 to 8 sightings of something before we go, that's it. There's our proof. There, because we're not gonna prove it over 1 or 2 sightings. We have to have a lot of sightings to absolutely say, okay, yes, this is happening. And so, and we've had evidence from Michelle Mountain, and she's in South Africa. And then we had evidence of this as well from this person last week. And
it's why we try to stay current too.
Right.
And that way we can all correlate what everybody else is seeing.
We believe that this is our star. And then what is coming up over the horizon or beyond the horizon below this,
which is illumination.
Why would this be at 1:04 a.m.? That's what blows me away.
I didn't even pay attention to that. Wow.
Here's another just series of pictures that she sent us.
And then the bigger star is about to embark over the horizon at dawn. And
so we're seeing something.
He's from Michelle Mountain?
No, this isn't from Michelle.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And this was
so Pamela, think in terms of subatomic chemistry.
Yeah.
That's what we believe. What we see, it governs the universe. It's not gravity. Is just a byproduct of that whole thing. But it's a lesser force. It's not the bigger force. The bigger force at play is electromagnetism.
Electrical thread connection and centrifugal force is what our gravitational scenario is actually. Because we're electric and because we're charged the same as our planet, we stick to it. It's 2 protons pulling together because they can. If we were out in space, it would be a different scenario. Hard to describe. You just got to be there. It's
Oh, there you go. That's perfect, Rebecca. Nice one.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting that up.
This is what we watched after. And of course, this shot is from Neumayer Station, I believe, in Antarctica.
Wow.
And our star is the smaller one in the front, and the second star went behind. And this is, of course, evidence that we got from 2012 backflow CMEs, because we saw space pictures showing it, actually showing the body behind it as well. The discharge enveloped this very large, much bigger star, and I have that picture if you want it.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
So what we see is just the illumination coming from the second sun that makes a ring of a light, around our sunlight.
It's why we're warming up so drastically. We've already been told that February, spring is coming in February now. We're strict on our axis, and we also have a second star, so we're seeing grass in the middle of winter still growing. We're seeing the planet heat up drastically, and it's not all man-made. It's not man-made. It's not a man-made thing. Not to say that we're not contributing to greenhouse gases and all that, but we have a second star. That's the reason why we are seeing the drastic changes. And a lot of it, this isn't being shared on the mainstream news. This is information that you have to seek out, but there is so much upheaval going on, floods and extreme weather events in places that have never seen any rain. You're seeing flooding. In other parts of the world, you're seeing 30 feet of snow. Last year, we got 900 inches here in Salt Lake. This year, we haven't had any snow. The resorts have had to make snow. We are at 50 degrees right now here. We should be in the low teens, in the low 10s, 15s, and we should be knee deep in snow. Yet we have not seen much snow. It's warming up.
Hardly any here.
It's happening everywhere, and it's solar system wide again.
It's supposed to be 20 below here right now, and I'm looking at the clock I'm looking at the corner here in my weather on my computer, and it's telling me it's 33 degrees and partly cloudy, and everything's dripping and melting, and there's no snow on the ground. Well, there's a little bit of snow in the shadow areas.
Sam,
yes.
Can you explain to Pamela what Hercolobus is?
Pamela.
Pamela. It's Pamela.
Pamela. Is that it?
Pamela is fine. Pamela.
You're a member of the team. You're allowed to correct us here.
She's like, no, just say it like you were saying it. That was better than that.
Okay. Well, all right, then I'll shut up. I'll quit defending you. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Gosh,
yeah,
got that twang.
Yeah, can you explain?
Yo soy mexicano, pero solo puedo decir Pamela. No.
That's fine.
So I'm Mexican. I'm not even from Latin background, so to me it comes easy, but to everybody else, it's a little bit harder. So.
Yeah. If somebody can explain to Pamela what Hercolobus is.
Hercubus, or Imaru, that is the gas giant electron cluster that is holding the two atoms or two stars in together. It's a brownish orange gas giant unlit star that's holding our two stars and our two solar systems. And
thank you, Sam.
It follows through space to the side, and the two stars spiral behind it, and then they are separate of each other. But then every 3,654 years, through static capaciting or whatever, they transfer and trade places. It's a cross pattern jog in our overall repetitive orbitation rotation behind this massive body, and it is massive. And I believe it's so big that would have a great deal to do with why we never saw the other solar system with standard telescopes or observatories. But not only that, they don't really even see planets out there in space unless they actually cross in front of their star. You can't see a planet in dark space until it actually passes in front of the light for you to notice that it is there. So they, and they're just now at this new level of technology where they're going to have better illumination through infrared lighting and ultraviolet lighting. So they're finally, with these new telescopes, they're finally adding a needed way to see things, whereas prior to that we were just using, like some guy looking through a telescope and then using computer graphics to gather a change, something moved in this. You got a picture of 800 dots, and then all of a sudden one of the dots moves, and that's how they know that it's something that's close to us versus something that's very far away, because generically we won't notice anything moving unless there's a transition and it's very close to us. So that's old technology, but they're now actually starting to embark upon better technology, where they're also discovering other solar systems and other planets, 8 to 10 to 11 light years away. So they're now finally just starting to learn a whole bunch of new stuff, and they're about to find out how wrong they are in so many things too.
Oh, Sam, and also
to add to that real quick, Rocky Man, sorry. So I want to emphasize too is that space, unlike what we see in Hollywood, as space is black in Hollywood, every space show that we see, the sky, the space is black. It's dark, pitch black, and black is a little different. If there is no light, Pamela, on these planets, you will not see it. Space is pitch black. And I don't think we really have a grasp of how pitch black things are. If you just go out to the country where there's no light, get out of your car, turn off all the lights, and you can see the stars in a much more incredible way, as if you're down here where there's all this light pollution. It is dark. It is really dark.
No, Jesus, you're right, because the only way that we can see is if there is an illuminated object in the sky, which is the sun. If there was no sun, it would be pitch dark, pitch black. You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah.
You're totally
darkness. That I to emphasize on that, I think we need to really get a picture of how dark the space is. So just to add to that.
Same thing if you go deep in the sea, you don't see anything. And there's a bunch of animals living down there, and we don't know what else.
Well, it's all about the light. It is all about the light angles. It is all what you see when you see the planets. It all matters on the light angles that they have. Sometimes it could be right in front of you in view, but because they have no light, or light is not angling at the right way, sometimes during the afternoons you'll have a right angling of light, and then you'll have a crescent illumination.
And also plus the gases and any chemicals in the atmosphere is also going to give this type of coloring too.
Yeah.
Well, light will break down into a prism effect. And then when the human eye is limited to seeing certain color bands. And I'm sure that animals see far better, because we've had examples of the birds singing at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, when these planets are coming up across the horizon in the early years, 2012, 2013 especially. And they would become above the horizon line. And all of a sudden, these animals, the birds, see that, so they think it's morning, and so they start singing. But we go outside and we look, we don't see them because it's not in the spectrum that the human eye can see. Again, here, the yellow area in the bottom right-hand area is the normal sky. Everything above that, from the orange all the way to the blue and the green and everything, is a passing planet. I believe this is an older shot of Uri, I'm going to say about a year or two ago. I'm not totally sure. Every time I've been saying that, I've been catching myself as wrong. But
really, I always thought this was Atu.
It might be Atu in front of Uri. You're right, because there is white, and then there is a darker edge.
If you see there's a band in the top left corner, how it's coming in at an angle and it's darker. I believe that's probably Atu's moon, and then in front of Atu and maybe Uri. Like we see in those drawings of Sam's, how they stack.
Sam, is there life on this particular planet, or are these
Not on in this photograph. No, there is no life forms living on the gas giants.
Oh, okay, but what about the other ones?
Well, there is life on Saru and Nibiru, from what we understand.
Yeah,
and the rest of the planets, no.
Gotcha.
Now,
okay.
I am told, and I don't know, one of the planets has 2 races and one of them has 1. I do not know that for a fact, but I was told that many years ago, and I'm kind of inclined to believe the teller.
Uh-huh. What about Nibiru? Is there any life on Nibiru?
Well, of course, that's what I just said. I said Nibiru and Saru.
No, okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
Well, of course, the Anunnaki are on Nibiru. That's the main planet.
Yeah, that's where that's where our where we come from.
Yeah. Nibiru is the main planet, and it has the deepest oceans. It has most of the land masses. Saru has less deep oceans, and it has more blotchy little island-like land masses. It has, and that's why it's green blue, because it has less deep oceans. And we've seen that 2012, 13, 14 on her close passes where we actually could see land masses.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, most everyone was not on board with Montana Skywatcher at that time. Otherwise, they would remember that. And drastically, unfortunately, we lost thousands and thousands of pictures because I've gone through 15 computers, and we were only able to save pictures going back to 2 computers ago. So we've lost.
Yeah, that's not to mention your disgruntled partner. One of your original disgruntled partners who dumped years of work. That was just I'm still sick to my stomach every time I think about that.
Yeah, I have gotten over it. I was excruciatingly irritated at first.
Well, I think we've recreated that. Rebecca has done a great job of recreating a lot of that, all of that, and then some. So
it would be nice to have them, but we.
No, you can't cry over spilled milk. So, but
yeah,
I get nostalgic about it because that's the way I learned was through those days.
Understanding
I think
the
Sky
Sky
series.
About it. Yeah, and anybody who's interested, you can actually type my name, Samuel Hofman. That's Hofman with 1 F. You can type my name into YouTube, and in the back area, and you can click on the different links there. There is the Understanding the Skies series. Now, we did, I believe, 30 or 40 of the videos, and I think there's maybe 7 available. So we lost a lot. And I'm more concerned with all the pictures we lost. We lost, a couple 100,000 photographs due to computer hacking, and my first major computer loss. Half my house got fried, and I ended up replacing thousands and thousands of dollars worth of electronic equipment, from televisions to stereos to water pick to hair dryers to vacuum cleaners, carpet shampooers, even objects that weren't plugged in were fried. And then I had a power company out here and an electrician out here, and they were looking around and scratching their head, and they said this shouldn't be happening because I didn't have any breakers blow. And literally, I ended up replacing a dishwasher. I ended up replacing a television, a stereo, and et cetera, et cetera. Everything on this half of the house was fried, and on the other half of the house was not, and it was weird. And they couldn't explain it, but I believe I was EMP'd. Mini EMP to fry my computer because everything within 20 feet of the computer was fried.
Just want to say hi to Carol. Hi, Carol.
Carol.
I want to say something. I want to say something really quick before we get way too far ahead. I want to explain something to Pamela real quick. So we were talking about Nibiru, and Nibiru, basically, the beings that live on that planet are people call them the Anunnaki. They're basically the old Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian, Mesopotamian gods of old time, way back in the past. Who knows how many millennia ago? But these are the gods.
The timeline goes back to prior to 1700 BC. There was other factional interaction with the demigods and humans, and some of the demigods were actually in place as governors / kings And then after the last cycle transition, a lot of that changed. And then there was a previous cycle issue with other races as well. And this goes to where we have evidence of nuclear bomb activity on the planet prior. And a lot of people can go back into I'm trying to think of the guy's name, and there's a lot of scientists out there that thoroughly believe that we have seen nuclear devastation, including the amount of heat temperature it takes to melt glass and iron and metal, 4,000 or 5,000 degrees, that they didn't have at that era during the Bronze Age. There's plenty of evidence saying that something occurred that actually just completely wiped out several cities on the planet. And that goes also again with the giants and the Nephilim and all of that. So, yep, there's so much homework behind, and we don't want to scare you, but all of this information cross-references, and it all fits. And we've done all of this homework for over a decade.
I think Robert Oppenheimer talked about it, before they set off the Trinity test too. So, he was talking about how, this is the first, nuclear bomb that's been set off in, our modern history, but there's been other activity on this.
Yeah, there's evidence of previous civilizations as well. Yeah. And of course, modern science is arguing with that. We will bring up to the public awareness that the Smithsonian Institute has recently, and I think this was like 3 or 4 years ago, actually destroyed all of the collected evidence of giants in many different sizes, 30 foot down to 8 foot and 10 and 12 and 15 foot and 20 foot tall skeletons that they've been collecting from around the world. And mainly there's a huge percentage of them that come from the United States and the large cities, where these mounded cities that have these elongated, what they refer to as cyclopic stones that could not possibly be moved by man unless they had this lost technology, nor cut by man without having higher levels of technology beyond copper tools and iron tools, because we're talking about materials that are so hard and so heavy. And then also the earlier cities, especially in the Yucatan Peninsula and northern South America, where all these stones are laid so close that you can't even slide a piece of paper in between. And these are all technologies that no one has ever had the technological ability to do even today. So that is proof of previous civilizations that were much higher tech than we are now.
So hey, Thunder's here, and she's asking, were the pharaohs off-world beings as well?
Right. Go back and look at some of the early dynasties and how some of the crowns and the headdresses were shaped for people with elongated skulls. And then modern science says, oh, well, that's skull manipulation by the locals who strapped rocks to their head as children. Well, some of that did occur, but a lot of these skeletons that they possess worldwide, with these really freakishly long, protruding, lengthy, conical skulls, are extraterrestrial related, either full-blood extraterrestrial or half-breed.
And giants too.
Oh yeah, and giants, and including
they were giant. They were giant. Yeah, the pharaohs, I bet you, were giant.
Well, they were taller. A lot of them were, but see, you also have to remember that other races are naturally taller as well, and that are not Nephilim related. But I actually do believe, because of the size of the planet Nibiru is 10 times the size of Earth. Now that's approximate. It's an estimation of modern gossip, and I have to throw the gossip word in there because we don't have fact. Until one of them lands and says, "Hi, I'm from Nibiru," then we have fact. But anyway, it is believed that the people, the normal people that live on planet Nibiru, are much larger because of the size of their planet. Now, if you go to the movie Gods of Egypt, there's a prime example. And in the movie Gods of Egypt, oh boy, they hand us.
That was a good movie.
They hand us about 10 or 20 really interesting little side tidbits that could be placed together if you put your puzzle properly.
Good movie. Good movie.
Yeah, it was a very good movie.
I loved it.
It stands to reason also because the planet is bigger. The oxygen levels were probably much higher. The pressure, the gravity alone is probably much bigger. So it would probably require a bigger. It would probably, throughout the years, probably develop something a lot bigger than what we see here.
Well, yeah, and when Earth, just at the end of the last ice age, when Earth had a very much higher oxygen level content than it does currently, because of CO2 and man's changing, and our environment has changed, and the sunlight and all the things have changed. The mammoths, woolly mammoths, is a great example. And within a 25 to 50 to 75 year period of time, all of a sudden their offspring started getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And this is why we have the elephant today. And there's a difference between a woolly mammoth and a mammoth. And then it comes into elephant. And I truly believe that there were mammoths running around literally all the way up, even beyond the turning of the last cycle. And I don't think history has favorably displayed that information properly. Well, modern science doesn't like to leap across anything that will go anywhere against anything that the clinical science of England has dictated to us and crammed down our throats all of our lives. What do they call that? Empirical, from the empire of England. Empirical science, and they of course were the harbingers of what they believed was all correct, and everybody else was wrong. And if you look back in history, a good portion of our actual really cool science came from the Arabs and from the Moors and from other religions. And as of like the 1400s, all of a sudden the church started getting involved in everything, and burning people at the stake and everything, and saying, "Oh, you're a heretic because
leave it out."
Yeah. And they started putting real true scientists to death because the church didn't agree with it.
Rebecca, I think there's I think there's actually two planets there. I think where you have the sky, I think right behind that is a planet. Can't you see the curvature?
It is. There is another one.
Top left. Top left corner.
That's Nibiru.
And then there's one on the top right. That where you say planet.
It would be Ice Adam's moon.
Oh, so there's two planets. There's definitely two planets.
Right.
Pinching.
Let's go
They're pinching.
here on the right hand side. This one on the right is from Jesus.
Oh.
So yeah,
nice.
Is that this week, Jesus?
It was this month.
Nice shot.
Month? Okay.
It was this month. Yeah. So it's maybe a couple, 2-3 weeks old, maybe.
It's a good picture, Jesus.
Moon in front of us.
Yeah. It's one of them I've been working on.
It's a good picture.
I've had a lot of sightings over the last month, but I haven't really had the time to kind of
and your white dot
and splice and find my still shots and stuff.
Yeah, what's that white dot?
The white dot is a green asteroid. It's a green asteroid.
Is it?
Yeah. Your lens flare is in the upper left with the black dot. That white patchy, because look, you can see the little dots around it.
Oh, it is. You can see the little dots on it.
And of course, that's in drawings as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I just want to say hi to Mr. Pinhead, Mr. Jonathan, my friend Jonathan. I think he's in Belgium. So hi, Mr. Pinhead. Happy you're here. And Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca. So, yep. I got several captures of
what
very much like
here,
this, where it's the green asteroid on the right
side.
The
one on the right, what you're seeing is a planet with the sun cutting off right in the angle of the sun. So I wish I could point at it. You could see the curve, but this is what we call a crescent illumination. Sometimes you won't see them, but sometimes the lighting is just right. The lighting was just perfect to where it shines on the side. And it illuminates see how the edge of it is in illumination, but the rest of it to the right is in darkness. So we have a crescent illumination. So you're only going to see a slice of it, kind of like our crescent on the moon at night when you have one side is in shadow, the rest is in darkness. And one of it is in light, the rest is in darkness. So we have night and day illumination and darkness. So what you see here is a curve of the planet in the path of the light, just enough to take a photo. if once you learn this kind of stuff and you start taking pictures and video, you learn how and when you have these very brief eliminations. They happen really fast. You maybe have 20-minute stops if you're lucky. To take that picture, to take that shot. But as you learn this information and you pick up, we've been doing it for me and Rebecca have been doing it for like 7 years. Sam, he's been involved in this since the 80s, really. But
it's coming on 14 years April.
Yeah.
But my background is in photography, and that's how I kind of got involved in this. I like taking pictures of it. I like doing time lapses, and that's kind of where my expertise is in all of this. And of course, I'm knowledgeable because I've been in this group for about 7 years. So.
And don't forget your world famous index finger.
That's right.
Jesus is famous index finger.
Yeah, my signature move is to point out the planet as I film it. You'll see that in the future. It's in the introduction actually when I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
I think we should bring up Afan picture again from last.
I agree.
Okay, we can do that. And also, I also wanted to give Christoper a chance to talk for a minute as a newer member, because he's been with us just since last October, right, Chris?
Yeah.
And okay. So it's not that long, but I just wanted to, talk about how far you've come so quickly.
Yeah, he's having
right, hasn't it, Chris?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been.
What's your perspective on all of this?
Well, for me, it's just been this emotional, ride. I mean, I think I started seeing like things happening about, I don't know, maybe about 2 years ago, and I didn't know what was going on. We're just seeing, just strange things happening all the time, things happening in the sky, just weird, energy all the time. Like what we've been talking about, climate, things are just not adding up. And then I found the group in October, and then all of these, things that were happening, I could talk hours. They just all came together for me, and
started making sense.
Yeah,
we all have similar stories. We saw something, we sensed something was different in the sky, but we could not put our finger on it. Right. And then in our evolution of trying to look for answers, we ended up coming across Sam and the correct information, because there is a sea of bad information about this topic out there. But luckily, it took me 2 years to find Sam. I was taking pictures and videos of the sky without really understanding what I was doing. Just felt right for me to start taking pictures. And I think we all have similar stories where we sensed something was happening, but we didn't know what it was, and we didn't have an understanding of it. That's where Sam comes in. Sam is the one that's telling the world and teaching us who have sensed something, help us understand what it is we were seeing, and then we start seeing it ourselves. And that's an exciting evolutionary time right now where Chris is at. I remember those days when I was barely starting to see this information, and it's an exciting time. Time.
I mean, you're just going to learn. It's been 6-7 months now, and every week I think, how can I learn? How am I feel like I'm just in an advanced PhD program in college or something. It's been absolutely crazy.
That's nice to hear.
Is pretty wild. And with regards to seeing the planets for yourself, I came across the group. I'm saying, okay, they're talking about there's planets in the sky, and I'm looking, maybe for a month, I can't see anything. And then, my subconscious is telling me, everything we've been seeing is normal.
Yeah, these guys are crazy. That this couldn't possibly be. There's just no way that there are big, huge planets in the sky. And
it's a struggle. It's a struggle. We all have that struggle where and we still do sometimes from time to time where like we think, really, am I losing it? Am I crazy here? But then the evidence completely trumps any doubt, because you won't have doubt. And then all of a sudden the skies speak to you and you're like, holy shit, this really
there it
is
is again. There it is again. There it is again. There it is again. There it is again.
You know,
December, it is the craziest, most exciting 7 years.
What is that? Yeah, what is that? Is that a blue asteroid?
No, that's the green asteroid.
The green. Yeah, green. That's where the Green Lantern's from.
Let's say hi to Maria. Hi, Maria.
Oh, sir, you are so easily distracted.
Just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But now that we're talking about movies, and I want to highlight that most of my education comes from movies and series, so I'm gonna be highlighting that from some movies and series that I've seen.
Yeah,
that's fine. I was questioning myself, like I was watching this movie about Egypt that you were mentioning, like how back in those days they were capable to build these pyramids, that they were so perfectly shaped, and with people that at the moment they didn't have the technology to build these kind of infrastructure.
Yeah, and how are they going to move stones that are weighing 50 and 60 tons?
Yes.
When you need to have knowledge of math to have made the Egyptian pyramids. You had to. It's lined up with Orion's belt. It's lined up the measurements. There had to have been more than engineers did that.
They have to have equations.
It wasn't slaves. It was people with it was people with a much higher level of education, for whatever reason.
Yeah, and they work out the plane value. Actually, the pyramid is not really four-sided. It's actually sort of there's a line in between, and it's laid out in the term of phi and pi.
You're
and
right,
the equation of phi and pi versus each other puts out all of these stones are stacked and they are creating a weight. And then the centralized point of that weight is actually creating energy. And this is why I still to this day believe that pyramids are broadcast power stations. And there's also a cross reference if anybody wants to really dig into something. And I'm gonna briefly touch on this because I'm reaching into classified information. There is something going on in Alaska. They're actually starting to admit to it now. It has to do with Mount Hayes, or the Black Pyramid of Alaska. You can look into that. And they're just now starting to release some of these little tidbits of information. So there's a whole topic to get. And there are pyramids all over the planet. Oh, yeah. And they were laid out along the ley lines and all of this to have a level of technological advancement that we don't even comprehend yet in our civilization. And there's a lot, and we also have to remind people that we do not own Earth. There are other races that do. We are just merely the guest workers. And that's hard to take into account, and people are going to get mad at me for that. A lot already have and still do. But there's a lot more going on. And that, the evidence of that is so overwhelming that we can no longer argue with it whatsoever.
Right. There's more than enough proof, more than enough.
Graham
Hancock, it's better to have more than not
David
enough.
Talbot, Zacharias Sitchin, Emmanuel Velikovsky, the list goes on and on and on. And of course, these people have all been ostracized. I love this photo. This, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon. It's just cutting into the sun. You can see the yellow face just right by the green asteroid there on the upper little green dot. And then Saturn is the red ball because this goes back to 2019. And then the purple-blue area is planet Nibiru.
Wow. And this is what we see constantly on the right of the sun. This view hasn't changed. I mean, it comes in closer, and sometimes you'll see it bigger than other times. But basically, this is the same thing that you'll see. You'll see Nibiru behind, and the Saturn, which is much smaller. So half of the frame. Yeah, there you go. half of the frame is the background is blue, and that's Nibiru, which is a massive planet, and then you have much smaller Saturn right in front of it with this little yellow moon that puts off these wings, which we see. It was a big topic of folklore and things coming up as a winged planet, and many people confuse it with Nibiru, the winged planet. And that's probably where the rumors come from, because the Saturn has that same look. It has a wing, which is an ion tail, because its moon is so close.
You can see it in this white line here on this
planet that it puts off ion tail that wraps around both sides of the planet, so it puts off this wing-looking view.
And then it extends way behind the planet off in the distance to the right, and you can see that with a purple light line that's coming out of the center here in front of his Saturn, and that is the ion tail that wraps around.
You can see we see this ion tail in pictures.
Oh, I saw it today
and over all the time. It's always the same.
As I'm driving home from the store today, I saw it today, and that's what I saw behind the clouds. Was that big, huge ion tail. And when you see it over and over again in the background behind the clouds, behind our normal atmospheric clouds, and you see it over and there it is on the right-hand side, and there's nothing like it on the left whatsoever. And day after day after day, there it is. And that, that's the number one. And when I'm, driving back from the store, driving back from Missoula or whatever, and I see that, I just sit there and smile and go, yep, I'm right.
Like I mentioned on your comment, Sam, doesn't it feel good to be right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Frankly, it does. I'm really, and that's where that big, elation smile comes from every time that we get these captures that show us. Like, here's another example of it. That's exactly what I saw today. Is the ion tail on the right-hand side, and then look, see that rounding that's cutting into the sun? That is a Saturn proper. And the Saturn's yellow moon is right there with the ion trail drifting to the right and nothing on the left. And that's exactly what I saw today.
Yeah.
Including the cutoff and the flaring and the enlargement and the belling out of the solar flare. It gets way bigger because it's being cut off.
Yeah.
I think part of the most magical part, yes, but
it is magical.
The fact that it is magical. I mean, the fact that, we can prove that there is this other solar system. We have all this photographic documentation that proves it, but also about your drawings and how they're drawn in advance and they match up perfectly. So you combine all that, and to me, it is a magical scenario.
It is.
I mean, it's just captivating, really. Right.
Absolutely.
So,
and I'll say this for the 8,000th time, you guys, look at the water. There's no light on the other side. They do not come and slap you. The U.S. government does not come in and slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong.
At 18 years old.
Yeah.
At 17, I don't know if she even knows about that. If we talked about that. Sam had a 30-year non-disclosure agreement, forced on him to sign back in 1980. So, he couldn't even say anything about this till 2010.
Let's start a little bit behind. Let's back up a little bit and explain.
Yep.
Have Sam explain how his paper what effects writing that paper in high school had for him, and how that got things started.
Right. It started off with a homework assignment.
Yeah, it was a term paper for second semester term paper for advanced chemistry class, my junior year, which is the 11th grade in high school. And I sort of made a joke. I didn't really, because all we had to do was boil this stuff down and this stuff down in a little isomizing dish and create a powder, and that's all we had to do for a grade in the class. And I thought, well, that's silly. I'm tired of boiling compounds and making powder. And so I thought, well, I'm going to take on, I was being ridiculous. And I said, well, I'm going to take on Einstein and how I don't agree with his description of the solar system and the dinner plate. And my understanding of atomic chemistry and compounding and the shell structure of chemistry, how an element and another element join, and then they trade protons and neutron counts in the shell structure. And because of my base understanding of chemistry, I knew that what works in the tabletop also has to work out in space. And Einstein was never fluent enough to have what they call a unification model. He had a sort of a unification model, but it never worked. And so I sort of just took that on and I said, no, in my opinion, according to how our solar system is laid out and how we have this odd jog in our atmosphere out in Uranus and Neptune, where there's this weird influencing orbital pattern. That's what created the original discussion of Planet X per se. And I had, of course, back then at that or somewhere around there, I think I might even have been reading Velikovsky at the time or just immediately after. And so my understanding when I said, nah, because of that strange orbital extra that created everybody's opinion of Planet X. And I've never believed that there could be this dark rogue planet out there by itself. And how could it possibly have life on it? And then that cross-referenced in with Zachariah Sitchin and all of that going, well, we believe in there being other races influencing Earth. So in order to have people on this other planet that was intermittently appearing, including going back all the way to the religious side where they talk about the star where the three wise men followed the star that was not our star. So how do you don't have a rogue star wandering through a solar system by itself.
Orion's belt.
Or that is not that connected that way. But there wasn't this free rogue star that these three wise men. And so all of this blended into one thing. So I wrote my paper saying, well, I believe that we had to have at least two stars. And then I laid out an example because we have an inner iron core on our Earth. It's full of iron and all, and mercury and gold and this and all of this stuff in different layers inside our core. Because of that, I immediately assumed that we had to have a 2-atom soft metals group. And that's what I wrote my paper on. And then I got accused of cheating. And then I did an equation on the chalkboard. And I said, well, give me any equation. And the next door adjoining biology professor at the high school I was at, he also worked at the University of Montana as a professor there as well. So he came up with the equation, put it on the chalkboard, and I finished it in a matter of about 2.5 minutes. And he's feverishly writing this down with a pencil. And this man is sweating. And for the life you couldn't. I mean, we're in a Catholic high school, and you don't sweat because it's always cold because they don't have a lot of money to even heat the building. And so I'm watching this guy sweat. I didn't even know for years why. And come to find out, he apparently had turned this in for recognition, for accreditation for the school. And then within about 2 to 3 months, I come home from school and my parents are sitting there having coffee and they're pouring coffee for the NSA and the FBI. 2 men in black are sitting in my living room. And then they offered me this job and they gave me a card and I was supposed to have an appointment the next day. And I went and met them. And immediately the first thing that the guy hands me is this non-disclosure agreement.
Wow.
So I just even find out what the job that they were offering me was. And of course they tried to recruit me and did recruit me for what's known as the Far Seeing Project. And you can look that up. It's now declassified. Otherwise I couldn't even mention it, but it has to do with remote viewing. And there's a ton of information out there about that, et cetera. So long story short, that's the background.
It was very detailed too, but yeah, I mean, just to go from doing a homework assignment to realizing that you discovered something that no one in our lifetime that we know of has,
I kind of put it aside. I went, okay, whatever, and I never figured that there would be any way that we could prove this. But then during the interview, I was informed that there were other people on those planets. And I kind of assumed so, because if we're here, they've got to be there. And natural assumptions for me, which most people wouldn't make because I think differently than other people do. And then they confirmed that they were, of course, understandably on their way. And anyone who back in the early years in the 70s knew that, quote unquote, Planet X was on the way within 50 years or less. Wow. And as of 2009, I'm out in my yard. And I've been filming some stuff that I was, wondering what the hell it was because I was seeing a blob with planets, which I now know are planets. But I thought, well, maybe it's just this, nebula type event coming our direction. but you could film it on a camera and you could see it. But the moment you took the camera away and looked in the sky at night, our human eye didn't see anything. And you put the camera back up and whoa, there it is again. And I had a bunch of footage on that. And unfortunately, I fried it somehow because I don't do well with electronics. I fry things. And then I'm in my yard raking the leaves one day in 2009-ish. And I see a very large, like the size of a beach ball, if you're holding it out in front of your hand at arm's length. I see this beach ball sized illumination, 3/4 illumination of a planet. And the side facing and the land masses and everything. And I went, oh shit, they're here. I had literally mercifully forgotten about it. Never ever thought that I would have the opportunity to even discuss this with anyone. Because no one, as the government even told me, no one's going to believe me anyway. And then lo and behold, here they are. Wow. So I better start watching. And that's literally about 2010, 11, and 12. And we started watching Antarctica because I knew that the SETI Alpha project had gone down to Australia. So they wanted to see the southern half of the planet for some reason. So I thought, they're coming up from underneath us. And lo and behold, turned out I was right.
Wow.
And then 210, 211, 212, we saw them coming up from under Earth, but we didn't actually physically see them in the actual sky all the way up until about 2011. And that's when the second star got here. And then the sun started rising in the northeast. And what that actually was the larger star was so bright compared to our smaller star, which was due east. And we have a few pictures of that. Proving with the refractions in the water and everything showing it's real, not a sun flare or a sundog or any of that. And so we started seeing events where the sun was coming up in the northeast. And ever since that occurred, the arc of the sun, we talk about high noon. We've never seen a high noon where at noon here in the northern hemisphere, the sun used to be directly overhead at high noon, which is where the term comes from. And then as of 2011, that stopped. And now all of a sudden, still to this day, our arc of our sun, the sun rises in the northeast. It goes oddly down to the east, down to the south, and then it goes to the southwest and then sets in the west. And so that whole arc of our sun is completely changed. And we also know that all the planets tipped in 2011 from NASA. And this is when the illumination on the poles and all the normal planets occurred. When the second star got here. And that's how we know. And then the back below CMEs and all of that, which is how we know we have two stars.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride.
It's been a ride. Yeah, it's been a ride. Because you started talking about it in 2010. You couldn't say anything about it for 30 years, you know, and then to go from, just one day trying to announce this to at least where we are today. I mean, it's not been easy. It's taken 14 years to tell one person at a time.
Yeah, and it's been a decade of people laughing at
put all this together. I mean, it's taken a long time and many people to, compile all of this information that we're now, getting ready with Rocket Man and Pamela's help, make this mainstream.
And in the early years, the planets were much smaller. And you could look south and you could see Nibiru, you could see Saru on the other side. You could see all the littler tiny planets, and you could see little tiny red dot of Saturn, a little green dot, a little blue dot of Matim, and then the larger the Titans, of course, were Saru and Nibiru, and then the two gas giants started showing up. And that was 2012-13. And then Uri was much smaller back then. And then it started coming closer, bigger and bigger and bigger. So we got to watch. And this is the reason I'm bringing this up is because we're looking at the bottom of Nepesi. Go back.
Uh-oh. Yep.
And we got to learn the base cloud patterns. Now, these base clouds are a cloud reaction on the southern pole of the planets, we believe. Now, they're not directly attached to the planets, but there is a lower, just below them, cloud-like pattern that each one of the planets has a different pattern. And because they were smaller years ago, we got to learn them and how they interact when they get bigger and bigger and bigger and come into us and do a close pass.
I have a great example of that in a video I posted. I sent it to you, Rebecca, of how that interaction between that atmosphere, which is just below, and you could see the distance, that there's some distance between that base cloud and the actual planet.
Was it a photo or a
It
video?
was the video. It was kind of like it was an after sunset video. I was up like at 7,000 feet up on the mountain. And the view was just amazing.
I can get those.
I had a very close pass, but you could see what looks to me like a finger cloud on the bottom, which is what Sam is referring to as a base cloud. Each of these planets puts off a different base cloud.
Was the video? Was it long or was it sideways?
No, it was the one. It was only like 14 seconds, I believe.
I know. I mean, you sent me because if they're long,
I sent you a few. Yeah, there's one that's dark. That's kind of just a few minutes long. Not a few minutes. There's one that's a minute and two.
Okay. I'll pull up what I have. We'll start there.
That's the one I think would be best to show because it really shows the base cloud at a good distance.
Well,
you could cut it in half too. You want me to cut it in half?
Thunder, we didn't say back low CMEs. We said back blow, as in a coronal mass ejection that went off the backside of the sun.
I don't think that's
and it reached out to the larger star behind it, and it actually enveloped the facial of the larger star because they were interacting between each other. They were having a discharge. And the back blow, BLOW, would reach to the sun and to the larger sun, and then we saw evidence of the material in the facial coronal activity on our normal star dropped.
Was it right there?
Yeah,
there's a perfect example of that base cloud we're talking about now.
And this is actually Nibiru.
I knew it. I knew that finger cloud.
See how it's like a hand rather than because the
exactly.
Necessity has
when I asked you, Rebecca, I was like, "Is that Nibiru's finger?"
Yeah, that's the base cloud.
But look at the sky on the left. That is our sky, and then all this finger looking. It looks like a hand kind of holding a ball. We're seeing
our
moon cloud on that planet.
It shows you how the size of our moon versus Nibiru. Our moon's that white dot.
Yeah. Which shouldn't be on that side either. That's just facing west.
Well, it does move from east to west. It just depends on how deep south or how deep north it is. And that's the standard pathway of our moon. Of course, our moon
and also that gives you an idea that how close they look, but how close they're really not, because this is way beyond our moon. Our moon was 200 and some thousand miles away.
265,000 miles away.
65,000 miles away. Yeah. So it looks close, but it's not as close as many would think it is. It's far out there, but close enough to see with the human eye.
Okay, and you can also see that the base line of illumination of the light shining underneath Nibiru, in between the fingers. See that white area that's lighter blue? That is the rounded lower part of the planet, and it shows you the difference between the base cloud and the actual planet. And there's land masses there.
Yeah, we have documentation of that too as well. This was I took a video of my current skies. I thought maybe I could start doing that before the show just to kind of get a feel of what. Current events,
and around everywhere, everybody's got their heads tipped.
I tried to tell a couple of guys behind me at the checkout today at the dollar store, and one guy was seemed interested, but the other guy just thought I was full of it and said that was impossible. He wouldn't. Nope.
We'd be dead.
So, and I pulled up my phone. I'm like, see here. It's like a mini lesson at the checkout line. But I mean, some people are open, and and then there's some that are just absolutely won't accept it.
Well, and as Pamela was saying earlier, this goes really against everything that she's been taught in school, and I think that's the biggest struggle that people have.
Exactly it. And that's what I told him. I said,
it's really difficult because since you grow up in school, they tell you certain things that planets can't be that close, or else we'd have these gravitational forces that would pull apart the Earth and all that. So there's a lot of information that is hardwired into our brain since
preparing
early
people
on.
for this day.
And I think this is cyclic. This is cyclic. This happens every 3,000 years. We've seen it in our history how civilizations have come and gone, and it all adds up to around the period of time, as Sam says, the Mycenaean time was about the last time where
and the
a lot of civilizations just disappeared, which was around 3,000 years ago. So it's cyclic, and there's a lot of predictive programming, as they say. So there is a lot to let go of that information and kind of assimilate what we are trying to teach people.
And it's
a big step to take. It's a big step to take. You have to really let go of everything you think you know, because and not everybody can do that.
Yeah, he's pointing out
they tell us what they want us to think, what they want us to believe. I mean, and they knew this time was coming. They prepared people, decades in advance.
They overreacted as well. I think a great deal of the DUMBs were created out of a level of fear. They may still need them. However, I think they were probably over preparing. And actually, I think, frankly, they're going to set themselves up
for the
Eloy scenario from the Time Machine.
Sorry, I'll get back to it.
The transition of Egypt, even back in this time period where we go back that one cycle, there's even recorded end of a dynasty scenario where they went into mass drought, and that's also recorded in the Abrahamic religion development of the Old Testament, where the Sumerians actually had to send their slave population back to their origin because they too were running into climate change issues and could no longer feed their slave population. And that's when they returned the early Palestinians that were enslaved for over 80 years, including Abraham, who was taken as a small child and then grew up to be elderly, and then they were released back and sent back to Palestine. And those people that got back there called themselves the Jews, even though they were cousins once removed, and I mean removed by slavery within 1 to 2 minor generations, depending on point of view, that they were returned back to the Mediterranean Sea, because they had to release these slaves because they couldn't afford to feed them anymore.
Yeah.
Same thing happened in Egypt as well.
Yes.
With the dynasty.
Our history shows it all over. It's all over the place. But this video is current. This was a couple of days ago, and I wanted just to iterate. This is what you'll see. Was north and southwest. Enormous in the sky, and if you didn't know what to look for, you were
looking at Natu's moon and the red asteroid coming in from the upper left corner.
If you didn't know what to look for, I darkened this just a little bit just to make it more obvious to people here who are new to this information, right? But there's a lot of sun glare. There's a ton of sun glare. If you don't know what you're looking for, it's really easy to move, really easy to miss, very easy to miss. I think that this video kind of shows that how easily.
Look at the dark areas first. Always look at the dark areas first.
You could see an enormous round object there, planet, moon, but it's
like this.
That too, and then the currently we know that the red asteroid is still coming in, just like that. Yeah.
Yeah, play from start to finish. Play from start to finish, and I think you'll get an idea how things could basically be out of view. And also, our eyes miss a lot. Eyes miss a lot. We really miss a lot. But look at the scale of things. This is enormous. I mean, we are very used to using just a small what we see in our peripheral vision, but if you want to look at the planets, if you want to learn this information, you have to learn to think very big. As far as your arms can go, this in the sky could be an entire planet, at any given time. And I think it's
a lot of people get lost on that because they're used to seeing Venus or Jupiter as this dot in the sky with maybe just a little ring pattern around it. If we look through the telescope, well, there it is. But this is what we're used to, and we've had so many people that for the longest time will say, "All I see is clouds." Well, no, you have to perceive that rounded edge is the huge part about it, and then when it becomes illuminated on that facial edge, and you see the light rounding into the edge, and you get that few minute view of it, and you actually, if you spend the time to watch it in the sky when it's occurring, you will actually see the planet once you realize that they are sky fillers. They are so big because they're big, and B, they're so close to us and passing that. And that's the huge part that argues with your brain. This is, well, why aren't we crashing into each other? Because they don't. Because they have an opposite polarity than we do, and they exist separate of us, and yet we're connected, but we're not.
Hey, Rebecca, me and Pamela are going to go ahead and drop. We've got work to do, and got to get up early tomorrow. But we wanted to thank you very much for inviting us to your show, and we're very excited and happy with everything that's going on. And
I'm glad you're on.
Thank you, Sam.
And hopefully we didn't overwhelm you with information. For us, it's taken years to learn all this stuff that we dropped on you in a matter of an hour. So I know it takes time to kind of soak that in.
I told her to start taking pictures and send her pictures, and we can, go over her pictures, on the shows and help her learn as well, but entertain us what her sky looks like there in Colombia.
Yeah, and I love that we have a neutral party here too. So that's good.
And on the next show, I'm going to bring more reference from other movies and series because I have a bunch of things that just came up in my mind.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I want to discuss.
By all means, develop your level of science. You can be all you can be. And work on what you feel comfortable with in your science. And by the way, science is not that hard. Just trust in yourself and trust in your eyes. Don't worry about what everybody else says. And then, and no question is stupid. It's only stupid not to ask.
Right.
So if you have a question, immediately say so. And then we appreciate it.
There's no such thing as stupid, only unlearned.
Yeah. So, and you're welcome back anytime you're ready.
Okay, and I want to say thank you to all the subscribers too. Thank you for
like,
watching.
subscribe, smash that like button. Get the notifications so that you know when we're on and we're talking. And tell your friends and share because we all have to get this out. We have to share. We have to get this information so everybody can learn this, because once they do, it'll become generalized information, and then off we go. And then we have more sky watchers out there from around the world sending us more information.
Yeah, I don't believe we have anybody in Colombia.
We do now.
In Medellin, Colombia. Medellin.
Wonderful. Yeah, she's going to join our Facebook sites too. She's going to join our Facebook sites. So we're going to see. We'll see her in her post on Facebook.
And very often.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
We should probably put her at Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or
we can do that.
Because I'm still trying to weed through some issues going on in Skywatcher 1 and Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher.
I'll send her an invite.
So it's kind of hard, everybody. I had to remove a whole bunch of member requests because there's so many coming in. I can't go through all of them. So I'm getting bombed from a whole bunch of hackers from India. A lot. I mean, unbelievable amounts.
It's been relentless since I don't know, a week ago. It really ramped up. People just popping up with their laughing emojis and just warning, just a disclaimer, Pamela. We deal with a lot of trolls and a lot of people ridiculing this information, but people are going to be people. So
it hurts.
This can honestly bring out the worst in people. I don't know why, but it does.
They hate it.
But once you can't unsee it, so it doesn't really matter what people say.
Oh boy. But thank you guys. And
thank you.
I'll be messaging you tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be pick up working on everything. So
we'll keep you posted. We'll be working tomorrow.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Hey.
Yes, yes.
Bye.
See ya.
See you later. Bye bye.
So, Christoper, what have you been working on this week?
Oh, well, I've been getting a lot of pictures of Atu's moon, but I haven't really seen it look, I haven't seen the purple yet. And then this week, the pictures, they just showed it.
Are you going out in the morning?
Believe it. There's Atu's moon. It's as white as can be. And then right to the left of the sun and to the left of Atu's moon, there's Atu. And it's this purple,
dark,
maybe a little bit of green in there too. I couldn't believe it. And it's been really hard for me to take pictures because when I go outside, it's so bright. I try to get a picture of the sun and then I try to take pictures on both sides, So now I'm not even seeing what I'm taking pictures of. I just know where to aim the camera, and then I go back and review the pictures because
that's what we need. Yes, do that.
Yeah.
If you want to avoid lens flares, you could put your camera, take a box and cut a small hole in it. You can put your hand into it, and then shoot from inside the box, so the lens flare lighting doesn't come in from the side on the lens, and then you're getting the sky. Or you can put your own hand up in front of you and then pull your camera close to your chest.
Okay.
Or just, or even like a sheet of cardboard that you could hold up in your right hand if you're filming with your left or whatever. That'll cut that lens refraction, so you'll actually get an out view rather than a blinded out view. Because down in where you're at in the desert, I would imagine you're getting so much nasty sun. It's unbelievable.
Well, yeah. And then the pictures actually come out like this one day. It was so bright. It was full. The sky was full of clouds. I couldn't even tell. Pictures that I got.
There are good days and bad.
And the sky was so dark blue in the places that it should be like that. I'm just shocked every time I take pictures. I'm seeing things. I'm seeing new things every time I take pictures now, and it's been pretty wild.
It's a wild ride. It really is. I go out there and I do the parking lot 360, and I'm blocking it with my hand, and I'm looking up, and I'm sure people think I'm absolutely out of my mind, and I'll just say, oh, I'm watching eagles, because we have a lot of eagles up here, and then they of course aren't going to look for that either. If you told them you were watching, a one-eyed, one-eared flying purple people eater, they wouldn't look either. So they just chalk you up immediately as a nut job.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'm doing my laundry, and I gotta go deal with that just for one.
Yeah, I bypass my laundry.
Fine.
Yeah, Tuesday, is usually my day off to do laundry, so I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, normally I do it Mondays and Tuesdays, and I looked at the pile of new towels because the girls were showering a lot this week, which is good for teenagers. And I got a mountain of towels again. Oh boy.
Yeah, every day is laundry day at my house. So
there you go. I imagine when you have a lot of people,
really every day is laundry, dishes, cooking, life. Yeah.
Now this is got to be, oh boy, this has got to be, wow. This is almost nighttime sighting. It's an illuminated planet, I promise you that. I'm trying to figure out which one.
Right.
I am very tempted to say Atu's moon, but these straight lines, that's weird.
Yeah.
It seems like Nepicity to me.
The angle would be different.
Yeah.
I'd have to know where.
What else has lines up and down?
Yeah, but it's strange.
And the color, I've seen Nepicity, this color.
Well, it's the internal illumination that's got me.
Yeah.
And Atu's moon does that before Nepicity would.
But the stripes.
I'm looking more at the
maybe. I mean, maybe Atu's moon does have.
Yeah, when was this taken?
Too.
Where was this taken?
Right.
I think it's mystery.
Okay, we know it's a planet. We can't say.
I know.
We know it's a planet because it's illuminated like above us inside this cloud group.
Right. I mean, here is one of. For
See
comparison.
the angle. See the angle is different.
The color is right. Yeah. The angle is different. The colors.
Yeah, and the illumination is at the bottom because we know that the bottom of the planet is being illuminated because this is past sunset, and the angle of light is shining upward and illuminating the bottom base cloud of Nepesity.
Okay.
But this
maybe it's Atu's moon.
I think it's kind
of. This is a different. This is vertical almost, not semi-horizontal.
Because you can almost see it behind the stripes.
Right. There's an illuminated object that's causing the light inside.
Yeah.
And that's why we're seeing the back rounded area of these outside of these things are dark and the inside are the light area.
Wow.
Man, we're such like detectives, like sky detectives here.
Oh boy, we're like picking out every perfect, but it's definitely 80% perfect. And then of course we go ahead.
No, you finish up on that one.
Well, we've got so many pictures for so many years going back. That's how we culminate the information, and we're not trying. This is where I stop myself and say it's a planet, and I'm not going to continue on one picture because we can't really attribute to one picture. We have to attribute to all the work.
We can't be positive,
and the proof that we've gathered. And you can't understress that it has to be 5, 8, 10, 15 examples of something before we can really be sure what we're talking about.
And the fact that you mentioned that just makes for better science too,
It is. We do science. We're not doing it. Oh, we're a gossip channel and I don't mean to belittle Mr. BB333, but he takes sightings and then he does a show on one or two of his sightings that someone sent in this week, and then there's no summation of gathering of all of these puzzle pieces to put them together, where we do that. And we do that because we've been doing it for coming up on our 14th year, and we got to watch the planets come in. We knew the planets were coming, and where he did not.
I was just going to say hi to Felipe. This is Felipe. He's here with us, so welcome. And let's see. Oh, this next picture is from Gray Guy. Gray Guy sent this to me in our email, and I think he would like to get your opinion, Sam.
Nibiru.
Sweet.
See the bottom base cloud?
I do.
And you want the old 2011 base cloud picture?
That'd be nice. I probably have it, but I may not. So you should send it to me just in case.
But let me go down to the old bottom of the file here and try and drag that out.
Yeah.
It's in my bottom Z file where I keep all my older Nibiru pictures in Z. Why that makes sense, I don't know, but that's where they are.
In Z. Okay. Yeah, if it works for you.
It's just. I get to the point where sometimes I don't want to move pictures because I know where they are now, and then all I'm going to be doing is confusing myself. There's one, and I'll grab this other one, which, believe it or not, is in the Quadrule A file. And, I just remember and know that. Okay, where are you? These are both 2011 captures, which is why I'm thinking of the second one, if I can find it here. And it's really, it's one of the early ones, going back to where you have to actually have your eye kind of understand what you're looking at. Because, come on, there you go. There's two of those, and we'll start there with these. Okay. This is the reason that we're talking about this is the picture that we were just looking at. That's 2012. That's not those.
Right.
Go back to that picture that we were just looking at, please.
Okay, got it.
Okay, see that area, that base white area that is the base cloud? It's sort of like a straight band straight across from the house point all the way to the right side as well. It has a almost like a piece of paper laying on the bottom of the planet. Now, these two other pictures that I just sent you, when you bring them up, I want you to compare that whitish band to the 2011 pictures.
Okay.
As the base cloud. That's why I'm calling this Nibiru. And I think this picture may be a couple of months old. Tell me if I'm wrong. If it's new,
great guy.
It could be.
If you're, can you put in the comments when you took this picture and where you're located?
Of course, the planets are doing things that I don't get to see here in Montana because a lot of times we have a lot of clouds.
And a time frame and direction is always nice also.
Well, I can tell.
I've seen that today in the eastern sky. It was huge. What time frame in the eastern sky?
Yeah, I'm looking at the light.
Okay.
In the east. Wow. Now remember, is that they're crossing over from the right side to the left now too. So
I was going to say hi to our skies
in the early part of the day and not in the later part of the day, afternoons, evenings lately, because I've been busy with the kids and cooking and cleaning and all of that.
Our skies today is here. So hello. Happy to see you.
See the base, see that little band of lighter blue above the base cloud?
Yeah,
That's what makes me want to call that picture Nibiru, because it has that same similar banding. Where Nepesity, where Rebecca is seemingly disagreeing with me. I kind of chuckled with that.
For a split second, I was thinking,
no, not you, Rebecca. Rebecca, as in Rebecca in the comments. Rebecca Stollard, and I don't want to argue with you, but there's no Nepesity banding on that picture.
This one here,
and if there was banding Nepesity bottom, see, there's no normal Nepesity fingers, multi fingers.
Yeah.
Where Nibiru has much wider fingers, is also way bigger, and look where it is in the sky. It is the sun is somewhat behind us here, and depending on the time of the day, that'll make the difference of what direction we're looking at. It kind of looks like Nepesity, but it doesn't.
Right. I felt that when I saw it too. I mean, I do see what she's saying.
Go back to the 2011. See that white band? And there's that white band again. It is rounded in this shot, and then move on to that next picture.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If great guy, if you could tell us what time or time frame, was it 10, 11?
Yeah.
What time?
AM, PM, afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now here, this is an early one, and this was captured, as you can see, the blue water in the Caribbean, in 2011. And you can see the micro clouds and land masses in this. And this is the earliest when it's first being sighted on Earth by people. People in the South, in South Africa or Australia, New Zealand, some of the Malaysian, Asian countries. They saw this far sooner than we did. And that's why in 2012, that picture you showed in 2012, and then I can give you the standardized 2012 picture that we use for Montana Skywatcher all the time.
Okay.
And I don't think we show that often enough. Okay. There's another 2011 picture. Okay.
I'm sitting west at 4 p.m.
Okay, at 4 p.m. that would mean that the sun is. Wow,
my pick. He says, I see now west at 4 p.m.
Okay, wow.
I want to say hello to our skies today. Somebody I've followed for some time now. Put some pretty cool.
I have too. Me too.
Of his channel. So glad to have you here. I don't know if I've seen you here before, but really nice to have another fellow Skywatcher watching. So join the show.
He talks in code. Who talks in code? Okay. All right. I'm reading.
I'm guessing.
I know. We're all trying to keep up with everybody.
I'm guessing he's talking about our skies today, maybe.
All right, Sam. He says it's actually in the north.
But so a lot of people talk in code.
I mean, Nibiru. Sorry.
Yeah, of course I'd have to. It's really. I occasionally do make mistakes off of single pictures when they're small like this, and a lot of it has to do with discerning what direction we're looking, what time of day it is, where it's from, etc. And that helps a lot.
4 p.m. in the north is a Nibiru location. North at sunset.
Yeah, 4 p.m. in the north, that would be Nibiru.
Right.
I just want to put something out there to Rebecca Stellar. I'm not sure who you're referring to. I'm guessing you're referring to our skies today. How he talks in code. We have had that issue for many years now, and we're fed up with it. Having to not be able to speak what we want to talk about and what we discuss here. We have to talk in code. We constantly get strikes for this. Rebecca almost had her channel recently struck over a copyright thing. This freedom of speech is no longer a thing. So we are in the works right now of developing a site where we can be free to talk about these things without being censored, without being blocked, without being ostracized. We're building a community where we're going to be safe to share what our pictures and our captures with like-minded people, and we really hope that everybody gets on board with that, because it's going to be big. It's going to be huge, guys. We've been waiting to do this, and we have a very great group of people that are behind us doing this. So between our knowledge of the sky and their knowledge of tech and all those technical things, we're getting a site ready here in the next month or so. We should have it up and running, where it's going to be a safe community for everybody to get together and talk about these things without being worried of being ostracized, being censored, or any of that. So we welcome everybody to the Citizen Science Project, which will be coming soon, where you won't have to worry about that anymore. Where free speech will be free.
Of course, we'll still have a level of compromise. There's some things I cannot actually talk about.
No, we will remain. What we do on Montana Skywatchers is what we and Nibiru Followers Anonymous will be what we do on this site. We do planets here, guys. We do planets. We do the Nibiru system. I want to be very clear that we don't do flat Earth. We are not flat Earth believers. We are not.
We don't grab onto conspiracy.
We are not. We do what we do on Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous is what we're going to do at the Citizen Science Project. We are not compromising that. We are not going to change what we do. We will have adhered to a strict thing, but it will be a place where we can talk about this without having to do it in code and without having to do that
with time-proven information only. We're not going to sit there and
exactly.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about little blips that nobody can actually see what it is, and it's blurry.
It's going to be an extension of what we're doing now.
Right, but we do include a little ET study because we have a drastic dire proof of the Empire Orb, the Texas Cube, the Longbox Cube, all of the Star Destroyer craft, and a good huge portion of lander craft and new craft and support craft, where like the Starfighter docking stations and the don't forget the space tube and all of these new arrivals that we have regular sightings of. If they were not regular sightings, they are not openly discussed, and they are not topic in Montana Skywatchers 1 or 2, and we're really strict about that. We're not trying to create a scenario where everybody gets
and we will remain. That discipline will remain in place at our other site as well.
And speaking of conspiracy theories, I watched a new video on the Miami sighting again today. I wrote the name down, and I'll probably post it in Skywatcher 1 because that's my library deposit where I put information that's not being regularly discussed by the masses. Because most of the people in Montana Skywatcher 2, that's a different development group of the science level. The older members are at Skywatcher 1. and the two, and people have migrated to 2 overall. But yeah, it was interesting what they showed some pictures that were not out in public anywhere else. So if you guys want a copy of that, I'll send it to you personally.
Absolutely. I would like to see
I have the video name written down, and it's on YouTube, of course. But we talk about topics that we have proven, not stuff that we assume or we think or God, somebody sent me this today and we don't know what it is, so why don't we all
and we it's imperative that we don't turn into what all these other groups have turned into, where it's just a free-for-all, people running wild kind of scenario. Like we have become this because we have been strict in what we follow and what we do. So I agree with Sam. It's very important that you all know that going into this, because things are going to be bigger, but they're going to be bigger and they're going to be more freer, but they're not going to change. The subject matter here is not going to change. We will not compromise that at all.
And that's why we're number one, and we
about it last night. And it's important that we do make that clear from the beginning, that we do what we do at Montana Skywatchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous will remain the same model, so to speak, at the new website, at the new site.
And all of this information is gathered for people's educational and entertainment. And you're allowed to laugh a little bit, just as long as you don't, get rude about it. And I understand this is unbelievably hard to believe. I was talking to my neighbor who's a retired scholastic. He's a teacher. He's a retired teacher, a professor. And I had that conversation with him, and I see his eyes, and I watch him slowly fading away as I'm describing what's going on above us, and I'm going, oh, it's really cool. I'm coming off like normal me, and he's looking at me like I'm batshit crazy. And I said, yeah, I realize that scholastically, with the group of people that you just recently retired from, where you live in this group of information and people that you work with on a daily basis. But what you have to realize, and I told him this directly, I said, this is happening. This is real. It's there. If you go back through the history, if you go back through thousands of years worth of people pointing out through this information and that information and this, the Chinese bamboo scrolls or the Matabharata or the green tablets, or you go back to Sitchin or Velikovsky or David Talbot, or any of these other scientists that have really stretched themselves across the board to kind of bend that new rule, to kind of point out to people that there's a lot more going on than we realize, to point out there were previous civilizations that we don't even know about because empirical science won't let them talk about it, because they're immediately ostracized and then they're wiped out from their careers and we never hear about them again, which is kind of what happened to Velikovsky.
And it happens to scientists all the time. Right. Anybody who steps outside of the line of, of
where you start reaching into
follows, we see them have repercussions. We see this constantly.
Which is part of why we have the set of rules that we do at Montana Skywatcher originally. And I hope that's carried over to some of our sister sites. Now I am noticing, and I'm going to a little bit spank Africa Skywatcher. What's their official title, Rebecca?
Oh, Nibiru Watch Africa.
Okay, I'm going to kind of scold them because he's embarking in levels of conjecture that is not approved by my site. So he can actually communicate with me, but I'm not going to sit there and scold him anymore. But I'm not going to correct him either because I expect that people take their own course and their own path, and I'm not going to tell him how to run his site. But if you're going to share my information or our information, I expect you to be factual and not reach into conjecture, please. Okay. Otherwise, I want to correct it, so don't make me.
It could just be a misunderstanding of, somewhere. And
he's reaching. He's using our information and reaching for conclusions that we haven't made.
Okay.
And some of his conclusions are correct, but some of them are not. And I'm not sister-sighted enough to him or close enough personally to him to correct him like you and I are, where I would go in and I would talk to you and I'd say, Rebecca, great picture, but you got this marked wrong. You need to change this or that. And I don't have that relationship with him in order to do that. And were I to go in and correct him, I believe that he would probably take it wrong. So I have not done that.
Yeah, I'll help him.
Through the grapevine, I'll ask him to be a little bit more literal and try not to reach across, information that you're inaccurate about. And I'm seeing some of that again.
And there's a lot of information that's already been proven, like there's really no need to kind of go exploring things that are not, yes, but there's no need to kind of go there when there's so much facts.
Yeah, we have enough base information. We don't have to add to it to the point where it becomes mythological or incorrect through gossip from time-proven gossip, where you just compiled gossip, because compiled gossip can lead you down pathways that you're going to get lost in. And an example is I'm not going to mention them. Never mind. Because they don't. There's groups out on the internet out there. And there's a really big one, and it's a letter of the alphabet, and we'll go from there. That people are really diving into. And we've talked about this in the past, where there are certain groups of people out there that actually do like getting the living hell scared out of them. And then they get used to it.
Yeah, you were talking about that, how people get addicted to the fear.
And then they're going to reach into a fear-laden, what we also in the business refer to as fear porn, where they start reaching in, and this is the people of the flat earth and the firmament and this and that and the other thing. And then we jump into what's her face, Dr. I don't want to down people publicly, but Dr. C, I think her first name starts with a C. And that goes to the Money Boys private secret physicist or whatever, and she talked a level of science I never heard of. So I'm doubtful that she's even a scientist. Anyway, and if she is, boy, she had a bad education. She should ask for a refund. But we go ahead, Christopher. You have something to say?
No, I'm just listening to you.
And people fall into that where they want to find that thing that scares the crap out of them again, because, oh my God, it has to be true, because, oh my, I'm afraid of it. And all the Dracos are going to land on Earth in mass horde next week. Somebody told me that the 18 and the 5th meet this, which meet that number, which meet this, that says that, and it's like, and the guy at the Super Bowl, if you take his 2 jerseys and add them from his early college career and his current jersey, it equals this. So on the date of that month, and it's like, huh? And all those people that dive into all this numerology and the psyop crap, and the government's out to get us, and it has to be space lasers, or HARP, or sun simulation, all of that, and you can't dive into that. And if you are finding yourself addicted, maybe there's professional help, or maybe you can actually correct yourself to come back to science and come back to logical science.
Unfortunately, we live in a time right now that I see that anger is a very big way of persuasion. It's a big way of keeping people from learning stuff. As I said earlier, with the sea trails, how people get angry to the point where they stop. And they stop there. They don't. They really focus on their anger, but they're not really questioning why they might be doing this.
Why would they?
If they really wanted to poison us, there's a lot easier ways than doing it publicly in an airplane above us. Okay, there'd be much easier way. All right. Yeah. So you stop when you're angry. Facebook puts more. Goes on a value system on their likes, love, laughing emoji, all of them, but the one they put more emphasis on is anger. That's the one that gets them the most.
I think we need to address something slightly political.
Yeah, and we see that in especially in the political.
I would kind of sort of like to roundabout address that.
everything is fear-based. Everybody wants to be afraid of the migrants coming in and Putin and everything that's going on, but everything is fear. And
well, we can't have this division in our country anymore. And I'm hearing and seeing some whispers where I actually saw a video where it was on a short, and this guy is calling for civil war, and it's like, what? We live in the greatest country. Unfortunately, we don't live in the richest country anymore because there's a lot of people who are making a lot of money on other things while we take care of the rest of the world. We hand out a lot of money to around the world, and I wish we didn't do that, but that's my personal opinion. I'm not going to say cut people off, but I wish we had a little better discretion. But this divisionist thing that's going on, and then because they're striking you through this fear thing that we're talking about, and so you're starting to buy into that so and so's out to get us and that guy's out to get us and they're going to do this to us. And if you're living in that world, I'm really sorry for you. That is not where you should be. Do not hate the guy across the street. Do not hate the guy in Boston. Do not hate the guy in Czechoslovakia or Sweden or Poland or I don't hate Putin. I just wish to God he wasn't doing what he's doing. Unfortunately, that is a world I can't even fathom. We have to come back to the common sense. We have to come back to logical. We can't be driven by the fear. We can't be driven by conspiracy theories. We can't be driven by this dark government.
We have to do things out of love, guys. Right. Love is the strongest, most one of the strongest embraces we can have. So
we cannot fight what we hate. We have to fight for what we love.
That's right.
Can't fight what we hate because then you're using what about ism. And if you're living in what about ism, then you're not being logical. We deal with science. We deal with what is ism, not what about ism.
No. Yeah. But yeah, the fear-based thing is really a big problem, I think, in mainstream and social media and everything is just people get really addicted to that, and it's a great tool for for a lot of because we live in a propaganda age right
now.
You're
viewing it through that H word, as Michelle is saying, hate, and I that's a word I don't even write. You will very rarely ever hear me use that word. I do, but it's rare and it's intentionally rare because words have power. Point of mind, what you perceive and what you take in around you is what you're going to get back. If you live in a world of drama and you cause drama to the people around you, well, then that's what you're going to get back. If you are concerned for your fellow man and you give them a fair and honest chance to talk, and then you take your turn to talk, then you're okay. But if you just want to drive your political or emotional or drama or whatever down their throats, then that's what you're going to get back.
Yep.
Anyway, we can go back to sky watching.
Well, I have a few pictures lined up that people have been sending me.
Hey,
so. Cool. Give me one moment. Let me try to get back to where I was.
For the first time, we're 2 hours 37 minutes in.
It's flying by. Always does.
I think we've touched on a lot. I think we've had a great show so far. We gave. I think Pamela might be a little bit overwhelmed right now. I'm kind of wondering how she's processing all this.
I bet she doesn't sleep tonight
because it takes a lot. It took for us. It was just gradually, but we dumped a lot of information on her all at once. So I'm just now, but wonder how she's gonna respond to this.
I was gonna give her permission to laugh at us, but I didn't want to go there.
Well, I'm anxious to get to know her more, on our groups on Facebook. She's going to be interacting with us. And so it's nice that she's going to get to know us and, our goal and
that is the idea. Is we're trying to connect with people around the world and add that point of view. And this is, of course, why we have multi-hosts and guest hosts and guest visitors. And again, if you people, you folks, you members, you citizen science people out there want to come in, and even if you want to, spend 5 minutes as a cameo and show up and show us your smiling eyes and all of that, smiling face, then you're welcome to try and ask for a few minutes on screen. We won't keep you up longer than you want to be there. Sometimes I'm sure some guests feel uncomfortable that they're just sitting there not talking, but we're all here to make this work, and this is, we're trying to get everybody else's opinions so that it's not just me, the guy standing here going, "Hi, I'm Samuel Hofman. I wrote a paper in 1978 that I thought you all should know about, and here's the evidence." That now, granted, we have done that, and I've gone through many shows and many guest hosts, and Radio Wasteland, Piper, Freedom Radio. We did, unfortunately, some of the Money Boys programs, and they butchered them. And we've done other shows that never got much air, nor did we get copies of. And I did a few private interviews with other people that I've never even heard back from. And maybe they got to the point where, when off camera or off mic, they were laughing at me too and thought, "Well, my God, I can never post this." So, and I've done ones that never showed up. So, we've been doing this a long time. Yeah.
So this picture is from Greg Guy, and I took his picture and added a example with it, so we can all kind of visualize what's happening here. Yeah, you can really see the yellow moon really nicely.
Oh yeah, and also the eye on tail there. The eye on tail is very, very, very obvious.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and you can definitely see a Saturn's yellow moon. Without a doubt, there's that nice little dark circle right there.
Yeah.
On the right middle, right dead center on the middle.
Yeah, that's right. Where even with the eye on tail there, a little thicker.
It's drifting down at a different angle than drawn here, but yeah. And then on the other side, you've got the red asteroid coming in, and then the lead asteroid. Question: Is the lead asteroid in the bottom? No, actually. All right, the lead asteroid is on the left-hand side. The red asteroid is right by the tree in the middle of the branches, middle of the left of that tree. See how dark and weird teardrop shape that is right there? It's at a dark angle downward.
Yeah, I do see it. Coming in at the 11 o'clock position? There's a rounded.
No,
is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm saying about 9 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Right there.
You're saying that's the lead. Okay, so
no, the lead asteroid is right next to the sun in the middle.
In the 9 o'clock. Okay,
and
so
then
11 o'clock
in the branches,
11:30.
At 9 o'clock in the branches is where the red asteroid is.
Okay.
And if you look at the real sky is the only light is the white area. The rest of everything in there is planet.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've got Uri, you've got Attu's moon, you've got the asteroids coming in from the upper left at a very stark downward angle. On the right-hand side, you've got the edge of Nibiru, you've got a Saturn, and you got a Saturn's yellow moon. And I believe that the green asteroid is crossing there right at the ion area in the middle of the picture, just slightly higher than center. And you see that weird little tiny pathway there? I think that's the green asteroid.
Right.
You can sort of see the illuminated bottom of it and the little patchy dots and all of that.
So what is that rounded darker at the 11:30 area? Because I keep getting drawn to that.
That's Attu's moon. Big.
Wow.
But it's behind the asteroid trails. And it could be right there behind would be where the Texas cube is also. We know it's there. We may not see it in this picture, but we know it's there.
I've seen it every day this past 2 weeks, every single day.
Yeah, so now how do you get all the people of Las Vegas to see that?
I don't know yet.
You haven't figured that out yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh my goodness, that's your job. That's your job as a correspondent.
I mean, I see it during the day, and I don't see a solid square object, but I see the wake that it leaves. Yeah,
the right angle corners usually you'll see, and then of course then you go through the protocol. And I'm looking at the box. Is the side orb there? Oh crap, there it is. And then there's the wake eddy, and then the three stripes, and you go, oh shit, it's the Texas cube.
Yeah, and it's just so weird, especially when you see the side orb making the wake too. It's just it's incredible to see it, and
then your knees buckle briefly,
yeah,
and you catch yourself.
Every single day. It's just like, okay, I started seeing it in the pictures I was taking, and then I was starting to see it with my own eyes, and that's when it just.
And you're looking at an intergalactic craft with thousands and thousands and thousands of extraterrestrial people living on that ship, and it's been there since 2019. They got here in 215 and 217. The Empire Orb got here in 2009 ahead of everybody else, including the planets. And this is where the G7 world leaders, we're all in Germany for a meeting on the day that the Norway spiral occurred. Look it up. Check my facts. If you doubt this.
Whose picture is this, Rebecca? Is this one on somebody sent you?
Yeah, the Maria in Alaska sent me 3 pictures.
Is this supposed to be? Is this current?
It is. Yep.
Yeah, this looked like my sky today. This was exactly like my sky today. This was exactly.
She said just now, and that was about 45 minutes ago in Alaska.
Post this later, Maria, and then I'll post my some of my panoramics I took. I took a few panoramics today. Post it, and then I'll comment in with my comparison, because I have a very similar picture to this.
I know what this is.
Okay, I really want to hear this, because something was very illuminated right in the dead center on the western skies.
Dead center up front is the red asteroid and little sister.
I knew there was something.
And that's small. It's about an inch tall. The white illuminated area in the dead center is Attu's moon.
Okay.
Behind that is Attu, and behind it to the left is Uri. And if you look over to the pine tree on the right-hand side, just above the pine tree point tip is the edge and the little niches of the side of Nepenthe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this was exactly my sky.
You have 1, 2, 3 planets, a moon, and about 5 or 6 asteroids. Well, okay, wait a minute. Now, we would know that the Texas Cube is up in, oh, wow. Hello.
I think I see
it. Texas Cube would be right above the bushlight tree on the right. Straight up, just about an inch or so down from the top of the picture is where the Texas Cube is. And the skull asteroid is the white blip on the far left middle at the edge of the side of Attu. There's a white.
I really would love to know who made that very nice comment, Facebook user. That's really.
This is Felipe in Felipe on Facebook.
Since I started,
so I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, really, it's really thoughtful. It's what we were trying to do, is to open people's eyes to what's really happening in the skies. So great to know. We open one pair of eyes. That's well worth it, man. So thank you for welcome aboard.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for listening. I have been, I've been talking about this for 14 years, and screaming it as loud as anyone would listen. And we've gone through, both Rebecca and I, and Jesus has gone through some of it as well. And Christoper, I hope it doesn't occur to you, where you end up getting peanut galleried from some negative behavior from people. And there's ridicule that comes with this, and then you go through your own personal ridicule as well. You will go through an emotional scenario in many occasions, especially when if you see like the guy on the BB333 video. Rebecca only showed snippets of it, but if she would show the video,
let me go back to that. I'll work on that.
You can hear what he has to say about it.
I was checking. It's just like I just want to make sure I didn't miss a question from our skies.
And I'll pre-qualify. Thank you, Mr. BB333, for the use of your video. You did post it publicly, so we are resharing it.
Give me a moment and I'll get it.
No intentional use of your video, other than we appreciate it and we want to re-educate because we have the answers behind this. And again, we will post our invitation for you to come and join our show or talk to us in private in the background. If you're really seriously worried about it, I hate to say this, but I am in the phone book. All you got to do is spell my last name correctly and you'll have it. And I'm not trying to hand that out to the peanut gallery, but
So I'm going to get this
the
video.
The peanut gallery clearly knows where to find you, Sam. I mean, they reached out to you.
Yeah, they already called my mechanic. So yeah.
I can't believe
Don't work
that.
on that guy. Sorry, he's a con man. I laugh. I'm still laughing about that. I just
the time to do something like that. Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if you actually, Christoper, you're this guy. You sell picture frames and you frame people's photographs, and somebody calls you on the shot on your phone at your work and said, "Don't frame a picture for that guy because he's a con man."
That's bad. That's bad.
Like, how is that even?
Where I come from, they call that being batshit crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Ding 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 ding. You win a cookie.
Okay.
Anyways,
this is from Michelle in Indiana. So she sent me 3 pictures also.
Okay, right above the sun is Saturn's yellow moon. Large, very large.
Coming in at a side angle.
Yeah, and we know it's crossing over into the left, and we've been watching it for what, three weeks a month now. And again, by the gosh, I got 2 days. On the 15th, I'm going to have to draw this, and I have a pretty good idea how I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to mix in between my view and what everybody else is seeing, because everybody else is seeing it at different latitudes so that they get it. I'm going to have to alter it a little bit. But this is going to be interesting. And do not be surprised if 1 or 2 of the planets are almost entirely left out of the drawing. But I'm going to have to figure out how to do it. And then when I get comfortable with it, then I'll stop crumpling it up and tossing it in the garbage. Because remember, I do not do the drawings. I don't copy anything off the computer ever. Never have, never will. I draw these freehand with, of course, the exception of I use plates and bowls and spice containers and coffee cups for the circles. Otherwise, I couldn't, I can't draw a circle for beans anymore. I used to be able to do it really, but I'm almost elderly. I'm going to go there with that. And I don't have the hand for straight lines like I used to. I am an artist. I've been painting for many years. I've taken graphic design classes and everything. I had drafting and technical drawings, and I can do 2-point and 1-point perspective, etc. So engineering and engineering drafting. So anyway, I still can't draw a box freehand.
It's pretty hard to draw a perfect circle. I can't tell you how many times I'm trying to, create a circle around the lead object or something, and I do it over and over.
Yeah, especially with a mouse. Yeah, over a surface. But anyway, so I'm going to be drawing. Yeah, this is look how large the circle is. That is a Saturn's yellow moon over the top of and actually extending to the left of the sun. And it never did that before until about a month ago. And this has also been doing the weird cut off of the light. I mean, look at the sun. It is so tiny, and the top edge, there's a flat edge on it. And the flaring is going to the left, the lower left. It's showing you the light. And if you looked at the ground, and we've talked about this on the Bismarck webcam, you can see the angle of light comes in from the left and goes at a weird angle. And that's because the light is on the left, and everything on the right-hand side for literally a month now is dark. There's very, very little light shining on the right-hand side of the sun. And that's because Nibiru, Saturn, and the Saturn's yellow moon are occupying the entire right-hand side of our sun.
Oh, that's
we're seeing a shadow from behind those planets. And I'm so happy that you see that these planets, this last gentleman that was talking, I am very glad that you're there, that you got to that stage. It is not easy to see these things at first, and you have to kind of retrain your eye on how to see them. And now we've been doing it so long that we automatically do see them.
Here
not
is
always
this
perfect.
clip.
I mean,
Thanks,
we have to go through
Michelle.
we have to break it down all the time what we're looking at.
Okay, here is that clip. I did take the sound off
The
just
skull
to be on the
asteroid.
safe side. But
Oh,
we do have
I was
video.
hoping for the description because he describes what the guy sees
Well,
and how he reacts.
Yeah, I'm worried about
Copyright.
copyright.
Well, that's why I was giving a
I
pre-qualifier
know.
saying that we are
Well,
using this for educational purposes. He
yes.
publicly posted it. It's public.
Yes.
And because it was out on the internet, we are using this for
Yeah.
informational
Well,
and entertainment purposes only. We're not going to sell his material and repost it so that we can gain monetary gain. And not only that, we'd have to do that entirely of his material only. But being that we're only
yeah.
using it as a segment, we're using this for educational purposes to connect the dots for our viewers and maybe a few of his. And again, I will reiterate, if he wishes to contact either behind the scenes on a show, publicly on Facebook, whatever, we welcome any interaction. We also give credit to him for his material that we all like to watch regularly. And he does get some great captures. He unfortunately doesn't come into summation where we do because he doesn't have the background information that I have and all of us have acquired over the last 14 years, knowing that the Nibiru planetary system, extra star, the binary solar system, the electric universe all exists. He does a different science. He does current events. We do citizen science project, coming based from a former insider base information that he does not have or that he does not publicly discuss.
Okay, I added the sound back.
Okay,
So,
well, I'm just using it as an example because this is
right.
he's going to read to you what the person who cited this said. And I felt that was
having
important.
a great day. In this video, I've got more exceptional sky phenomena to share with you guys. We're going to the skies of Houston, Hawaii, and multiple locations in Florida. You'll definitely want to stick around for this incredible footage. Speaking of incredible, this is a real photo by a real person. G-Man out of Central Arkansas looked up and saw this in the daytime sky. You cannot make this stuff up. Here's a close-up view of what he noticed in the daytime sky above Arkansas. Here are a couple of enhanced views of the original photograph. All I did was adjust the lighting and color to pull forward what looked like a skull in the daytime sky. I mean, how weird is that? Tell me what you guys think you see. That's what G-Man saw a few days ago in the skies above.
All right, and thank you, sir.
That's where it cut off.
For the use of your material. His name is tagged in the upper part. We don't remove that. Thank you, G-Man. It is the skull asteroid, and Christopher, I told you, didn't we talk about this last week that if you looked up anytime this week, we were going to see the skull asteroid, and here it is. This is how. And of course, I knew it was coming.
If you follow us and you follow this man, Samuel Hofman, you'll see that he does his predictions very often, guys. It is magical. It is very magical and fascinating, and just I never grow tired of it, guys. So get on board. Get on board, guys. This is the coolest thing you will ever get to see. Plus, it's important that you stay informed with what's happening in the world around you and around us, not for fear-based thing, but it's also good to be informed, because we live here. We live on this rock, and it's good to be informed on what's happening around us,
And if you have a base information, you are less likely to panic into something else that somebody else hands you that makes you make catastrophic decisions that may affect you and your family. And we also pre-warn ahead of time. I don't want to brag, but I am very good at what I do. My remote viewing skills was so to the extent that I was recruited by the government. I'm a former insider. I've waited all these years to tell people and share people information. And my friends, you guys here tonight, and many other people have seen my accuracy rate. My remote viewing skills work. I'm not bragging. It's a fact. And we know this information partially from them, and the other because I know it's coming, and I see things in advance sometimes, and including even some of what my children are about to do. It's hilarious. Um, it is. It's funny because it's coming, and sometimes it's humorous, sometimes it's like concerning to the parent. But anyway, that's beside. I have great kids. They're generically they're very wonderful children. My point is that I really want people to listen to me, but I'm not asking you to listen out of terror. I'm asking you to trust what I tell you because I'm usually pretty good, and if you do catch me where I'm wrong, I also like to know that. But yeah, Christoper.
But I'd say the vastly majority of what you speak on, Sam, is very has been very proven, very provable. And we've seen that for years. So, of course, nobody's perfect. Occasionally, you have something that's miscued, but vast majority of things you are highly accurate, and I encourage anybody to come and question it yourself and see it for yourself because it's incredible, guys. Get on board.
It's also
and to our guys today, he wants his question answered. I'm not sure. I just scrolled up to see the questions. Is it the one about the Texas Cube? It says, Sam, what do you know about the Texas Cube? Is that the question?
I know that the Texas Cube. I have an idea of who is flying it. I am not, and that has my far-seeing skills. I have no way to prove this, and that's why I'm not openly telling you. I have a pretty strong idea who's up there in charge. Oh, look, there's Society Yuri. It's a faction that would make humans uncomfortable, although they would be uncomfortable for a reason, and B, we have an unfortunate opinion of them, and I think that would be problematic for our future, which is also another reason why I don't mention who I think is on it. And I'm not sure. I believe they're Federation related. I can hint that there is a faction who is in charge of the Federation because of their skill type. I would say lesser of two evils, hint, hint. And so there's a lot going on in the Federation that I can't talk about. And I, in the future, will, once I have more information, but I'm anticipating another meeting that I'm expecting, and it hasn't happened yet. So they'll let me know when it's time, I guess. Look at that rotating planet over the top of our heads on the video.
Mm-hmm.
And the cloud, you just look for the microclouds. This is that other again. Look at the angle of light. This is the Bismarck weather cam we were talking about. Look at the angle of the light. There is no light coming from the right-hand side. It's coming from the left, and it's angling. And you can see that on the difference of the angle between the light on the trees on the right and the trees on the left. I mean, in the middle right and the far left in front of the sun. See how the angles are weird? And yet there's no light coming from the right-hand side. So the tree shadow should be straight at us, but it's not. And look at the misshaping of the sun. It's oval. And then what is that white thing that's hugging along below it? So there's I think that's the believe it or not, I think the blue asteroid is next to the sun. I got pictures of that this week where I was pretty sure that's what we were looking at.
But you could literally see their shape, even the way the light is conforming to the curve of them, right at the corner of the sun. It's again, I want to emphasize on the fact that there's going to be times where you don't really see them, but you'll see their effects they have on the sunlight. They're a little further away at times because they move in and out. So sometimes you'll see them very close enough to see surface, close enough to see land masses, and then there'll be times where you see them a lot more distant. And there'll be times where you won't see them at all. You'll just see them pass in front of the sun and make the sun look a little weird and kind of cut into it. And we see the bell-shaped sun. We see boxy effect of the sun. It's all planets passing or asteroids passing in front, that are a little bit more distance at time, because they kind of corkscrew in and away from us.
This was sunrise, I believe. That sure is weird. And see the illumination above.
What are your times when you take pictures, Christoper? What time do you just do it midday, or?
I usually, go out right away and get pictures.
Do you do morning like dawn? Are you ever out there at dawn?
Yeah, I have been a few times.
Dawn is my favorite time. Oh wow, look at that! Right above, look at that. Right above the skyline, opposite direction, guys. Look at that. You see those ones on the bottom going forward. That's us. Everything above that is a planet coming in the opposite direction. Wow. Yeah. We don't have two atmospheres like that, guys, going on opposite directions. That's a planet atmosphere you're seeing. But yeah, my favorite times, Chris, to do is dawn and sunsets. That's the time when you'll see the best illuminations. So if you see activity, my recommendation is
midday looking south.
Dawn really is my favorite time. Dawn is my favorite time.
Yeah, because then you get the illumination transition, because you go from dark to light, and that is a real good. Same thing with also at sunset. That Uri is going to be majorly to the southwest, and then that Nibiru is going to be to the north by northwest. So at sunset, this is where that they're going to be absolutely. Whereas midday, a lot of what the activity is going on over our heads as well as in front of us. So there's a transition time.
Oh, I had a major
and your best illumination.
Rebecca has to set up the clip, but there was some that video of Nibiru that she showed a while ago at night. It was right after sunset. I have video of, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes prior to that, 10, 15 minutes prior to that. And it was huge in this.
I kind of almost
it was just enormous.
I kind of wish we were back at the beginning when we were first seeing the planets and we were all doing this now. And what we're doing now publicly, because back then the planets were so much smaller, and you could see them in the sky, and the clouds would move it out of the way, and then you get a 2-minute view of it, and look, there's that perfect circle of the planet, and look at and the colors and all that back when, and I've got pictures.
In the early days, I had a lot of people. I had this one time where one of my ex-wives brother saw something in the sky that he could only describe as a red orb, probably a Saturn. Now that I think about it with different, he probably saw a Saturn. He said he saw a green one, a red one, and
very red.
And there was a few people who saw it. It wasn't just a picture.
Rebecca.
Rebecca, when you get a chance, would you play that?
One of my favorites of Nebet.
It's very current. I don't know if it's just me, but Sam keeps cutting off in and out.
I hear that.
Blurry. I think his internet is kind of weird.
I know.
That's my internet. I thought that was you guys.
Yeah.
It'd be mine. Yeah.
We hear you.
Which video?
I can't. Been having a hard time. I just sent you. Hang on. I'll tell you how long it is. It's how long is it? It's 36 seconds. It looks sideways, but it just it's just a quick angle.
Yeah.
That way it goes. I
had that one.
I removed the camera. It's just 36 seconds. It's It is a really cool video.
Here, hold up. I could pause that, and because I did get it, I have to get back to it.
Yeah. Whenever you can just
Yeah.
set it up when you get a chance.
Let's see. Is it this one? It's one of these two. Let's see. It's after this. Right there. This one? No?
Yeah. It was. Yep. So the video I'm talking
about starts out sideways.
It's the same thing, just prior to this.
Okay. After this.
That was
this one, right, Jesus?
Okay, yeah, but it's not that one. That's
not that one.
It's a different clip. This was a little after the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, even my power is fluctuating. I've got little my light is actually sort of blinking in electricity.
Soon when we get switched over to our new platform, Jesus
I'm gonna be able
will
to
have
do
the
it.
ability to upload his own videos and share his own videos, and
I feel like you're just getting bombarded by everybody, and now we could share that.
Yeah, so we'll have like 2 people driving the ship, so it'll be nice.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I bet you are.
Okay, 36 seconds.
That would be hard.
Oh, I see it here. 35. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember this one. I don't know why we didn't get that. I do remember that. Okay, we'll get it for you. That's awesome. Let's see. When was this, Jesus?
This was it just not yesterday, Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
And
Sunday.
I'm blowing it up.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, that's the bottom of Nibiru.
Yeah, this one, it's the same one, just above me.
Yeah, see the wider fingers, like a big ball sitting in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, that looks like your fingers there. I knew it had to be. So yes, it was Sunday around 6, from 6 to 7 p.m. was this. This was just after sunset. The video that I'm asking you to play was just maybe 15 minutes before this.
Before that, okay.
And this is, of course, at sunset, right? After sunset.
Yeah, this was after sunset. The one Rebecca's gonna play is as.
How can you miss Nibiru? How can you miss frickin' Nibiru? It's so huge.
Well, the energy changes, the whole everything. I think even the dogs were barking. Somebody mentioned.
The dogs.
Somebody mentioned where I posted it. I think the dogs see it too.
Yeah,
and I was
I see it all the time. When the planets come out, the dogs start barking. They do.
Yeah.
And when
somebody
it's
commented
even a good call sign if you're like sitting in your house and you got your window open, and then all of a sudden you hear the dogs in the neighborhood start erupting, then go outside and have a look, because they're barking for, when there's a lot of dogs barking, not just a 1 or 2, but when they all in your neighborhood for a mile start barking. And I've heard that. Yeah, that's at the moon straight up.
I love it when it's like that. It's so cool.
That's probably Atu's moon right there.
Jesus.
And then you probably got Atu and Yuri in the mix here, but it's hard because we're all cranking our necks right now. But yeah, that's
directly above, so it was kind of hard to
right. And then you're mixing in. It's Atu's moon is mixing in with the view of Nibiru.
Okay, so because I do see the same finger-looking clouds there, so.
Oh, wait a minute. I could be wrong. That could actually be Saturn's yellow moon with that bubbly fire-like cloud base. Yeah, that would moreover be Saturn's yellow moon right there. That dark, bubbly, flame-like cloud. And then you pan over to the base of Nibiru. So Atu's moon would actually be behind us in this view.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is Saturn's yellow moon is the fiery, flamey, bubbly thing in front of us, and then Nibiru is, of course, behind it with the finger base, the widened finger base right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw that finger cloud, I think
we worked it out through science, and I'm not, we're not always immediately, instantly right, But then realization comes in my head, and I go, wait a minute. That can't be, because there can't be in the out view at the same time together. So if that out view is that way, and then my brain's got to go, oh. And so, yeah, that's probably very close pass of Saturn's yellow moon. And I've been expecting that any time now, because we saw it here, a month or so ago when we had these unbelievably red skies all around the Earth and everything. Yeah, that's the flame-like bubbly Saturn's yellow moon. And then we come down to the down view, and that's the bottom fingering of Nibiru. Which is
so doesn't it seem like Saturn's moon is moving more above our sun?
Well, yeah, they're going above us.
Transitioning.
They're going above Earth.
Okay. Well, okay.
Now,
you know what I mean, though? And does it normally go above our sun like that? Usually it's always to the right.
Us throughout the day, and then come in the evening, onset, nighttime. Nibiru and Saturn are over the top of us at night, and then in some of the out views we'll see Atu, and some people will see the red asteroid at night, and some people will see the other discharging of the object cluster group, which we're going to start seeing more of come March again. We'll start seeing the incoming. Of course, that depends entirely on Uri and Atu where they go, because over time they're going to start reaching past us into the north. We'll see them go by into the northwest sky and away from us.
Okay.
Because at sunset, that illumination will be shining towards the east from the west. And then as they leave and exit to the northeast over time, we'll see facial illuminations as they exit our out view. So we should see some really interesting. And of course, they'll chalk that up to the aurora borealis or whatever, And I go, oh yeah, well it's these. Oh, what do they call that? Iridescent clouds, or lenticular, and all this other shit that and a lot of the stuff that they're claiming is certain cloud occurrences that only happen in certain regions, and yet, like an example is the Derecho. Derecho is a straight line, not a rolling, rounded, banded cloud, but a Derecho is a sandstorm. And now they've, of course, handed that off to, that storm that went through Ohio is a Derecho in 2021. No, that was a close pass of the asteroids. It was down, backpedaling rolling cloud, not a forward rolling Derecho sandstorm. And so you got to, you can't take the terms that they hand us like, bomb cyclone. Excuse me, but your bomb cyclone is a close pass of necessity. And they've just chalked all of this shit up, and then they generically, and then everybody gets comfortable with that term and go, oh, okay, it's a bomb cyclone. We had that kind of weather all the time. I heard them talk about it a month ago, and that's not. And they're handing us these terms that are there
to normalize it. To normalize it.
Normalizing lives, yeah.
But could you give us your take on what's going on with our jet stream? We saw it recently, and I wish we had those pictures so we could put them up. I might have them. But our
jet stream right now, if you'd like.
Yeah, you should send them. If you do, you should send them to Rebecca so she could put it up so we can speak on that real quick, because I think it's important to talk about.
I can send her link. He's going to do the screen captures.
Okay, yeah. Can you do that?
I don't know if you can screen capture from this. I'm going to hand you the null school. I will hand you the null school link, and hopefully it gives me the same. Okay, I'll cut that link, and then I'll hand it to you. And if you can get a screen capture off this, let me know.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
I already sent it to her.
Okay. I got it.
I should start learning to bring you up, I guess.
So,
because you're not on.
Yeah, we'll be doing that as we have the next.
Yeah, we're all.
We change as we are going to be going to, what is this app called? Streamlabs. Streamlabs, I'll be able to do what Rebecca does now and share, be able to bring up my stuff and then my things instead of having to send it to her and have her put it up, which takes a lot of time and a lot of, it'd be a lot easier to do it this way, and a lot funner too, because I sure would love to be able to do that.
I know
have
it
you been
would be.
feeling any of the earthquakes in
No.
Nevada?
I felt something like maybe 2 years ago, and that's when all of my pipes in my house exploded, but not recently. No,
Okay,
I haven't.
Well, anybody out there listening to me right now in Southern California, hell, Northern California, anybody along the Pacific Northwest, there is a string of cluster quakes going on in the Salton Sea area, which is down south of San Diego area. It's east of San Diego. They have had over 200 smaller earthquakes. And I kind of was talking to a bunch of people over the last week. Now, I'm not going to make a major prediction here, but all of that water that everybody in Southern California just got added a whole bunch of weight to the San Andreas and everything fault. And now that all of that water is on there, they're having a drastically serious, completely unusual cluster series of quakes going on south of the Salton and all the way down to Mexicali. That whole region is completely acting not normal. So I'm giving you an advance warning that the possibility of a major 8-point or greater earthquake has drastically increased in percentage possibilities as of this week. So, yeah, it would be wise to have, bottles of water, a little extra rice, some better canned foods, do a little extra shopping if you can afford to do so. Put your camping supplies in one place. Plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So be prepared. We could be seeing something.
And learn how to be more self-sufficient, even if it's just something, quick video on YouTube or something. It's really good to be knowledgeable, even if you don't have to put it into practice now, or even if you don't have to ever do it. It's good to be knowledgeable of that stuff. I learn a lot of. I watched this show called Life Below Zero. People living in the Arctic Circle, and it's fascinating how they live completely off grid, completely subsistence lifestyle, and I find it fascinating, but also very educational, because there's a lot of things that they do that I would have no idea, but it's just to see that, so it's good to have at least kind of educate yourself on how to do something just in case you might need to do it.
Yeah, I've been watching the quake activity ever since, and what sent me off was that rather unusual 4.3 or whatever that went off in Malibu the other day, because it's in an odd spot, and of course we know that Malibu mountains or hills, the minor hills of Malibu, are all raised through subduction and crimping and carpet shoving, where you shove a carpet from both sides and it'll bunch up, and that's where Malibu has acquired. San Diego, and then I've watched the Salton Sea area for many years, and there is actually, believe it or not, there's a sort of a volcanic scenario right there as well. So it is entirely also possible, instead of seeing a major earthquake, there actually might be a brewing volcanic eruption going on right there just between Salton and Mexicali. So, be prepared for that as well. We're also seeing some rather unusual activity going on in western Texas. And I'm thinking that whole region between Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and San Diego, California, and all of that straight line might be an awakening lava dome in order to cause this activity. And of course, the way to check that is the depth of these earthquakes. So we got to keep that in mind. She's got some screen captures there. So I will blow that up so I can describe what's going on with the jet stream. The jet stream is vastly panned out. Let's see all right. Look how the majority of the jet stream is not going on Seattle, Oregon, California. It is going to the south of Hawaii, going way down into the southern Pacific, over the top of the Mexican Rockies, dumping into the Gulf of Mexico, and then up the face of the East Coast, going all the way up to Newfoundland and Iceland and Greenland and all of that and across. So yeah, I had to chuckle. I even watched the news on this one. Do you know that the East Coast right now is mostly, they had a no school day, a snow day. And I'm laughing. I'm watching, and they're in the newscast. Oh, we're all of our systems are shut down, and we're getting all this horrendous nor'easter snowstorm. And what's funny is they've got a foot of snow. And to Montanans, that's normal. And yet it shuts them down. Okay, now we are looking at this. Look at the jet stream, how wide it is. It's coming off Asia. It's going in a straight line, which it's supposed to do. And now, and then you look over at the middle, and we're looking at the middle of the Pacific in the middle picture. I believe, I'm trying to figure out what we're staring at. Okay, and then you see Alaska up the top there. And it's coming in. Okay, wow. That's the jet stream of South America on the South Pole. Look at how wide and freaky the jet stream on the southern part of the planet is. And that's the third right-hand picture is on the South Pole. There's a weird, odd-tipped central oval, which should normally be over the middle of Antarctica, and it's not. It's over to one side, which shows you that planet tip, which shows you the South Pole has moved.
Yeah.
It's inside that weird little oval right there. But look how weird and divided and widened out and high and low radio wave, like rather than a circular, normal, rounded jet stream on the South Pole should be that way. It should be rounded and smaller. And look how big and freaked out and up and down and up and down and up and down it is. That is completely not normal for the South Pole. And look, there is no North Pole one on the other two pictures. Our jet stream is buried at the central hemisphere in the northern hemisphere where it should not be. This is completely not normal.
And we've been talking about this, how we are tipped, guys. So here's evidence of that. We're not just talking out our asses. We've been doing this for some time. Sam is obsessed with the weather patterns. He lives his information. He knows what he's talking about, and we see this all the time. But I love hearing you talk about it because you kind of make it a little easier to follow. Yeah. Especially for new members and new people who are coming to this information.
These jogs in the jet stream never ever used to exist in the central cutoff lows. There's an example of a cutoff low in the face of Alaska on the left picture. It's just producing this peel off rotational storm. And by the way, that is going to come down into the middle of the United States next week. And it's going to bring all that Arctic air with it. So we're about to see a storm where our temperatures are going to drastically drop again, probably 30, 40 degrees from where we are today. So we'll see what happens. And this would be almost normal for February. But the jet stream is so wide and panned out, all that red area, it shouldn't be that wide. It shouldn't be in the purple banding. It shouldn't be in the white banding. It should be just red and straight across from Japan all the way across the Pacific Ocean. And in winter, what used to be, we usually had two jet streams that came across the Asian, all the way across the Pacific, straight across, no problem. That's the normal jet stream. We're not looking at that now. We're looking at a braided, factionally wound up, twisted up and down radio wave like harmonic change of this drastically strong upper higher level winds that we've never ever seen before ever. And it's banding. And then of course the South America, look what's going on the left hand picture. You can actually see South America, and they're having freak weather that's backwards, and they're having droughts and and forest fires in Brazil and all kinds of stuff that they don't normally have. So their weather's changed too. And this is not normal. Not even by a long shot is this normal. This is so abnormal that I can't believe it.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like this in our weather ever. And I was recording the Weather Channel on VHS all the way back in the 80s.
I always chuckle when you say that, but now now it's bringing it's now you see the fruits of that obsession that you had over the weather.
I was trying to learn, and
yeah, exactly. And even though I will say this, even though I did not record it, I did used to watch the Weather Channel often. It was actually a very interesting channel. They had a lot of good shows in the 90s. Weather related kind of stuff. It was a very good
I hear Jim Cantori talking now, and I just smile. I mean, I got so used to listening to him and his career all these years, I kind of miss him. Where are you, Jim Cantori? How come you're not telling me? And I'm sure by now they have an AI, voice doing Jim Cantori. And I think we have to be careful of that too. All this AI crap. Wow, it's great, but it's also scary.
Yeah.
I watched.
Are we ready? Are we ready for it?
I watched all week a whole bunch of videos that I sat there for a major percentage and went, I don't believe this. Yeah. I don't believe you. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Oh my God, I can't believe you're telling people this. Oh, STFU. I saw a bunch of stuff this week. I just shook my head over going, oh my God, how do you dare even mislead people? And it's important to me not to. So, I'm seeing a bunch of stuff that's questionable, really questionable. Or as everybody says now, sus. Yeah. What a word.
That's the new hip word.
Yeah. Sus. Yeah. And I don't even want to go there,
There was a heist in Hong Kong with this artificial intelligence. They used it to hack into a board meeting of this company, and they stole $25 million with this AI deep fake thing. They used it to get into their board meeting, and they got the AI to talk to these people, and they gave it $25 million.
I heard that the Bellagio got a hacked, or the MGM got hacked recently, and they had to pay a lot of money because they had all their they hacked into their customers and stuff. So it was like they were asking for a ransom, and they actually paid millions of dollars just to get that. So it's
that happened to me one time.
Having just knowing the knowledge, but this happened very recently. I followed this guy. I don't know if you know him, Christopher. He's on TikTok. His name is Vegas Policy.
Maybe I've seen him.
Yeah. He walks around all over Vegas. Maybe if you ever come across him, you could tell him about
that happened to I lost.
But he's a very interesting character because he's very knowledgeable about Vegas. But he was saying that this is not long ago, just last year, very recently, the Bellagio, and then I think it was the MGM right after that. Probably the same people.
Bellagio now.
I had I think computer 10 or 11 that happened to me where they wanted me to send them $15,000 to unlock my computer, and what happened was somebody sent me a virus in PM, and I opened the video, and the moment I opened the video, they got me. And then they locked me out, and I even had a tech guy come in and look at it and went, no, they got you. And so I just had to just walk that computer over to the work table and take out the hard drive. And I took out the hard drive and my hammer. And then it ended up as a carcass. I had like 5 different major computer carcasses I was always working on. And I had all these great fans and all this, extra sound cards and all this. And I was working on that stuff for a while. I just stopped doing it. Now that every time I turn around, the technology changes. But I think I lost, computer 10 or 11 that way. And there was just no way for me to mail them $15,000 to unlock my computer.
Sure. Let me pull that out for you real quick.
And I'll just, you bet. I'll just whip that out of my account. I got $5 in my account at that time.
Cash.
Yeah. And then they wouldn't.
I just want to say thanks to Maria. She just sent me a cup of coffee. Basically a cup of coffee for Starbucks. I just want to say thank you. I have a Starbucks addiction, so that is very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
I am
sweet.
not. I'm not a Starbucks fan. I like to do my own. I even have a couple of espresso machines, and I barely ever even use them anymore. And I've walked away from coffee because my stomach doesn't
I have
necessarily like
my
what it's going.
I'm new to coffee within the last year and a half or so. When I stopped drinking when I started drinking alcohol when I stopped drinking, I drink every now and again, but when I stopped drinking the way I used to drink, I picked up coffee, and I just it's like the thing that I can obsess about now. It's just
Well,
like
I
it's
still
like a
want one
whole
of those.
thing to me. I
I
love
want one of
my
those.
iced coffee from Starbucks. Oh my god, that's just heaven for me. It's
I
a
still
little
want one of
slice
those
of heaven.
Keurigs that make one cup at a time, because that's literally all I ever drink anymore. And I've never shelled out the $150 for those machines, but I actually want one still, and I'm still waiting for them to go down in price. But I stick to a $20 Mr. Coffee, and I'm fine for a couple of years. And yes, I drink coffee every day, but I'll make a pot and then I'll have one cup. So, I have to be semi-economical. And the price of coffee these days, and unfortunately, the quality of coffee has gone down, because that too is global warming, and it's affecting our banana crop and our coffee crop, and this, of course, is why
Well,
there's a lot
we're
of
seeing a lot of portion sizes change dramatically, smaller and more expensive, and
corporate greed.
it's inflation. Of course, it's inflation, corporate greed. But I also do feel that some of it is going to be a lot of these shortages that we're going to see in the future.
Right, right.
That we're seeing already.
Like
Crops are
buying
not.
saffron. I can't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
imagine buying saffron. I mean, that'd be insane.
yeah. So
Too bad. I
we're
think
gonna see limited things, guys. Our chain
Yeah,
of
everything we know is about to
our
change.
supply chain is not gonna be what it used to be. We're not planning things in abundance because we have this weather thing going on. So yeah. Just be aware of that.
And we've got global supply interruptions going on to some nasty little men in the country of Yemen, thinking it's all cool to mess with us. I wish they wouldn't do that, because in the long run they're hurting themselves as well. Because we were out there to help you folks, and they may look at our intention as completely different from their point of view. Well, Shiad and all of that, and I'm sorry for you, because that's not our intention. Ask Americans, not the government. Ask the people who live here. We actually do try to help everybody, and the people who've been starving in Yemen, we are drastically concerned. I don't know if it makes regular national news or worldwide news like it should. There's a lot of people, unfortunately, refugees at the Syrian border still, many years later, and there's quite a few million people there, because they're trying to get out of the Syrian government, which is also a problem. And I don't recommend that we go in there by force, although unfortunately we've been occupying the region for many years, and because of our intentional nature, A, to help the needy, and B, there are certain things that the United States won't tolerate. Unfortunately, some of that is misguided through hate, and 9/11 and all that. Don't even get me started about 9/11. I know a lot about why 9/11 occurred, and we are not going to talk about that on this program. But that is tied into kind of what we do. So there's a hint. There's a lot of things that we are quite used to that are not going to be the way they were this year. I anticipate that we are going to fry. Buy your air conditioners early. You may think about having a solar system with solar panels. I would rethink how you do things, because what we take for granted may not be here the year after. So
it's going to be a hot one. We're starting already spring in February. They've already been told we're going to be starting early spring. What do you think summer's going to be like?
That's what my weather guy said.
I think we're
in
going
a couple of weeks it'll be in the 80s.
I think another 10 degrees higher than we were last year.
Get prepared. Some water. You never a good never a shortage of water. Just basic.
Think about where you live, how you live. If you have a cooler facility underground, like a basement, or even if you're lucky enough to have a cave, I would think about supplying some things where the cool temperatures. And we talk about this all the time. We're in Cappadocia in Turkey. There's these civilizations underground. They dug those darn holes out for a reason, guys, and it wasn't just because they were Christians waiting to get attacked. Right. A lot of those facilities are far older than modern science is attributing. I think this is directly related to the last cycle and the climate change, and it's pretty dire and drastic. And I don't want to scare people, but we say this all the time. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This is a whole new, and just look at the jet stream we were just showing pictures of. That is not our normal Earth. That's not our normal weather. Not one thing about that is normal.
2 weeks ago it was in half. It was like it was being pushed by something, but it was not a complete circle. It was actually just half of it was it was cut in half basically. It looked like a ribbon.
And the week after that, there was two of them, and they were like a D and a B back to back each other, and it was weird. And I look at it every day, and every day I am in awe and shocked that the weather from Japan is dipping all the way down into the equator and going below Hawaii. Our weather is supposed to go off the west coast to Hawaii. And then in the Pacific, it comes in over the top of Seattle and into Oregon and Northern California in the winter, in a dual jet winter. That's normal. Now we got this quote unquote super El Nino, and then they're also saying, well, now maybe we're going to dip back into a La Nina, which is where the temperatures drop, and that may occur, and that could be Earth tip re-wobble, where we tip one way 1 week, and then remember, Rebecca, we've seen this throughout the years, where for a few weeks the weather on one side of the planet is acting one way, and then a couple of weeks later, all of a sudden, it's doing that on our side of the planet.
Right.
So we've seen these patterns.
Or we were seeing it when we were having close passes of Attu's moon. How you were seeing one side, the tides completely a mile in. Where you could just see nothing. There was docks empty. There was boat ramps that came by. If you looked at the other side of the planet, you were having these major influx of water of high tides. That was only done. What messes with their tides is a moon. Moons. So put in an extra, much bigger moon. What do you think that's going to do? And we saw that. We saw that not too long ago with Attu's moon being close to Earth. So
I'm gonna play this, and we can talk over it, but I have some entertainment too.
Speaking of Attu's moon,
Attu's moon.
That's Attu's moon right there.
Wow. There's no such thing as an upside down rainbow, guys. There's no such thing.
See those dots? Those are craters.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
And all I got to do is look at my drawing.
Someone in the chat was just asking about that. If there was any pictures of, basically land, like you guys have been talking about.
Land masses.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Boy, I got a beauty. Oh yeah, the tumbleweed migration. I love it.
I missed that about New Mexico. This was a very common sight in New Mexico.
Yeah, I've driven through some of those.
I've never seen anything like that before.
That's awesome.
In the area where I was in, it was very, very common.
It's horrible if you get one under your car and your car catches fire. But they'll bury your car.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and you get one stuck under there. It's it's a whole thing.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. You can, they'll light on fire and you burn up your car.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Look at that. Yeah.
Those things are just waiting to light up. So it's dangerous to have one underneath your car.
And this is an example.
This is why insurances are pulling out of coastal areas, guys. because of this stuff. So they know at least they know that the level of destruction is going to be more. They must know something because they're pulling out of this of coastal areas because the damage has been so
How
huge.
is that even legal, though? I mean,
Yeah, I think a lot of the Texas storms that we saw over the last decade has caused a great deal of loss in revenue for the insurance companies, and they're probably damn near broke. I feel so sorry for them. What we live and how we live is going to change, and this prime example. If we talk about the Minoans or the Mycenaeans, they were living at the sea, and all of a sudden they were having these nonstop climate change processes, and they just literally had to up and move, and then of course history doesn't record the fact that they had to, and they were all in a quick hurry. So, and there's many, many different examples of that around the world throughout history. And I'm chuckling over the year of the dragon. Here we are at the year of the dragon, so this ought to be really interesting.
Yeah. And we all know the dragon is folklore that most likely began with the salamander group, which often looks like dragons in the sky.
Definitely see that.
Yeah, asteroids. They're asteroids, and they actually
they're asteroids.
We had numerous captures over the years that they literally looked like a dragon in the sky. And we knew different, and we weren't even talking about it for many years because I didn't want to distract from the science, and maybe it's because the moment you say the dragon, then you got 20 pages of people gossiping about it. And
people will only focus on the dragon part, which let's emphasize on that. They're not dragons; it's they're asteroids, but they're very they're the cloud patterns that they leave in the sky.
That's where the original legend of the dragon came from, was Chinese lore.
Yes.
And their interaction with the Great Flood and the sighting of the object cluster group in earlier written down. I mean, they go back 8,000 years in their recorded history, and that's 2 cycles of the dragon. So that's where the feng shui and all of that comes in.
Like, what do you think about how asteroids form the shape of a dragon? Like,
well, we know that the object cluster group does that illumination thing.
Yeah.
Because they're the object cluster group, the asteroids, and when they're smaller, they look like one group. But when they get closer to us, it's multiple groups. Just for the newbies. We know them to self-illuminate because we saw them prior to the planets when they first started coming in. And there is a an ionization, because they're between the bodies, and therefore they become like a diode, and the electrical static is sort of like having 4-foot office tube lighting, where the gases around the asteroids, they have a minor or a micro atmosphere, and because it becomes static electrically or the electrons in the object cluster group become accelerated because of the static charge, and that's how they illuminate. And it actually looks like an illuminated dragon flying through the sky with wings. And because we know they leave an ion trail.
I just find that so fascinating. It's like peculiar and fascinating. It's like, wait a minute, how do these asteroids know how to, form this shape?
Well, they don't. They're just traveling through.
But they just accidentally turned into a shape of a dragon. I don't know.
And we've got numerous.
Well, I think what it was is they were trying to depict something, and I think it happens with constellations also. How people who didn't know it, they tried to make sense of what they were seeing. To them, I think that's where the word, where these things, and we see this throughout history. We see a lot of these stories about demons and all these things that people see in the sky are attributed to a lot of things, that people only their level of understanding was very, was it looked like this or it looked like that, it looked like flying something. But a lot of it is just misinterpretation and people's way of
right.
of understanding, the level of understanding of what they were seeing in the sky. Could you imagine, ancient people who were, less educated and all that stuff, and seeing what we're seeing now?
Yeah.
You'd imagine
right.
what must have been going through their mind, and how they tried to come to terms and understand what they were looking at. I mean, that must have been a crazy time.
Confusing.
I just sent you, Rebecca. I just sent you one of our earliest lead asteroid ionizations, going back to I think 2012, and then the second picture is 2021, and that is the winged illumination of the Tan asteroid. And they're different, but they are both object cluster groups.
Yes, Katie Joe, exactly. Once you start learning this information, the more you look into it, your interest will start peaking. For me, lately, what it was is geology. How a lot of the things we see correlate with past history things, and it all. Once you see this, you'll understand so much about our history, and so much about folklore, and so much about what the current science calls what do they call that? It's all what's the word I'm looking for? They call it it's not real, that it's just stories that they're making up. I don't know, I'm not thinking of the right word, but they always attribute a lot of the ancient writings and a lot of the ancient stories that people talk about. They always
like folklore or
legend, mysticism,
mythological mythology. Mythology. They always call it mythology, but a rumor starts from somewhere, from something. It has to be something, somebody saw that misunderstood. It may have called it a dragon, may have called it a different name, but to their understanding, that's all they knew. So, mythology reality is based on a lot of reality, just interpreted, incorrectly, because, the education was very limited at the time, and still is.
They stole all our snow. They got our snow because that's normal. That's what we have here normally, and we don't have that now at all. I mean, the only snow that we have on the ground is in the shadowed area, and it's like a 1/4 inch deep. It's like not any snow in Montana, and what you're looking at here, that's normal for Montana, and we don't have it. Did he rip off his trim trying to shovel that free?
I'm not walking right back in. I don't care. Cape Breton was under state of emergency, guys.
Yeah, well, you'll have a lot of water in your lakes this year.
Definitely.
Yeah, and this is an example that, to them it's surprising, and this shows you the change in the jet stream and the tipped planet. So the weather is going elsewhere. Okay, that's not the one I was talking about.
Let me go grab a sweater real quick.
Okay, that's not it.
You must be cold in Las Vegas. So that's Atu's moon and asteroids.
Or as they say, grow lights. That must be some pretty big ass grow lights.
No.
Yeah, that's not what I just sent you, by the way. I sent you lead asteroid and then
yes. Let me
Tan
pause
asteroid.
this one and we'll go back. Okay.
I'm just there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, 2014, and that is the lead asteroid, and the red in the back is where red asteroid was, and the white one on the bottom is the spiral asteroid, and it's actually reaching over back to Atu's moon and Atu. And the Tan asteroid is the white illumination on the bottom of Uri.
I love that picture, but it creeps me out every time I see it.
See the shape of red and how little sister's right in front of red?
Okay.
In the back, the back. There where that red area
it's like oval. It's that red oval.
The shape of the red asteroid with a little sister in front of it, that little dot. And underneath it is where the spiral asteroid is. And forward of that is lead asteroid. And behind it, the white major illumination is the Tan asteroid. And this, of course, was 2014 when they all looked like they were one bunch. We're very close to each other. And yet now we know they're very far apart because they're way closer. Okay. And that next picture is the tan asteroid. Notice the little white area that's illuminating off. That is the tan asteroid right there with the salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. And that's where you get the winged dragon. And this picture is 2021, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen several that definitely look just like dragons. You know, I mean,
right. They looks like a flying creature.
Right.
And that's where the legend came from. Was probably 2 cycles ago in Chinese lore, and then they saw it again. So that reinforced that oh yeah, the dragon is back.
Okay, so the dragon did not exist before. Is that what you're
right?
saying?
Well, that's where the legend of the dragon
came. No
came.
depictions of dragons before.
According to Chinese lore, Chinese history, they had the Great Flood, and the dragons came in and flew over China, and then followed by the passing of the dragon, they had the Great Flood, which is also written in the Bible. 2 cycles ago was the Great Flood of Noah's Ark and all of that.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that every religion agrees on. And every religion has a story about it.
This year also, and last year, China had nothing but flooding again. They lost everything twice. They had nonstop flooding for almost 2 years in a row. And then this year, they have the great freeze out. They are freezing their backsides off on that side of the planet right now. There again, you have asteroid that's the side of Uri with the salamander asteroid group, and it looks like a winged dragon. A little bit of pareidolia.
Say hi to Robert. Hi, Robert.
And in actuality, I bet
Robert.
I bet
he had some very cool. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Sam.
I would say I bet money at the upper middle right at the edge of the picture, up to the top there, is where that white wisp is. I bet you anything that's the skull asteroid.
Oh yeah.
Well, because we know it's in between Uri and Atu, and Uri is the dark blue, because if these are the asteroids, then they're off the face of Uri, which is the dark blue on the left side. So therefore, Atu and Atu's moon have to be in the upper right corner. And in between that is the skull asteroid. So that's why I would bet you that rounded object where the white cloud is reaching to at the top, center right, is with the eye or the one white dot, it is probably the skull asteroid.
Okay. Robert sent me a picture, so I'm going to pull that up. He wants to know your opinion on this.
Sam. Yeah, sure. You bet. Hi, Robert. I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Great work, Robert, all the time. I love seeing your posts. I look forward to them all the time.
Yeah, the timers are there. They must be completely, actually, probably earlier over there.
And again, I swear, man, the salamander group has got to be the creepiest group of asteroids I've ever seen. Just creepy.
What's up behind it as well that we don't talk about.
Yeah. So I don't know if I want to know. That one just creeps me out.
Well, that leads me to the wormwood lore and how it comes down and swoops down and gathers, or actually, not even wormwood. Let's go to Apophis, because remember that Ra, the god who sits in his ship and flies above Earth, in his magic golden ship, while the other demigods are occupying Earth, he sits up in his golden ship and stops Apophis from attacking, and that's also in the movie Gods of Egypt, great movie. And he literally shoots his, from Ra's staff, battles the worm, which is where the wormwood comes from. Get back, you great worm, Apophis, you will not eat my children. And this is what leads me to believe that is going into that legend of what we see that exists up there like it's sort of scooped up a whole bunch of folks over cycle after cycle, and I'll leave it at that. spooky stuff.
Yeah.
And it's spoken about in movies a lot. Predictive programming. We see it all the time. What was that? Gods of Egypt you were just talking about.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
They handed out some really
there's a lot of Easter eggs in that movie.
Right. Yeah, they handed out some good Easter eggs. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, especially the part where the blood of the gods. That one, I went, yep, bingo. And it's not factual that that's what it is, but it's the proverb behind the commodities that we exist on. Why we're here, and why they're demigods, and what they exist on. So anybody who's following can, put the puzzle pieces together. And I hint and hint and hint. Sometimes I hint too much. Right, Kitty? Right. I agree.
Boy.
Is that your cat or is that your?
It's my cat.
Is it? It's your new baby. Well, what did you name her?
It's my
it came pre-named, I believe.
My wife's brother, ex-girlfriend's mom's cat. Okay. So
well, now that is a long chain right there.
So we have to name it something, but we have to figure out a new name for it. But this cat is kind of strange. She wants in the garage. She wants, wants to sit behind the
investigating.
Was that your wife? I just heard laughing.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Sam. Do you have an idea on what this might be depicting?
This is this coin. I'm looking at a coin.
Right. This is from Robert.
Oh, that's
Mercury. He wants to get your thoughts on what this
Mercury.
might be.
I believe. I think it's a Roman coin. I believe this to be Mercury. I actually have a copy of this picture.
Wow.
Okay.
What do they call Mercury? The winged messenger or something
right,
like
that?
Right,
the messenger of the gods, correct. Yeah. And he had a few other names too as well.
I just want to say hi to Third Eye. Hi there.
Hello, Third Eye.
Happy you're here. And Sussy. Hi, Sussy. Good to see you again. Right. It feels good to be back, on our main channel because we've been away for, I don't know how many shows, a few.
3 at least.
Three. Yeah, I've seen some old faces that we hadn't seen for those 3 shows.
And our view count will automatically go back up again.
It has. It's better.
And I guys, I wish we'd get more views out there. Like, subscribe, share.
Yeah. Well, that's
the notification button, all of that.
It's bound to happen.
I know some really batshit crazy people. You got to see them. And then share a copy to your friends.
I know. But, it's bound to happen after we, get aired on all, the main channels. Also, our podcast, as it's being sent out, will be translated in every language. And not only subtitles and translation, but there will also be like an AI voice that will speak over, how it will.
Bonjour, mon ami.
Yes, it will. That's right. It will have our voices replaced by AI talking over us.
I can't wait to hear what Sam sounds like in Mandarin. That's going to be interesting.
That's it. So, and that will be streaming live. It will be translating it on the live shows. So that's pretty special.
Stuff. Interesting stuff, guys. Interesting stuff.
This is going to open things up worldwide. It's going to be huge.
Well, we could only hope, and we have, and I look forward to seeing that this does actually, get the rock on top of the hill that just rolls, snowball, down the avalanche. Wow. I hope it does, and not mainly A for monetary, but B for the science, and we think we're busy now. Oh boy.
Right? I know. I do know. It's like
we already got a taste of it, didn't we, Rebecca?
Yeah, we're gonna need assistance or something.
It's been a lot of learning on technical things that we just don't we record our stuff, and we're doing it in a certain way. We've been doing it mostly on our phone, but there's things that we are having to learn just to kind of make all this work. But it's been fun and it's been interesting, but it has been a tad bit overwhelming at times, where you're just like, man, this is a lot.
I have to admit, it took me 2 days to recover from Saturday's show. It did.
That was 8 hours.
I was a walking zombie that night and the next day and everything. I was like,
why do we do that to ourselves? We need help.
Well, I don't think we do 8-hour shows anymore.
I know. Well, we were talking about that too.
Yeah, we Pamela really was really talking, because she's a little younger than us, so I think she's more in touch with the younger generation. So she was saying to just try to keep things a little bit shorter. I think podcasts can get away with be a little longer, but she was just trying to keep the clips that we're going to be featuring on the website just a little short, because we do live in a TikTok era where people just like to scroll. This younger generation is going to be a big part of our audience. I think will be Gen Z. So it's important to keep things brief and to the point, and maybe curve a little bit of this podcast. Just curve it to a little bit shorter.
How'd she word it now? Leave a little bit to be desired, or something for another show, or don't just. Yeah, you have to put everything in one show. So
yes, I'll tell you in the next episode of.
Stay tuned.
Right.
I had a dating thing that crossed my mind here, and I was going to say it on one of the podcasts just to make a joke, just to see if anybody knew what I was talking about. When Sweet Polly Purebred is in trouble, I am not slow. It's hip, 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 and away I go. Does anybody remember that?
I do actually. Yes, I was pretty young, but I do.
You know what?
I just want to say hi to Shamelessly. I'm happy you're here too. That's cool.
Underdog. The cartoon Underdog.
Yeah, I remember Underdog.
And he had a ring with a secret energy pill. And every time he would get thwarted by Simon Bar Sinister.
Yes.
I that crossed my mind the other day, and I thought, I gotta remind people of that. Wow.
Let's see. And Third Eye says he caught what looks like land terrain crossing the sky.
Yeah.
With some huge mountains attached.
Okay.
Wow. His video is posted on his site. We should check it out.
We had a pretty close passing of Nibiru. That's probably what you were seeing. Very close pass. So
I'll be sure and go and watch that.
Yeah, if the lighting is just right, you'll get an angle of light on it for a few minutes, and then you'll see all kinds of mountain ranges and valleys and water and clouds, and then there's usually sometimes you'll see an oranging to a brown in the crescent halo. And when you start to see that brown, you're looking at land masses.
Wow.
And it's part of the rainbow illumination scenario when it's cutting into the sun. And then you'll see this flaring and this rounding, and the light goes around it. And then for that brief couple of minutes, you can actually see the land. And then it moves and the light angle changes. Mm-hmm. And then, and of course, they don't move that fast, but, you're fighting regular normal Earth weather as well.
Yeah, I do remember there being some pictures where we could sworn, like me and another member, where it looked like a river. It just looked like a aerial view of a river.
I remember that picture.
Yeah,
I remember.
And we were just talking about it, wondering.
Wow. I got a whole bunch of screenshots here, Rebecca. Did you send me a bunch? Oh,
that's for later. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay. Great. I'll save that.
I just set my pull together. Also, I want to share this clip from Christoper. He has just very recently started making his own videos. So I'm impressed because I know how much work it is. I know what it's like, especially when you're just getting started. And you'll see each video you make, it gets easier and better, and not this is great, but
like it's so much fun. Most of all, it's
it
so
is
much
fun.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see somebody else has that desire, to make videos, to want to do this. So let me get it here. All right.
I haven't seen this.
Nor I.
That's spot on. That's spot on.
Yep. Atu's moon. And the asteroid's coming in from the upper left, rounding in an almost vertical. Now, you made this, Christoper?
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
No, I am. I know.
I'm reading it.
Are you on YouTube?
I am, but I don't post anything on YouTube.
You don't do it yet? Okay. I just wanted to follow you if you are. So
everything you've written is accurate.
Counts because I always lose my password and then I'll just.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
So for right now, he's sharing it to Facebook, and TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't post this one to Facebook or TikTok. Just music or something.
They didn't. Yeah. They're picky.
Yeah, that dark old moon in the back upper ground on the left. And these are asteroids coming in from the left. And remember, the object cluster group, the asteroids orbit under and around Atu and Atu's moon, and we see them directly in the cloud pattern regularly. And that is on the left-hand side.
I love this.
Cool.
This is.
I like that ending too. Yeah.
That
was great.
The first time I ever saw Atu's. It is that night, and it just towers over you, and it goes so high into the atmosphere. I've never seen clouds that high before. It's perfectly sphere, and it was so cool.
Everything you wrote is accurate. I don't have to correct you at all on any of that.
Yay!
Bravo!
It's really good.
I think that was great. No,
cool.
That's great. I loved it. I love that ending too. I love the ending. Yeah.
I did too. I thought it was pretty cool. That's a good idea.
It's such an exciting time. It's such an exciting time right now. Everything that you're feeling right now, I remember. I still get the excitement has never faded, but there's something about those beginning days where you're kind of putting things together, where everything's falling into place, and you start understanding. It's a great time. It's an exciting time. So cherish it and revel in it. It's a great time, man.
Thanks. That's nice, Audrey. I agree. So everybody's enjoyed it.
Cool. Yeah, those first pictures in there with Atu's moon and Atu, the sky is purple. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, absolutely definitive, correct
color. I've never seen purple skies before. And then there's my brain telling me, oh, it's normal, and then I just have to tune all that out because I know it's not.
Purple skies.
It's a big leap. Yeah. It really is, and it took. I go through it all the time still, and I've been doing this for 14 years. And I've known about it for 45 now. We're coming up on, 1978 till anyway. Yeah,
you're gonna fight. There's always gonna be that voice in your head that tells you, "Nah, you're losing it, dude." But the evidence speaks for itself, and that's why I don't listen to that voice anymore because I think all of us here still deal with that voice in your head of you're crazy. This is just batshit crazy. But the evidence speaks loudly, much louder than that voice in your head.
Yeah, the same thing I told my neighbor is the same thing I'm telling everybody now. It may sound really absurdly ridiculous, but this is real and it is happening now. And we can't argue the whole world is messed up weather-wise. And it's not just the, CO2 sequestration in our atmosphere, because our jet stream wouldn't be behaving as harmonically different where it's got these cut off brandished lows that are completely occurring. And now, granted, the warmer sea temperatures will do that, yes, but we're having these superstorms repeatedly over and over and over again that they can't account for. And they're saying, well, climatologists don't know what's happening, and that's just a damn good excuse. But there are factions of the government that have been fully aware that this was coming.
Oh,
and it's going on, and they are definitely, absolutely, 100% putting out disinformation on purpose for a reason. And we've all been led down that path, and we've all been coddled into this complacency. And don't forget the big, huge campaign going on all the way from the 70s, where anybody that talked about ET, well, you're just a nut job, believing in ET. And we've shunned all those people all these years, all these people who said, oh my God, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this. And then everybody chalked them up and ostracized them and all of that. Guys, we have been embedded with ET since the 40s. Wow. They have, unfortunately, oh God, I'm reaching into an area I don't really dare go into. They have been systematically licensing extraterrestrial abduction scenarios. They have allowed so many per year through a contract, an agreement, and both sides of the factions have broken the agreements, and then we've gotten in trouble, and then we got walked away from, and then we kind of begged our way back. And whether or not anybody on this planet likes it, I know information beyond this from off-world. And if you want to know or learn more over the years, you're going to have to participate, and you're going to have to be here. And this is my teaser for the next show and the next show. I have a landmass picture I was going to post. I rarely post it because it's mine. I've been kind of, there are a few things that I like to hold back just for later. So, and then Rebecca sent me a bunch of stuff in the back, and she's doing stuff in the background, not only doing the show, but she's sending me other stuff too, and that I have to go through. And I don't want to lose that. That's why I'm not going to post too much more along this, so I don't bury it. But there's a lot of stuff going on that, unfortunately, the masses are not aware of. And it's concerning. It's freaky. It's there's a level of danger that is occurring right now. And I think people really need to, prepare that part of what you know is not what you know, and get ready for that. And we're at that stage where, guys, there's a bunch of shit going on, and it's now, it's different. It's now, it's real. It's now. And my neighbor looked at me like I've lost my mind, but I know it's hard to fathom. I know it's hard to grab onto, but we have examples of it going back a decade. Now, if this was year one, I might be, going, oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. But I've known about this, and they don't shut you up. They do not slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. And I can't stress that enough. We are right. We know what we're talking about.
Right. Because every time I hear you say that, I think about your drawings. Like immediately, I think about all those drawings, all the hundreds of comparisons I've made just start flashing, just boom, 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 because I sit there and studied them so detailed. I mean, I just sit there and, oh man, they're so right.
Detailed,
and
down
that couldn't happen any other way. That's why I get so excited
about it. Down to the wiggle of the
it.
pen in my drawing. I'll put these little nuances of this.
I'm like, yes,
nuance of that, and then 2 weeks goes by, 2 days goes by, 3 days, a week. And then, ta-da, we get this exact copy of it. And I myself have become amazed, shocked, surprised that I am that accurate. That, gee, I did see that. And, even the angle of the jaw on the skull asteroid, for instance, has changed over time. And I just draw it in automatically. And I go, oh, well, in my mind, it looks this way. And a week or two goes by, and lo and behold, there it is. And Rebecca is just, this is exact, and it's amazing to me even, and yet I do draw it, and there it is. And that's what remote viewing is you put a target in your mind, and then you draw it. You draw what you see, and that's what I've been doing.
And that's what they wanted you to do for them for nefarious reasons, I would imagine. I know you can't touch on that. I know you can't touch on that topic too much, Sam, but I'm sure that's what it was for.
What they would do is they would give us
what we're seeing is that your far-seeing abilities are definitely real and are definitely accurate. So they messed up. They had a very powerful thing there, you know. So it's good because those kind of weaponizing something like that is in the hands of the wrong people is
and that it was originally they did it too so they could spy on the Russians, and that's absolutely it's published. It's now declassified. It's called the Far East Project, and
I give you my respect for actually choosing the right thing and actually being part of this movement instead of that one.
Well, I saw past I saw past the lies when I knew I was being lied to. I knew that there was more to it. And then within the first few weeks of me trying to deal with targeting and looking, I saw more and beyond what the targets were. And me and a couple other people in the same room at the same time, we kind of whispered to each other about certain things. And then we did find the Russians, and the Russians also had a group of people doing the same thing. And all of a sudden, we realized that we were in a room staring at people who were staring back at us. And and then we discovered something going on behind at the back of the moon. And we discovered some of the stuff where we talked about earlier going on up in Alaska. And extraterrestrial presences are notable when you find them in your mind. And they're notable to me now as they're flying above us in these ships. And I have some information on that I'm not even going to go into. And I'll do that in the future. God, and I'm still kind of, Rebecca, the information you handed me on the back, I'm actually kind of hurt. I'm disappointed.
Right.
Somebody close to you does shit behind your back. Guess what? You can't do shit behind my back. I find out one way or another. I've known kind of what was going on. I was hopeful. I was, hopeful. That's the word. I was hopeful that it had been remedied. And yet some people make some silly choices for money. And that's not a good idea.
Right. Anyway. And this person had,
had a free ride, had a free ticket.
Right. You had all the support you could ask for with, things, and failed to see that.
We cannot give away what's coming, so we're going to hold it at that.
No, I know. It's all good.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
All good. You cannot hide things from a remote viewer. Don't even try. Unless you really want to. Including, and that high Pleiadians, high Dracos,
can you share some context, Rebecca?
Hi Nibiruans, hi Saruans, hi people out there. We know you're there. We hope you're listening.
Can you message me some context to what we're
I sure can.
Talking about?
Yes, I sure will.
Please do so. I have an idea, but
yeah.
Sorry, I saw you blinking. You want to know too, for inquiring minds that want to know.
Hey, I can wait.
I'll keep you posted. Yeah. Right. I'll fill you in.
We just got a little touch of bad news today, or I did today, and Rebecca a couple of days ago, and it's sad. We care about people, and then they do stupid things. Anyway, let's change the subject. Go somewhere else.
Right. What else we have here? I mean, how I mean, do you want to keep going? I've kind of.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay. I just got another Coke.
It's so, yeah.
I got another hour in me yet, and then I won't be able to talk anymore.
Right. I don't know what was wrong. Okay, last night it was one of those nights where you lay there with your eyes closed, but I don't think I really slept. Right. So
that was my night last night too.
Yeah, I don't have those sleepless nights anymore. I used to, but I don't. but I did last night. So that was happening. And then today, my coffee pot broke and my crock pot broke in the same day.
Are
my
you
coffee
now
pot
frying your own electronics?
I don't know what's going on. So
not a good day, not a good start if you can't have your coffee in the morning. It's not a good start. So.
I know. Well, you know what? In the past, I've had dilemmas like that before. So I get a little strainer out and I put a coffee filter in it with coffee and I pour hot water over it.
There you go.
Make a mug at a time. So
you know what I've
been there and done that.
What they did in Minnesota was they would actually go up deer hunting, and my stepdad would never bring anything for us to drink, only for him to drink coffee and beer. And he would bring one pan that he used 1,000,000 times, and this thing was nasty. And he'd throw it on the campfire, boil water, and then he'd take a big fistful of coffee and just throw it in the water. And then he'd let it boil till it, started bubbling, and you could see that it was actually cooked. And then he would reach over, make a snowball, pull it off the fire, grab a snowball, and just drop it in the pan, and all the grind settles to the bottom. And then he'd pour it into the cup. And of course, for the next half hour, you'd be going spitting the little tiny coffee grounds. But that's what we got to warm up with was, one pan coffee, deer hunting. So
what a rough generation. What a rough.
Oh yeah, well, that's the same man that drug us out on Mille Lacs Lake at 110 below, with no ice house. With no ice house. 2 snowmobile suits, and if you try to pee out your snowmobile suit at 110 below, the material that leaves your body doesn't even touch the ground. It vanishes before it even goes anywhere. Well, hello is Saturn's yellow moon and is Saturn and Nibiru.
Jesus. There's been some very cool stuff coming in from all week long.
I think this is from.
I know I had a very cool week. There's a lot of interesting things.
Yeah.
I got to basically get the same view as Afan did. Not as dramatic as his was, but I got to see it shortly after he posted it. It was very obvious shadow right in the same place. So I was saying
it. The white cloud right there is a Star Destroyer. To the right.
I was telling everybody in my post, try and stay current, guys. That way you know what to expect.
Yeah, you have to be current.
It's really helpful. I saw Afon's post, and I was like, pay attention. Maybe I'll get the same view eventually, and I sure did. Again, not as dramatic and obvious as his, but obvious enough nevertheless.
Well, yeah, he's also closer to the equator than you are. And so the Saturn's yellow moon was larger than your capture, but it's the same capture.
Yeah,
and
exactly the same location.
I saw both your work and then your video, and then you did the world famous Jesus's index finger, and you were pointing out around it. And I was just like clapping and laughing, going, "Yay!" That was my whole day, and that's why I wanted to bring it up again and talk about it again because I'm still excited about it. Because you guys see exactly what we draw. You see exactly what I see. And when all of us together around the world see the same thing, then guess what, guys? It's real.
Yeah, I'm sure you can hear my enthusiasm. And I usually mute myself. But I was like, no, I'm going to leave this. So, because I get pretty excited. As you can tell from the video, I get pretty excited about it. But I decided I'm just gonna leave it, let it be from now on, and just kind of show you guys my reactions to a lot of this stuff because I get really excited and I just get really, it's exciting to see that unfold that way. One day you see an incredible capture by somebody on the other side of the world, and then you wait, and then you see it eventually. And you're on your side. It's the most incredible thing.
And it's this
there's nothing Hollywood. There's nothing Hollywood has to offer that is more fun and more dramatic and more entertaining than what we do here. It's absolutely incredible.
Secret of all time, a massive celestial event unfolding right before our very eyes, which is beyond anything we've ever dreamt of. And it's real and it's happening. And we've been watching it for well over a decade. And where the hell have you been? Are you hiding under a rock? How come you can't see these passing planets? Oh my God. Sorry, I had to do that at least once this show. Oh my God, come on.
No, that's what I sound like in the video. I'm like, oh my God, look at that. It's so exciting.
Oh my God, I can't. Actually, you did say it's unbelievable, and I wanted to immediately retort with it. I said, no, it is believable because there it is. Yeah, you said quite a few times, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I loved it. I loved every second of it. It was well done. Good job. Thank you. And seeing that, you and have it match my drawings and knowing that all of this is occurring and occurring and occurring and occurring. And then we get this reinforcement, every day from around the world. It's just like, heaven, bliss. Right. I love it. Thank you. Oh, because it's insane. This is absolutely insane. And yet here it is.
Yeah, it is the craziest thing you'll ever come across, guys. If you allow yourself to just see it and give it the right time, man, you're in for quite the show. The world will never be the same. You'll never look at the world the same way again. So yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, knowing about the electrical universe and the binary solar system. And once you take a step into the fact that, human science, man, has limited our view of everything we know. And like example of the Big Bang Theory, they tell you that all of the galaxies and all of existence and everything we know all happened at one point, bang. No. There are galaxies that are billions of years older than we are, than our galaxy. And they're farther out there. And, radiocarbon and all of that crap. They completely, they're limiting our out view by a few undigestible facts that they haven't even been able to completely fully attribute. And if they actually did take into account the binary and the electrical universe, they would have so many more answers. And then also our technology would be farther advanced as well, because they're not even embarking upon the electrical variations of the electric universe and how the dynamic all of it works.
I'm glad that you're bringing that up, because I think about that all the time, Sam. If current scientists and astrophysicists looked at the world, look at space through the electrical, thing, the electric, alternative way of looking at things.
Atomic.
There would be so much more science, and there would be so much more science breakthroughs, because right now they have limited themselves very much.
They're just now embarking on zero degree minus 73 degrees Kelvin, which is where all of a sudden the rules in physics change. And they're just now embarking upon that frozen state matter where things do things that they can't even figure out. And yet in space, we have minus 440 degrees. And so there's this whole electrical universe thing going on out there that they can't even comprehend yet. And there's subatomic and astroatomic, subatomic chemistry and atomic chemistry, and you can't separate. And Einstein tried to separate it, saying, well, we've got gravitation and it pulls us this way, but we don't know what goes on out in space, because that has a different set of rules. And that's where we talk about that unification model. And if you think about it, the same thing that goes on in the tabletop is the same thing that goes out in space. It's just a different size. It's all one set of rules.
And that's one of the biggest problems too, is that they think that everything is separate. I think Einstein made that same assessment, where they wanna separate what happens down here from what's happening, and it's all connected. It is all absolutely
connected. It can't be separated because we're part of it. So why would we have this completely different set of rules inside this little air bubble around Earth, or water bubble, and out there is a whole different set of rules. No, it's all the same set of rules, subatomic to astroatomic. It's not astrophysics, it's astrochemistry,
Yeah,
astroelectric.
I know when you say what happens in the subatomic also happens in the astroatomic.
Correct. And
One
we're all
set of
part of a
rules.
building block.
Yeah. Yeah, I love hearing when you talk about that stuff. I'm just like glued hearing you when you
There is
talk
no
about.
separation. There is no separation between here and there. We're all connected, all the way across out to all, to the farthest galaxies that we can even perceive or imagine. Oh God, there's an oldie. That is 2017. That is the open core and base cloud of planet Nepacity.
Wow.
Back when Nepacity was much
Neat.
smaller. And that yellow area is actually literally the illuminated bottom area of the planet. And we've got pictures going back before that as well. And this is how we first started learning about the open core of Nepacity. Did you see that picture I sent you a while back ago of the small green planet, Rebecca?
Yes, I won that too long ago.
Yeah, do you have that?
Yeah.
Can you
I
pop
can get it? Uh-huh.
I tried to bring that point up and we got sidetracked. In the early days, we got to see these planets really small. We saw small as Saturn. We saw tiny little Nepacity. We saw smaller Atu. And then Atu got big. And then it got bigger. And then, oh, hey, God, Atu has a moon. We got to watch all this stuff transpire and transcend. And this is where we learned what all of this stuff was. In this picture that we're still looking at, the reason that I know it's open core, base core of Nepacity is because we saw this before it got big, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, she's going to drag up the first early shots of green planet Nepacity. And I also want to talk about what else is in that photograph.
Oh,
yeah.
Go back. This one or go back? This one? Okay.
That's the one.
Uh-huh.
See that green planet, everybody? That is Nepacity.
What's the date? I can't see that.
I will blow it up and tell you.
Uh-huh.
That is an incredible shot. Every time I see it, I'm like, God, I wish.
It's 2015.
I would have loved to see it.
It is in November 8th, 2015 at 16:51 in the hour, and it was Mexico webcam.
Wow.
And that is Nepacity, and there is our two stars. And if you look at that big orange brown blob behind, that is Imaru Hercubus.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
That is a telling picture right there. A lot going on in that picture.
And when we watched Nepacity come up, earlier years, 2012, 13, Saturn and Nepacity were these tiny little red dots. And I if you want, I can send you a picture now of that. It goes back from 2011-ish, and I've got that right at the top of my old file. And we've got numerous ones where they're match. I'll just send one. That way we don't get too carried away here. Yeah, no. Now to find what I was talking about. Oh, okay. I love this one. I love this one.
There's a great picture.
I mean,
let me see it.
It's coming. It's there.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Wow. I don't know if I remember that one. Surely I've seen it.
I'm sure. Well, I posted it a few hundred times throughout the
I was
last
gonna say,
decade.
surely I have.
This is when we first started learning about Atu's moon, and then there's a side information coming in along with that, and we'll discuss it when you post it. Of course, I'm not on StreamYard, and I need to come back to that so I know what you're posting.
Right.
I was still on Facebook. Yeah, this is I believe 2014, 2015. And I don't think there's a date on the picture. I didn't blow it up. I looked at it. It was very small, thumbnail size for me. Now, I'll tell all our viewers out there, our listeners, excuse me, not viewers, or, viewers, listeners. I have a 43-inch screen, so I get to see things better than everyone else does. Here you have Attu's moon in front of Striped Uri, which is the major dark purple area. And there's a light blip on the upper right, and that is green Nepacity. And this red blip on the middle right is Saturn.
Oh.
That is
and,
crazy.
That little red dot.
Yeah,
oh
that
my
red
goodness.
dot, that is the Saturn.
Wow.
How tiny they are.
Yes. What about the small dot above that?
That's Nepacity.
Wow.
No way.
That's how small they were. And we watched
Wow.
them come in, and we watched them get bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, that crescent illumination you're looking at is Attu's moon. And if you look over to the middle lower, there's a white blob, and that's where Attu's moon is. And
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, if you saw them like that when they were little, I mean, you never guessed they would be so big.
Well, and
you're probably thinking, okay, any day now you can stop getting big.
This was the introduction when we first started seeing how purple Attu was. And this is when, after several years of calling them this colored planet, that colored planet, that colored planet, then when we saw Attu come in 2014-ish, then we went, oh, the names are right because the descriptions are accurate and they match. And because of that, that's when we attributed the names. Prior to that, we did not do that. We said the big blue planet, the big blue-green planet, the big white striped planet, the smaller little blips that we didn't know what the hell they were. We believed they were planets because we did see, the Anno Domini pattern in the early days, and then they got bigger, and then that ended up into the matching the orbit model of the crop circle that we use, that we had tagged and labeled the planets because it matched orbitation and everything that we agreed with. And so when information has matched and matched and matched and matched over time, we accumulated and accumulated, I should say, information and been able to step across small stepping stones to match information to turn it into fact. And this is how, and we knew that when that little dot was green, 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 we knew it was Nepacity because it matched the names, it matched the star pattern, it matched the information from the video from the Pleiadian message in 2008, 2009, which is where we got most of the names from. And those names matched the names I was told years ago. Except this way, I got the spelling of them because prior I didn't have the spelling because it was verbal. The information I got was verbal. Nobody, handed me, oh, this is how you spell it. Take notes, kid. I wish I had a notebook. Oh my God, the shit I probably know now if I didn't, because I was trying to take all that information. I was being told verbally all of this stuff, and it was like, guy was throwing. It's like me trying to talk to the to Pamela here earlier. Like, how much of what we threw at her tonight is she going to retain? And yeah, it's hard.
It was a lot. It was a lot for somebody who has zero, has been filled in zero who started at zero the way she is. I just thought, wow, she must be a little overwhelmed. But to Audrey, I just want to say, yes, I agree. I can only imagine what it must have felt like to see them that small and then see them approach and just grow bigger and bigger. Me and Rebecca got to see half of that,
but we still. I was talking to 50 people, and then 100 people, and then 150 people.
That it must have been a great ride. It must have been. We hopped on about halfway through that ride, but it must have been really interesting to see them approaching that small and then growing what we're seeing now.
This is where the level of confidence comes in my voice, where people said, well, I listened to you talk and it's just like you sounded like you knew what you were talking about and you were so comfortable with it and everything. And because we took the time to watch them get bigger and bigger and bigger, and oh my God, and here we are, almost 14 years later, April, still talking about the same event. And so, of course, we've been guided into this voluminous truckloads of information that have been dumped on us by the decade plus time of collecting all of these sky pictures from around the world every day. I rarely, for the first decade, I rarely took a day off. And now and everybody's taught me, well, Sam, you have to learn that every once in a while you get to walk away. And I do that when I've got shopping things in town. There's days I take off. I don't like doing it, but because I miss out. But I do have to. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do have to take some time. I have a hard time myself doing it also, but it is good to kind of step away for a little bit.
Yeah, you have to every once in a while. And like I said the other day, the Saturday show took me 2 days, and the third day I was going, oh yeah, I better get back to work. I mean, I was on, but I wasn't on.
I know.
I went to work. I talked to a couple of people, and I posted a couple of things, but I didn't do major time on.
Right. Because I think we started at 2. It was like a regular work day plus overtime, 9 hours. So.
And this is the Spiral Asteroid Trail.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. Spiral. Wow. Okay.
Going over the top and below.
I
just
see.
Off the deck.
I figured something like that.
Yeah, and it's a lot bigger than it used to be because it's closer. And we're going to see more of that when the 180-day cycle kicks up again. And then we'll see the spiral, and then we'll see the lead, and we'll see the red. It's possible that spiral will be making more cameos than the lead because remember, they're transitory. It used to be that we saw the lead asteroid doing the cameo. And then now over time, it's gone elsewhere, farther to the right. And then we saw the red asteroid, and then it became center cameo. And then spiral asteroid was more to the left and behind always and lower off the horizon. And now this is, of course, very low off the deck and going right over Earth, skimming and doing the spiral cloud lead behind because we believe there's 2 objects that are concentrically spiraling, which is why it leaves the weird spirally trail. And so... we'll see what, and then of course, then the cameo of Tan asteroid has been happening with the illumination, and we've been seeing it illuminated in the sky, and everybody go, "Oh, the second sun." No, it's the Tan asteroid, and we kind of now know that the second sun is probably lower in the sky and blanking out our sun if they are separated, and we're starting to see evidence of that. We've seen it for a few months. From people in the southern hemisphere, and they've been talking about it, and I am inclined to believe that they know what they're talking about. So, and unfortunately, until I see it for myself up here or more evidence of it, I'm not going to fully call it, but I am concerned. It would account for why we're warmer this winter, why we're tipped more. So things are falling into place. Yeah, look at that. Little sea trail and a very large lead object in the upper middle and Atu's moon, and crossing in, of course, from the left downward is red asteroid.
Wow.
Thank you, Thunder.
And
very
of course,
nice.
Yuri and everything,
nice.
and the purple area is Atu in the upper left, and then Yuri is, of course, over there to the north. And this is probably early in the day, looking most likely east.
No, like that picture.
It could be looking south too.
I think you're right with it being east. It just looks like it.
About like earlier in the day, and look at the size of the sun, how small it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Guys, that's more normal size, and anytime you see it much larger, of course that depends on where you are on the equator as well, because on the equator the sun looks bigger. And anybody that lives in the desert knows that, like Nevada,
yeah.
If I went out in your sunshine, I would get burnt in about 15 minutes.
It's brutal.
And that is somebody having way too much fun in an airplane. I can't even imagine the G-force that guy went through to create that.
Are you serious? Are you?
No,
you're
I'm
being
serious.
honest. Okay.
That's a sea trail. That's a rotational sea trail, and I don't know how the hell they got up enough energy to do that.
That doesn't make any sense.
They're completely blocking a occurrence, probably the Texas cube right next to the sun.
That's crazy.
They're really dispensing on this one.
Definitely.
I've never seen anything like that.
I can't even imagine taking that many G's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And if you look up at the middle where it breaks off up toward the tree in the upper right, that's the side edge of Uri. So they're covering. Oh, it could even be the skull asteroid poking its little face out dead center in the look in the middle of the loops.
Yeah, I was thinking that middle seems a little darker than the rest.
But if they've made that,
yeah,
knowledge already, then why would they cover it up?
Because it's so damn visible, they don't want anyone to see it.
Okay.
I can't even imagine getting clearance for that jet pilot to do that, or what kind of a jet that it was that did dispense.
Yeah.
But that's.
So I thought maybe a spiral asteroid.
No, that's
no.
It must
be plane that did that.
Fighter jets or something.
There isn't anything out there that does that.
Right.
Okay. Wow. Well, okay. Maybe
Thunder has
what?
a question. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Good. I didn't. No, I was just.
Thunder has a question that he said he didn't want to retype, but I scrolled back up and it says, "Is it only Planet X and the binary sim that have the big effect on Earth, or do all the planets in the binary system affect Earth?" Sam?
Well, close passes. On close pass, we suffer wind and storm eddy effects. Everything is linked electrically, us and them, and we're opposing. It's like having two magnets in the same. You take a big magnet and a smaller magnet, you put them on the table. Well, they're going to have an interaction magnetic area of effect that will affect them. And when you bring them closer to each other, it's like the old Scotty dog magnet game when we were kids. And that's a 60-70 thing. When you bring one magnet to the other, depending on the polarity, one magnet the larger magnet will roll over the smaller magnet. Now, there's also the weather effects when their atmosphere shoves, a larger atmosphere shoves into our smaller atmosphere, then we have an effect and we get shoved out of the way, but we also have an inner atmosphere effect. The asteroids cause electrical discharging. The planets cause electrical discharging. The light blocking causes weather effects. When we know that close passes of necessity create the snorkel effect. We know that it sucks up atmosphere because Nepacity is a smaller planet and it rotates much faster. And because of its speedy rotation on close pass, that's where the snorkeling, almost like a tornado, it's a massive, massive tornado. And it snorkels up some of our atmosphere, our moisture. And then when it pulls away from us and that gravitational lifting, it hasn't really left our atmosphere, but it's floating in the upper atmosphere above us. And all of that water just drops down as that snorkeling connection is broken. We know that Attu and Attu's moon had a level of effect causing earthquakes and volcanic activity because there were numerous volcanoes and numerous earthquakes that occurred on close passes of Attu's moon. Uri has, of course, the asteroid group underneath. We know that is the 180-day effect. Increased weather issues, storms, lightning, close passing asteroid storms, which have very, very violent occurrences, discharging, lighting forest fires, and you name it, and bad weather, and ripping people's houses to hell, and dragging all this shit up in the upper atmosphere and then gone. Nibiru overall, I think it just pushes us out of the way. Saru, I think it pushes us out of the way. We have tidal changes. We have moon jumping south, north, south, north. So all the planets do have effects. But being that, we are encased in our own bubble and protected, some of them are mitigated and others are not. I hope that answered it.
Yeah, I think that about does it. It's incredible.
Yeah, they affect
That was a
but
pretty
they
clear
don't.
answer.
They don't. That is that's the site of Uri right there. You're looking at the Salamander asteroid group. And the little salamander hanging on the side of the side of Uri. Although it doesn't look like a salamander, but the little dots those are asteroids in there. And there's a whole bunch of them, bunches and bunches of them right there.
Now, I have a question. So, like when we see the moon next to these objects, right? Are they passing? Like, are they still behind the moon, or are they in front?
They're way, way far away from the moon.
Way behind it. So these
planets are so huge, it's unbelievable.
Okay. And
Earth is this tiny little rock type planet. As far as rock sized planets go, we're small for that. And these are water types. These are titans that are even bigger than gas giants.
Wow.
Yeah, and it just blows me away. And this is why everybody always goes back to the Tiamat model, what they assumed that there was a giant Titan planet Earth that they called Titan, and that it broke up somehow. And now we don't, of course, have that. We imagine, science believes that's where the asteroid group and all the stuff between Mars and all that rock material in our Kuiper belt. They believe that's the broken up planet. It's entirely possible. I don't know factually. I can suppose it's possible. We could have been a Titan planet at one time, and now we're just a fraction of what we used to be. I don't know. And I've even seen models of modern science that have laid out that supposedly the Titan planet got a glancing blow. It was skipped off, and only a portion of it broke away from us, and then we rerounded as a smaller. And then the moon was formed, blah, blah, blah. And I don't fully believe that the moon and Earth are actually connected. I don't think they're of the same material. There is very much less iron in the moon, but then that adds to the skiff, the upper crust breaking off, and not the inner crust. So that that's there's no way to prove that. I'd actually have to have a rock sample from the moon, and they don't let people do that. You're not even allowed to touch the moon rocks. You have to. They're in sealed containers with no oxygen.
I've never really that whole scenario where the moon was a piece of Earth. I don't know about. I've never really. I don't think it's based on really any factual anything. It's just a theory, and that I've never really been comfortable with. It seems to be completely different. I mean, it does seem to be completely different material. I agree. It looks nothing.
We do believe
Earth.
We do believe that there's a base on the dark side of the moon for extraterrestrials. The high hide. This is a Star Trek term. It's also a hunting term. And that was part of what we at the Farseeing saw was the base on the dark side of the moon. And that was I saw that directly in some of mine, so that's why I'm talking about it. I don't know if that's going to get me in trouble or not, but I did see it. I found them up there, and that was I did report it. Beyond that, I'm next. You're muted, Rebecca. You're still muted.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back. Yeah, Jesus sent me a link. So it's a short clip he wanted to show everybody.
I want to say we used to, and Sam, you know Darren, you sent him a drawing, one of your drawings a while back. Darren Gross. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right. Gross.
Right, yeah.
He was a great member, but he hasn't been active. And recently he reached out and said, I've been watching you guys' podcast. keep up the good work. So I just want to say, watching Darren, you used to put some great stuff out there. I know life gets in the way sometimes. You get busy, but it was really nice to hear from you and know that you are still keeping up with this kind of work. So it was nice to hear from you, man.
Add two's moon and a bunch of asteroids below it, or let's see, that's on the right-hand side of the sun. Look at that. That could be the bottom of Nibiru. And there's a whole bunch of weird. That could be wow. If it's on the right-hand side of the sun, that's got to be Nibiru, with a whole bunch of stuff underneath. It could also be, ships underneath the cubes and all of that. They're punch clouds because there is something above that is poking a hole through our atmosphere, through our clouded atmosphere. And they call them, they're atmospheric punch clouds, but you got to realize that there's something above that punching in. People don't give it a second thought when they go, it's a punch cloud.
For me, it just makes sense. That's crazy.
I would say because we see it. That's asteroids or floating debris.
Something's dipping into our atmosphere.
Right. A whole bunch of asteroids, and there are millions of asteroids up there underneath Uri.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this, of course, is why
it was a great little clip.
That is a good one.
Yeah, I actually saw this today on my TV. It was introduced.
Yeah, this is current. This is current too. So
it was in some live video because there's lots of people. As a matter of fact, I think Slapped Ham showed it. And shout out to Slapped Ham. We watch your stuff.
I always chuckle when I hear that name. I don't know why. It just sounds funny to me.
It's a little perverted to me, but
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to go there.
Well, you know how the British are. They
it's a little innuendo. Every time I hear it, I'm just like, yeah, I think there was a double entendre here.
Yeah. But he's really popular, and he's got a very definite YouTube presence, and he's famous, and we watch him. My daughters introduced me to him. So I could do shout outs for a whole bunch of YouTubers because, by the way, we are officially YouTubers now. And hopefully all you people out there in YouTube land and the other one lands out there are starting to get very familiar with our experts and treasure them as much as I do. And let's hope you guys get famous too. That would be very nice. And not that I'm famous, but infamous or known.
Yeah, right. No, I know.
The world is going to see this information now, and it's going to change our perceptions of everything that we've been told. So this is the beginning of a big change in consciousness, guys. And whoever wants to be a part of it, this is going to be a community for everybody.
And that was foretold. That was foretold many years ago that this was coming. So. And now I'm going to step away to the little scientist room, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah. Something Rocket Man showed us today, remember Jesus, was there on this new site, there's going to be a section called e-learning. And it's basically like, you're going to go to school. You're going to go to school. And so there'll be like this curriculum of questions and answers that I will create. I'll create questions
like multiple
and answers.
choice.
And we can get Sam to do some questions and answers. But and then you'll have like multiple choice testings, and you'll go through a series of lessons building up to receiving a certificate, an online certificate,
Yeah.
like your little graduation, you get a cap and gown, and but no, for graduation you get like a prize. It could be a T-shirt or we talked about Amazon cards, or I mean, we want it to be nice. So
$100 something,
right?
But it's funny. It's great how he added just one question just to make an example and show us. But he put us. So, what kind of clouds does Atu's moon put off? And then he had three different answers in it. One of them was Mamatis. I was like Mamatis, and it's just gonna be so much fun, guys, and so educational. And I think it's gonna be a lot more digestible that way, because it's gonna keep people engaged, and it's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be in a way where it's gonna be very engageable and very user friendly. I loved it when he showed us that.
There you go, Third Eye. That's
I got to feed the cat while I was up.
Yeah, he seemed like he was hungry. He seemed like he was yelling at you earlier.
I think she stays out of here now that she hears the voices, which is good for me. That way I'm not sneezing in the middle of the show. Because earlier, earlier when we first started doing this, she'd come in and visit and then want to sit in my lap. And I can't do that. And, I can as long as I got the fan running and all the hair goes elsewhere. Otherwise, I'm sneezing for the whole day. And then ever since we started doing more podcasts, she waits outside the room now. And then when I come out, then she meows at me. And that's just what happens.
Yeah. So. My cat does that. When I left earlier, she was at the door because she knows I'm in here, obviously, but that's the one that likes the rotisserie chicken. I mean, I have to have it on hand all times,
that one cracks me up.
God. Yeah.
She seems like such a diva.
I know. Her name fits her perfectly, Princess. She's gets what she wants. So, oh boy.
Yeah, we don't own the cats. The cats own us.
I know it. It's true.
Yeah, I was seeing a post, a meme somebody posted like that.
Yeah, they're the smart ones.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think let me check it and see. Third Eye is sending a picture in, or some pictures. I don't know. So let me check it. He's in process, I guess.
You want to hear something really strange?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nova is about to turn 17.
How do you feel about that, Sam? How do you feel about her bringing her first boyfriend around? Because that's just around the corner. How are you going to deal with
that? A bruised boyfriend that she beat up. I'm only kidding. Nova is a very strong-willed spirit, so I don't think I'm going to have to worry. I taught them karate when they were little. We talked about where to hit people if you want them to be nice to you. If they're not being nice to you, I taught they're good kids. But I don't really have too many of those worries going in that direction. Being a father with two girls, teenage girls, is of course a concern. But the reason that I'm bringing up that she's going to be 17 now. When we started doing this, Nova had just gone through potty training and was running around in normal clothes, and Shiloh was still in diapers. Wow. And Nova is about to turn 17. So we've been doing this, for 14 years. So she was 3-ish when we started this. And earlier, Shiloh was walking by, and I said, well, don't you want to see this? And this is a good part. She says, Dad, I have been watching this stuff since I was very little, and I am so over it, And she says, I know all of this stuff already, and you say the same thing over and over again for how many years now? And I just went, yeah, okay. I mean, there's no arguing with her.
Yeah, there's no arguing with that, right?
That's funny. I often wonder, is like, well, to them, we've always had that second solar system. And so it's normal and boring to them because that's what they were raised, and I showed them when they were 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 years old. Hey, look at this planet. Hey, look at this planet. So to them, it's normal. So they've been raised in a completely different point of view that none of us were raised in, and it wasn't necessarily intentional. But I would want to share the exciting. Oh, look! I got a really exciting picture today. Look at this. Oh, Dad, come on! I'm so bored with this, Dad, and it's hilarious.
I remember in the beginning. I mean, in my beginning when we started, they were little kids. They're now 17. It's time has flown by.
They did the Merry Christmas Montana Skywatchers. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
They were little tiny little girls back then. And that's why, because her Nova's birthday's in a few days next week. And I'm in awe that we've, been sitting here doing this long. And literally it seemed like, a couple of years. But wow, we're coming up on our 14th year. Yeah. And I'm in absolute awe that the Texas Cube and the Longbox Cube have been here parked over the top of Earth, burping out star destroyers and support craft galore, and yet it doesn't even make any kind of media at all. Well, now, granted, on the startup, remember the movie on the startup, Rebecca, of the Empire Orb? Don't you think?
Okay.
Don't you think that should have gone completely worldwide viral?
Yeah, but you know why it doesn't? Is because they just made everybody think, oh, that's CGI. You know what I mean? They've gotten people real numb to stuff like that, and they won't believe it.
It's got to be fake, yeah. And the only reason we know it's not CGI is because I myself personally watched the damn thing drop out of the sky, change direction, lower itself Z minus 50,000 feet or whatever, drop down, turn and look at me, and then that damn light turned on. And having seen that blue light, and then of course we get this video footage of it 8 years later, and here's the same damn thing doing the same damn thing, including all of a sudden, boom, there that turns that blue light on, and the microcraft following behind it. And that's exactly what I saw. And, this is many years apart. And, we can go back to the Canadian spiral. We can go back to the Norway spiral. We can talk about all these objects that have burped out of wormholes in front of us for the last decade. And yet they don't go viral. And my God, it should have seriously dramatic. I mean, my God, people, there is a freaking invasion fleet completely parked over the top of our heads right now. They don't even have to invade because we're already blockaded. Yeah. I mean, there are so many of them up there. And I'm in absolute awe that this hasn't gone public.
Yeah.
Well, we're adding some pretty good team and some pretty good tools to be able to do that. Because I feel it's the way that Facebook operates and even YouTube.
We've been limited.
We've been limited, and we're not going to be bound anymore to where we can reach people. The live alone is going to be translated in every language out there, so that alone is going to give us more reach, as opposed to community guidelines and that kind of crap that we've been dealing with Facebook.
I don't even think it's been on the surface, community guidelines. I think the supreme suppression of my information all the way across the board.
Absolutely.
I'm not even getting 300 likes anymore. I'm getting 11. And
I remember there was a time, Sam, when you used to get 200 likes. 300 likes was not uncommon. 400 now
it's normal. Now it's 11, 12, 20.
Yeah.
Or the number of people who have seen my post is 20. And it's like, what the hell? I have 80 to 150,000 members. If you add the two sites together, and then the other stuff I embark upon, excuse me, 3. We have to, I don't even add Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. We have a couple 100,000 people viewing this, or are they viewing it? That's my question. I don't think they're getting to see it. And people have reported to me that they don't see my post
later that I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, it took me to get a while to get your stuff today, Christoper.
Yeah, it's like 2
days old.
Wow, this is crazy. Like, why am I seeing this 2 weeks later when I've got it all, on the notifications and all that? That's not okay.
Yeah, it's like the CME information that, they're putting out a CME warning that the next class flare burped, and you get it 5 days later. Well, gee, thank you. That didn't do me any good. It's already gone by. Yeah, look at that.
I was going to say, this is from Third Eye Cam.
God.
And I'm not sure where he's located. Where are you located, Third Eye? I'm just curious.
That is a crazy picture. Wow.
And then here's a couple that's been, filtered to bring out. Right.
Definitely. The light is behind us.
Lord.
That has got to be, oh man. Jesus. I'm almost ready to scream Texas Cube right there.
Right away. This is all I've been seeing all week.
Yeah. I think that's a small craft parked around a Texas Cube.
Yeah, all week long.
Man, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Including the lead behind trails all left and right and above and middle. I think those are literally Star Destroyers parked in front of the Texas Cube.
That is so weird.
That is crazy.
That's what we were talking about.
That's how close things are, guys. That you can literally see these small these details that just scream, that there's just more than just clouds and whatever you want to call it.
There's a whole bunch of ships parked outside and around the Texas Cube.
Jesus Christ, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. And you see a lot of it reflecting light as well, too.
And they have little wispy ion clouds because they are flying through space, and they're cold, and then the sun shines on them, and they put off a little mist trail. Yeah, this has got to be the Texas Cube and many Star Destroyers and support craft. I've never seen anything like this in the sky above us in 10 years that even remotely looked like this.
That's a great shot. Third eye. That was a great shot. Good eye. Great eye for this stuff. That is so
not
cool.
Once in a decade. I've never seen this. So that's got to be, that has to be Star Destroyers and the Texas Cube.
Wow.
See that straight line and how it's kind of square and black in the middle, and then these little white things around it. They're ships parked around it, and they're not all going one direction. They're all up and down and facing different ways, and you see the little triangles and the big ones, and some are illuminated, some are not.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Why? What is making them more Well, asteroids or
when they break into the light and the sunlight shines on them, the surface of the ship itself is actually going to warm up, and it'll put off a moisture. In space clouds, there is.
Yeah, that's what I see all the time. Just weird moisture clouds like that.
Well, even on the side of a planet, once it's the side of the planet gets shined on, then there's a cloud, vaporous, gaseous offput, and it always flows in the direction of the eddy that is flowing behind.
What planet do you think is behind this?
Well, of course, it's always right where the Texas Cube is, always right behind, in front of Attu and Attu's moon. So we're probably dark blue. We're looking at the side of Attu, whereas Attu's moon would be above us. Yeah. And look where the sunshine is. The sun is behind us. So, and we know that Attu and Attu's moon is now over the top of us, if not all the way to the west, northwest during the day. which is why it's so hard to draw it in place now because it's going beyond Earth.
Yeah.
And remember yesterday, or excuse me, remember Saturday, as Christoper was walking around, we had him point the camera straight up, and there was Atu above him. And these angled shots that we're just looking at, we're looking pretty much almost straight up. And that's what led me to believe that it's the Texas Cube. Because I can't attribute any other cloud pattern that we've seen that even remotely comes close to that.
That's incredible.
Look at the angle of the little white lines going in one direction.
I saw that. I was looking at that.
Square edge and then a darkness and all these little, what look like, like, as a matter of fact, go back.
Okay.
Right there. Okay. Do you see middle of the picture to the right, a white straight line cloud almost pointing down? And that to me looks like what we have talked about was the Starfighter docking station.
No way. How do you see that?
Because I'm looking at a 43-inch screen.
God. I can tell. I mean, this is so cool how you can just point these things out and then it just becomes so clear.
You know, Sam is good with the details on a level that I can't comprehend yet. Well, me and Rebecca were talking about it yesterday. Now that I usually do everything on my phone. Everything, my videos, everything has been done on my phone. But lately, I've had to start doing things on my laptop, and just seeing my videos and having to do all that stuff and what we're doing with Rockin', man, I've come to realize that it makes an enormous difference. There was so much stuff that I started to see in some of the videos that I was going through recently.
And I tell people, if you can afford it, go get yourself a $500 computer.
Yeah, and the picture in this guy, the picture on this one isn't even this. This is kind of a cheap laptop. It's not even high quality, too high quality. I mean, it is, but
the size of the screen is huge. It's
but
huge.
The size of just the fact that it was in full screen, I was like, holy crap! There's a lot more to be seen.
And this is, of course, part of my edge is that I've been doing it on a computer with a large screen. Now, for the longest time, I was running a 24-inch, and I had a few 15s over the early years. But then I got the opportunity because my last used screen died on me, and then of course we had a computer issue, and then I did a fundraiser, and some nice folks actually provided enough money in one chunk that I could actually buy the whole package. And I bought a very nice HP and a very nice HP screen. And because I view this as very serious, and so I invested $700 or $800 into this. And this is, of course, my 15th computer.
Crazy.
Yeah, 1 year. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
15.
One year.
Yeah. Right. That's a
1
lot.
Well, 1 year, I think I went through 3 of them. And so that, they've been extended longer. And of course, underneath the Chinese replacement theory, if you do not buy a quality computer, do not expect it to last longer than 3 years, period.
Right.
Of course, that's why I buy HP.
Lucky if it lasts that long.
And HPs will last anywhere about 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, that's what I got. It was at a good price at Costco, and my brother said, "You know what? I'll put it on my credit card, and you could just pay me within a month." And I was like, "Yes, absolutely." And it happened to be an HP. I remember you telling me, if you're gonna buy one, get you an HP, because the price was good, and it was it's a great computer. It is. I'm barely getting to know it, honestly, because I've been using it just for the podcast, but now I'm having to do other stuff on it, and it's been a learning experience with it, but it seems to be doing the job. So
yeah, any other company, and you just expect to replace it with but just about every year. And I did. I bought a whole bunch earlier. I didn't have any money, and so I bought the cheap ones, and then I would replace it. and and it would fail on me. And then, so I went, some of it was failure. A lot of them was hacked. And then of course the second, literally 3.5 months after, oh boy, there's a story for you. 3.5 months after I started, they did come in and pry my house because I did download some Library of Congress information, which I made a mistake of doing. And they had a connection that I had downloaded it. And it proved that the refunding of the Far-Seeing project. And that's what, I went in and I had to go in and look and see if I was out of my mind. So I actually found, yes, there's the funding for that, which I was recruited for. And then that's a long story behind all of that. So, I got to the point where I had levels of doubt and I had to go and prove it to myself. And then I looked up the school they were going to send me to. And I had an issue with learning Italian back then, and I should have been better at it because now I want to. Then I didn't. I was, a little arrogant at 18, but most 18-year-olds are. Let's just say they could have done a whole different story of how I was treated. I could have been dealt with differently, but I wasn't. And of course, the rest is history, and here we are today. And I spent a lifetime in the private sector, and I was supposed to continue to work for the government. And the moment I stepped away, I got into trouble and et cetera, et cetera. So, and they pointed that out to me, and then I absolutely kept my mouth shut because they have a tendency to push you to the point of breaking just to teach you a lesson.
This and one other picture is from Christoper. So
power trip. It's all a power trip to them because they have the power and they get used to it, and then they use it against you in cruel ways. And this is why the other day on the last show, and Sam Rocket Man was saying, "Oh, you know how the government wants to take care of you, Sam," and we both broke into laughter. So,
yeah, and he's another one who's had his dealings with.
When you find out what you can and cannot do and what you can and cannot say, and then it becomes disheartening when you find out that you're serving something that is not necessarily kosher.
Right.
You find out it's a little uncomfortable for what's really going on.
Wow.
And then it becomes an ethics thing for you. You have a moral argument with yourself if you want to continue to do it or not. This one, we're looking at some asteroid scenario. So this is not really
I sent this one in particular because there's a cube here too. And I think I sent one more picture to you, Rebecca, of this cube. So this is what I saw. So on the bottom left, there's this cube there, right? And you can see
where,
like at the bottom left, see all the little see all the lines coming off of it?
Yeah.
So I got another picture of it. I walked down the block and I took a more direct picture of it.
Yeah, I just now saw it, so I'll add it real quick.
Yeah, so the next one, it'll be of the same.
It does match the shape of the side orb and cube that I could attribute, yes.
You'll see it in the next one. It's totally there, but I just wanted to send it in because I've just been seeing it. It's weird. Ever since the 1st of February, I've seen it every day, almost. It's just they're freaky. They make me feel weird after I see them, and that's just about it.
Maybe you're reading the occupants.
I don't know.
Anybody can remote view it. You just got to trust what you see inside your head.
There's the same. So this is it, and this was 2 minutes after that last picture. So
okay, I give you that. You do have a side orb and cube eddy there. Yeah.
Yeah,
and look how nasty that looks too. There is a dark error is. And if you look at the upper corner right by that weird little wispy cloud, there is actual facial of the cube itself.
Oh.
See the facial body, the multiple dots in the upper right?
Oh wow.
That's cube surface. I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen. So, and then I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so star destroyers right off the bat. They're smaller, but they're floating around in there with the normal clouds and stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
and
that's
it's going
pretty
downward.
cool.
It's going downward in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a definite
I
pitch
noticed
line.
it because you can kind of tell the clouds are moving. It's like you can tell it's moving through and it's leaving those wispy clouds like you're talking about in its wake, right? So
and you're seeing 2 flat edges here as well.
Mm-hmm.
One.
I was going to say that you could see the right angles.
Yeah,
right. It's like tipping the dice forward slightly to the the lower right. Yeah. And you can.
And then if I had a guess, it looks like, and I think I mentioned this, Chris, when you sent me this picture, the side orb right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just creepy when you can see them for yourself. Yeah. Oh.
And those things are huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Because we know that they park many, many star destroyers on them. And because we watched them coming out of them.
That is so weird.
And
how many is many? Like 10 or 100 or?
Well, you saw that one picture that you keep posting all the time where there's hundreds of them.
Yes. Okay.
That's what came to mind. That's what came to mind.
And we know that the majority of them offloaded out of the long box, but a primal smaller amount came out of the Texas Cube itself. And that's the one I sat there for hours watching that occur. And that's when I saw the first time I saw by eye the fighter craft docking station, which matched exactly what I saw in Star Wars cartoons. And I went, "Holy shit."
Oh gosh.
Oh shit, it's real.
Yeah, I would too.
Oh shit, it's real.
Freak out.
No.
And I've drawn drawings of that.
No.
It's like, why did they give us this? It's great that they did. Their orientation is taking place, perhaps to those chosen few who are going to be comfortable with it. I don't know. It's a whole freaky scenario. I got more. Sometimes I get more questions than answers. And a lot of people aren't going to see what we're talking about. They're going to, these guys are talking about clouds. When you see this 100 times, when you see it 1,000 times,
same cloud over and
I'm
over.
talking about actual. Like we go back to the original sightings in 2015, the Texas Cube per se, when it came out of the wormhole over Texas, which is why it's named that way. When we saw that happen, we got to look at the actual cube, and it wasn't enveloped in clouds. And we got to look at that 2009 photograph, which you post occasionally, of the Texas Cube in deep space. There's no clouds around that thing. There's star destroyers in front of it that look like stars, but they're not stars.
That photo is incredible.
They're teeny tiny. Yeah, that is. There, look at this number of star destroyers in the upper left corner. They're tiny little wedges.
Yeah, you can see the pointed, angles.
Yeah, in front of that in the upper left corner is the cube, and the orb is dark and circular.
Have a good night, great guy. Good to have you here.
I'm having
great guy.
I've got it on full screen.
We'll see you in a few days on Saturday. 2:00.
That's awesome. Now I've even made it smaller now, and of course on the upper middle is the Santa Magellan moon, almost going vertically, which is weird. And I would bet money we've got probably the long box cube in the far right. Lower just above.
Yeah.
That looks like the long box right there as well.
Kind of like this.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Except the long box is going at a more forward toward the sun horizontal than this drawing. But yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
Okay, cool.
Then you can go back, and then just remember that the long box is headed towards the sun, flat plane right there in this out view. You see the 3 lines.
Wow.
Up in the Texas cube in the upper corner, and the long box cube just above the building on the right.
Look at that. Crazy. That's crazy. See,
with the Saturn's yellow moon in the middle on the top, coming in from the right angle on top. And that's what the flaring, the chevron flaring is because the Saturn's yellow moon is cutting into the light of the sun. That's causing a cutoff chevron.
Wow.
I'm getting some ready from Third Eye, so he sent me a few more. So
hey, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry.
Hello, Jerry.
Yeah, it's evening here. It's about 12:30 in the morning, like midnight.
11:34 here.
Yep, same here. Me, you, and Rocket Man are on the same time. And Rebecca's 1 hour ahead.
1 hour ahead.
Yeah, Mountain Time versus Central.
Yes.
Central Standard Time.
I'm going to step away to the little scientist room, guys.
Sure.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I found out when I went to the little scientist room last time, it was amazing how I had not noticed how bad I should have gone there earlier. Yes, let's share potty stories.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, holy cow, I should have gone earlier. Wow.
I don't want to know.
Like, can he actually even walk? Get out of the chair now. Oh God,
That's funny.
I have visions of something that Saturday Night Live would put on, but anyway. Remember, it's a family show. We have family.
I know, but it is midnight, so it's like adult time, I guess.
Yeah, it is a little weird that Rocket Man isn't with us tonight. I'm not having to worry. I'm teasing.
Yeah, no. I think he's tired. Earlier,
I would imagine he's been very busy.
We met with him at 5:30 for about an hour to go over some stuff, and he just seemed, right away I could tell it wasn't the normal Rocket Man. It wasn't his normal.
I am still very intrigued about that sound that happened right before the show. That was so unbelievably loud and real. I was wondering if that was your phone, and then you asked me if it was me, and it's like no, and it was very real.
We all heard it. Not all of us, but
I would bet because Rocket Man has said that he's had issues with his house.
Yes, he told me some stories, but yeah, he has seen more than one ghost. He sees them.
I have them regularly here too.
That's why he has all those crystals around.
I've never been really bothered by them. I see a lot of them. We have some things getting knocked over from time to time in the kitchen. And then my daughters have, of course, seen some things, and they're trying not to learn about it because they don't want to know. And then, of course, we have pictures. We have a lot of early childhood pictures with ghosts in them here.
Yeah.
And we've shared some of that with people in the past on some of our shows. And, I do know a lot about ghosts.
Right. He said, like one in particular, it looked just like a person. It wasn't see-through or anything. Right. They're there, and then split second, they're gone. Yeah, there are various states of them. I would, like I said earlier, I was watching the new Slapped Ham that came out today, even, and there, there's a lot to that, and this is why I tell people that humans don't necessarily see everything going on around them. And then I've had an event where I got, face planted on my keyboard by something that was invisible, and it was a rather bloody occasion for me. Well, look at that. That isn't spooky as all shit. Yeah. Wow. I mean, 2021. Okay. Uh-huh. It's like what, Atu's moon, you think? Well, it's still on that side, that close to the sun. It could be Atu, because Atu's moon would be the dark edge in the middle, farther left. See that dark round? Yeah, this could be very easily the side of Atu. Yes. Okay.
and striped at an angle.
Thunder is asking what the difference is. Did you already get that question? It's been a minute, I guess.
Right.
The difference between the Texas cube and the long box cube. Is there much of a difference?
Well, yeah, the long box is literally like you put two Texas cubes together.
Yeah, but their functionality or their purpose.
Well, I think, shipping container comes intergalactic through a wormhole. They don't have to be rounded. They don't have to be, streamlined for flight because they just jump through a wormhole and go through,
right.
Thread or whatever, however science would depict the course. And they come from probably another galaxy, or it's entirely possible from another region of our solar system or our galaxy. Now, let's say they come from I believe these are local. I believe the Federation is our local galaxy, so I'm not going to say another galaxy. They come from our galaxy. They hop here, boom, then they come through a wormhole. And we've seen generations of wormhole for smaller craft as well. And then we thought for a while there we were watching a stable one, which we saw for like a week. But we can't prove that, but we believe we can. We it's like in that supposition area that I hate to go into. But yeah, the long box got here in 2017. We believe that's when we first sighted it. For the longest time, it was just the Texas cube, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's another one, and it was way longer than the Texas cube. So we knew it was not the Texas cube. And then we got sightings of both of them in the sky being discharged around by storms. It was really cool. Got a bunch of those. And then over the years, we've sighted them over and over again where there are two definite separate boxes. One's very long and one's just a box. And the other one is like two Texas cubes stuck together.
Okay.
And elongated. And then that's part
enormous.
of it. Then we got pictures after the offloading in 2019 of star destroyers. And then after a while, all of a sudden it became tons of them. So, and they probably offloaded. Now, the long box cube does not look fully finished, or it's got more open areas on its exoskeleton where you can actually see inner holes and stuff, where the Texas cube is very much more plated and completely sealed in, where on the long box you see inner areas that are large open areas that show the inner mass and all of that.
Mm-hmm. So, but their purpose, like you said, they're like shipping containers, transporting crafts. They both do the same
inner massive contained cities, that they park all kinds of shit on, and then they offload it, and then they travel differently in the bigger ships and probably go to war or whatever, and then support craft and you name it. We've seen the smaller ones and the landers, and of course the little disc things come out of the big star destroyers.
Yeah.
That looks like the side of Uri and the Tan asteroid, upper middle, right at the edge of the picture at the top. Mm-hmm. Just slightly right of center is the Tan asteroid, and you can see the perfect circle right there.
Wow.
Of the Salamander asteroid group.
Sure enough.
On the bottom of Uri. And you can see the real sky is in the tiny little segment over to the right corner.
I know. Look at that tiny.
The rest is Uri.
That little light blue sliver. It's not even hardly a sliver. It's just
in the right corner, in the bottom right corner. That's real sky, and the rest is Uri.
Wow. I see now. That's a really cool one.
Yeah, and you can see that enveloping base cloud coming, pushing slightly up as it comes towards us, and there's a smaller one to the left in the middle there, but that's also in my drawing.
Yeah.
If you want to bring that up.
Which drawing? The Tan asteroid?
Tan asteroid hand drawing.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Let me get that. And
the littler one behind it and all of that. You know, I've seen it for so long, I could just automatically draw the darn thing.
And I want to emphasize on that too. Don't be confused. Things do look blue. Our alview looks blue due to our atmosphere being water and gases. So
Right. And when
everything
they get
will look
closer,
blue. And as they get closer, it gets even. It's like a darker blue, but
right.
you'll always be able to tell the different shades of blue, guys.
Well,
So
it's
just
like if
because
we go
something
back to
looks
the picture,
because
you know, we're talking about the early one of Necessity coming in, and the early one of
yeah,
2015 when that 2 was coming in. Back when they were smaller like that, we actually did get to see their colors because they weren't coming so close to us. And as
yeah,
they got bigger, and this is where Rebecca ran into a whole bunch of trouble with. She was always trying to judge the planet by the color,
I did
and
the
then
same. I did the same.
you know, we always tell everybody through the teaching tools, only the last of what you judge of what you're looking at, you go by color. And a lot of it has base cloud size, location. And this is why we tell everybody every month, get a copy of the monthly site drawing. And if you keep that copy, and Christoper can attest to that as well, if you keep a copy of the monthly site drawing, it shows you a guide of who's, what, where, and it'll be easier identification of the planets. And then before you know it, you're citing it better and you understand it better.
Yeah, yeah. But to put it short, guys, just because it's blue, don't let that throw you. Try to look past the fact that things look blue. Everything, for instance, here you can clearly see the blue shapes. Kind of blending in if you didn't know what to look for, but you could always see here that it looks blue, but it's still something is clearly there. You know, something is clearly there.
And our normal clouds don't do that. They don't eddy in these straight lines that are showing you pathways of
because
dragging.
it is one of the most common comments I get is that all I see is blue. All I see is blue sky. It just looks like sky. And that could be confusing, you know, because once you realize that these planets are going to look blue most of the time, you know, it's why I like to record during sunrise and sunsets, because you do get a brief illumination and you do get to see their natural colors. But for the most part, in the midday, you're going to see everything blue. It's just how it works, you know, so don't let that throw you.
And that too is something that we learned over time as they got close. Boy, all-seeing eye planetoid. Boy, there's a misnomer for you, and I apologize, but that, you know, all-seeing eye is going to throw somebody off into the fear cycle. Not a good thing. I'm having trouble telling what direction the light is coming from this.
Right.
I'm tempted to say this is probably again an older picture. Okay, 2021. Yep, that is the lead asteroid.
Wow,
it was that big back then.
Right, I've seen it really big.
See the stripes in the upper right?
Really big, yes. Like so big, it looked like, you know.
Oh, you were expecting that we were all going to die tomorrow? Yeah, that big. It was so huge, so many times that we were all standing there with our jaws wide open going, I wonder if we're going to see next week.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
And that one, oh boy. Boy, I wish I had a date on this. I'm going to assume this is 2021 as well, because the other two were. Correct me if I'm wrong. Satsum Jelamun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Just that dark area.
Well, I'm looking at the sun is on the right. I mean, excuse me, on the left, on the lower left.
Yeah.
And then this whole blue would be Nibiru. And then back then in 2021, Saturn Jelamun was much smaller. And that white blip could be the green asteroid coming across way back in 2021.
Mm-hmm. Neat.
Again, this is wow. Wow. I'm almost tempted to say green asteroid on this one, but that would be very large.
There's a series of, there's like 4 of these that have
green asteroid.
Uh-huh.
Green asteroid. See the little blips? See all the little dots?
I do see the dots and the lines, you know.
Yep, that's green asteroid.
Uh-huh.
And some micro asteroid debris with her. Yep, that is what the green. It just, to this day, that is the biggest. What the hell is that? Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there's something so weird about the green asteroid. Do you have the original close up of the one that you regularly use, or would you like me to send it to you?
You maybe should send it because I'm not sure which one you're asking about.
Okay, well, and it's the standard go-to that everybody goes, oh, is this a lens flare? And then you go, no, it's not.
Uh-huh.
And all right, there it is.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay, I sent it, and I'll let you know when you have it now.
Oh, yes. All right. Okay.
And if you compare that to what we're just looking at now, everybody will understand what these little pock marks that we're looking at are, including the white one behind the major overall body. The one off to the middle left that's like a half an inch away from the blob body here. That's why I know for a fact
that's so technical.
The green asteroid. There isn't anything out there like it.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's always, to this day, I wonder what the hell that really is. I mean, is it a ship or is it a green asteroid? But I mean, it's always been with the asteroids. So we automatically chalked it up as OCG, Object Cluster Group. And the green has just been significantly different than any of the other ones. The blue asteroid has a weird dot in the middle of it. The lead asteroid has the stripes and the smooth face. The red asteroid is a weird teardrop-shaped lump with some little sisters around. The spiral asteroid does the spiral cloud behind it. And, we've over the years, and then the big three, because they're called the big three because they travel 3 of them together. Yeah, this is green. This is an awesome close-up of green asteroid. This is even better than anything I have.
Wow.
Yeah, I have.
I'm still trying to get that picture pulled up.
Yeah, I have a file on it, but I don't often go to the G for green asteroid file. But I do have a few of them. I could take a real quick look, see if I have anything close to that in G.
I think I'm going to have to back out and come back in because it's not loading for me. So hold up.
Yeah, well, because I sent it to you and therefore it's tainted. Don't look, Ethel. That's from Ray Stevens. And the song The Streak, for any of you people want to know about the 70s. E, F, G. And there we are. Okay, green asteroid. Hello. Okay. Let's see what my closest. I actually even dated a few of these. Yep, here, I'll send you this one too.
Yeah.
Oops. I was doing things, my computer said, no, you can't. And then I'll send you one more. And hopefully you'll be able to get through that grabbing and posting. I apologize. I know this makes it slow. And some people going, I wish they'd hurry up. Yeah. Okay. And then I think this is another good one. The question is this one better? Not really. Let me look at everything while I can. Okay, and then I'll send you this one, and then we'll leave it at that. And I think with the 3 of those together, that it'll point out to everybody about what we were looking at. Yeah. Christopher?
Yeah.
Look.
Writing a few things down.
Okay. Well, you see, do you see that?
Oh gosh.
There isn't anything out there that looks like this.
No, not at all.
But I was going to say, now this next picture from Third Eye, I was wondering, is that a green asteroid or?
Well,
I don't know. I saw green.
I think you've got the space tube and a craft or two.
Here's a series of more. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah. Well, the dark lines are shallow. That's a jet plane. That's a jet plane with something underneath.
Yeah. What the
That's
heck?
a jet plane with something underneath it.
Wow, I'm never flying.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It could be an F-16 fighter underneath.
Oh. Okay.
Whoops. Okay.
That
was it.
That's a jet with a plane underneath it. Although it's a rather odd looking plane.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could, I mean, there are reports of ET following close knit behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a jet airplane.
Yeah, you know what? In the early days, I saw something very similar to this. Not in that close of proximity, but I saw a plane leaving a sea trail, and then a UFO come on the opposite side with his nose blinking. It looked like a what do you call those thistle things? Those thumb things? The people, you know, the little piece of the Monopoly piece, the little thumb thing for sewing.
Thimble.
A thimble. It looked like a thimble with the nose blinking, and then what it did. Okay, so the plane came this way and then dropped the trail, and then this other guy came on the opposite side, and it twirled around the sea trail, and then it just darted away. It was the craziest thing thing I ever seen.
If it darted away, craft don't do that. And then you saw something, something.
Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah.
Okay, are you ready with those other pictures?
And I saw actually one of my friends, William Laffey. He posted the exact same picture. He caught it on a picture, the exact same thing I saw. It was just maybe, I'm not sure how long it was in between, but it was pretty recent, pretty right around that time, within a year time frame. So the exact same thing he caught on a camera. So again, we can you can attribute it to just seeing crazy shit in the sky. People who are paying attention are going to see this repeatedly. This is everything is a repeating pattern, guys. So, I have a picture very similar to this.
Yeah, that's the green asteroid. I think last year.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotta have a picture exactly like this one.
Like which part of it though? Like
that part.
Wow.
See all the little, it has all these little puffy, roundy things around it. We don't always see the full, but if you look, there's a dark circle behind it, and these are the little blips that are all around it and in front of it and around it. And I know that because I know where it was. And look, it's just over to the right-hand side of the sun. And we know where the green asteroid has been for the last year and a half. It's been to the right-hand side of the sun, just underneath or crossing in front of Saturn's yellow moon. And then that next picture will somewhat,
wow. I've
never
seen that one before.
Blipping. And then it leaves all these weird, strange little blippy lights. And that's why I've always chuckled over whatever the hell the green asteroid is. It doesn't make sense to me to have those little glowing orbitoids like that around it all over the place. And I'm wondering if those are volcanoes or if
it's like gas or something
illuminated orbitoids or I mean that looks like it's something that comes out of the rocket age in 1961, where they have these little antennas flying off of them and call it, space this or that, it's just, every time I look at this, I'm just amazed by it, but it has been always in the group of the OCG. And so this is why we've always called it the green asteroid. And we know what it looks like because spatially there's nothing compared to it.
It's like a microbe, like a microorganism to me.
Right.
Like a virus.
Or something you see under a microscope. Exactly. Yeah. And it blows me away every time I get a sighting of it, especially when you get the close-ups. And then, crossing in front of Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon for literally the last year and a half or so. It's been on the right-hand side, and we've seen it over and over again. And I knew that when the red asteroid was starting to come in bigger, that I knew that the other asteroids, of course, would also be bigger, including the spiral. And this was why this picture, I'm pretty sure, was about a year ago. And there's nothing else like it. And it almost looks like, like a flying squid or something, or a jellyfish. Yeah, it's like a man of war or something weird, And then, of course, there are crop circles that showed that as well. Was that incoming space jellyfish? And I was wondering if it was calling this that and telling us. And I mean, who knows? Maybe the green asteroid is a life form. Who knows?
Oh boy, right?
Anything is possible at this point.
Reminds me of that one again. There's another green asteroid.
There's a green asteroid right there in front of Saturn and Nibiru.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this picture is, I think, about 2 years old.
Wow.
You can see, I'm looking at it on a big screen, but you can see the little black dots in the middle of the green, and those are the opposite of the illuminations, but they're little black dots, and it shows you the nibs.
Okay.
What are the white things? Like, what are they?
Well, we don't know.
We don't know.
It blows me away. They could be little moons. They could be.
Oh boy! Yeah.
And we've seen it in another video that just surfaced. The one you sent me too, Sam. Remember? It has the same little yellow blips. Spots all over. Same everything. So.
And when it repeatedly shows up, and then we have attributed it to being the green asteroid. And for the longest time, everybody said, "Oh no, that's a lens flare. No, that's a lens flare."
No.
And then in some cases, yes, the green asteroid is a lens flare, depending on how close it is to the sun. But sometimes lens flares are depictions of other things, not just a lens flare. And then, of course, we got to talk about the Alaska webcam. I mean, how many times have we gone through that, Rebecca? Where people have posted those dust refraction particles.
I know, and you cannot tell them otherwise. They won't.
They're dust particles.
Yeah, a dusty lens will actually cause.
That's exactly what I thought the first time I saw it.
The Alaska webcams are famous for it. That's why
You're talking about the FAA cams,
right? That's why we use cameras at the equator, not cameras at the northern hemisphere, because they're getting that angle of light refraction, causing all these orbs that we knew were way too small to be any of what. Oh, look, it's Nibiru. No, dude.
I'm like, did that guy just say that?
Yeah, and
you often will see the big planet in the back of that reflection that they're pointing out. And I just want to go on there and be like, no, you have this all wrong. Like, look behind that. There's an enormous planet that just makes that thing look like a little speckle. Oh, there it is. Oh, this one has been circulating.
It's been darkened.
Often, but look at what's going on behind it, guys. That's what you got to look at. Look behind it. Is clearly a crescent illumination there. Clearly a dark side. Clearly. It's yeah.
I'd never seen this picture before, and let's see what the date is. I'll blow it up. And see, this is where the hand drawings come in handy when you cross-reference the date of capture. Okay, it says 4/21/23, so this would be May 21st of 2023. There was nothing Well, the only thing that could be would, of course, be the green asteroid, but there's not enough pockmarks on it to make it that. Which would be in the right place. I kind of doubt it. I think this is more like and is this? Yeah, this is the Larsen Bay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is probably a lens flare.
This is an unusual one. This is an unusual one, but I think it's one of those scenarios where it's too good to be true.
It's too stark. It's too stark.
Yeah. And also, I've seen this more than once. The same exact one. I've seen it more than once.
Yeah, and the thing they should be looking at, exactly like you said, is the thing that they should be looking at is the big brown and purple thing behind it, which is the Saturn and Nibiru.
Yeah.
Nibiru is the grayish area. Saturn is the dark corner area. And they don't get that part at all. And the fact that the sun looks all weird and wrong. Yeah. Take this away, this abomination. I don't want to look at it anymore.
I know, that's enough of that. Bye. And I just want to tell Whitetail how sad I am that she lost her kitty, her little pet for 18 years. 18 years for a kitty cat.
That's a long
life. I had a cat for 10 years, Mojo. And there's just no replacing one cat with another cat or anything like that.
We had a bad event too. We lost a cat because he was so old he couldn't walk anymore. And I still feel guilty, but we had to actually take him. We couldn't. He was suffering so bad. We had to take him in.
Me too. I had to do that a couple of years ago. One of our kitties, Skittles.
Oh, he just lay there and he couldn't walk anymore. He'd lay on the floor and howl.
Yeah,
and I had to take him in.
It's heartbreaking.
I
Sorry.
absolutely regret it to this day, but and that's another reason, don't get attached to things and you don't have to go through this. I'd rather be a cold-hearted robot.
I know, you can't help but get attached.
I'm having a problem getting this new cat because I had 2 dogs I had to put down about 2 years ago. And, oh my God.
Oh, it's terrible.
I had a whippet for a while and he was a nightmare.
Yeah. You're welcome, Whitetail.
What's the point of being able to feel if you're not going to, So,
I know. And, you have all those good times and memories and your pictures and videos. And I got videos of Mojo, playing and pushing his little ball toy around, but it's hard to watch, even though I get him up on my memories. It's been probably 4 years since he's passed, and it's still tough.
Gonna get me. I'm gonna get the tissue out, get all sniffly.
I know, girl. I know. Seriously, you just can't help it. But I just try to think of the good times. It's like,
well, I told myself I wasn't getting no more animals, never again. And now we got this cat. So I'm afraid
you got it.
Like 5 cats, 10 more dogs. Who knows? I won't have.
The thing with a cat is that once you have a cat box in your house, and then you have to tolerate that and the conditions, and then money for, and then they scratch this and they ruin that furniture, and then the hair, and you go someplace in town, you've got an important meeting, and you're trying to dust the cat off your lap. No fun.
No, I know, and that's why I said too. I was like, I have 5 cats. I don't want to get any more pets. I have enough cats to last me till I'm, old enough, to not need any more pets, I think. So.
Holy crap. I just opened
I don't want to keep getting more attached. Yeah.
I should not have opened my electric bill and looked at it right now.
Oh, no. You okay, Sam?
Hope you don't have a heart attack on this live.
Mine's about $300 a month. It's pretty high.
Well, then I don't feel so bad.
Ridiculous.
It's $20 more. It's $20 more than last
normal.
month, but no, I don't have electric. Well, see, we feed power to everybody from Montana from our hydroelectric, and so I have my electric bill is 1/3 of yours, Rebecca.
Okay, well that's not bad. Yeah, $280 is my every month, and then our gas is about $100.
I usually pay about $70-$80 a month in electric.
Oh wow, that's
So when I was
not
in
bad.
Vegas, and I don't know if they still do this, Chris. We would leave the house anywhere from 2 to 7 p.m. because the electric bill actually gets more expensive. Was
Yeah.
what I was.
They set up this like I don't know what they call it, but
They call it
like
robbery.
your thermostat, and then they shut the power down to your thermostat for like 2 hours a day, and it's supposed to give you a break on your bill.
Yeah, well, it gives you a break and a heat break.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
was just we made it a
The
point to just be out of the house during
Yeah,
that window.
you gotta leave the house if you're gonna do that. You
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
They'll turn it down like 10 or 15 degrees, and then it's just torture in the summer.
Yeah, that's why I advocate for solar power. And you check into everybody's states have these really cool things now, and I wish I could get into it with mine. I don't think I'd be able to get away with it currently. But there are state credits, tax credits now for these systems, and you kind of have to initially pay some up ahead, but they'll pay for a good portion of your solar array.
Yeah,
And
no, that's the goal for me is living completely off the grid like that, being solar powered,
how you use
generate
power
all that
changes
stuff.
that way too, by what you're plugging in. You don't plug in everything with when you go to solar. You only
Yeah,
plug in.
you're more conscious of what you're
Right.
using, of how much
Right.
you're using.
Right.
But yeah, that's
And you buy a
that's
better
the plan for
refrigerator, and
me.
you buy a better this, and you buy a better that, and you're not living in an electrical cancer box either.
That's right.
When we
That's
run electrical plugins around us, all around us, and we're wandering around inside of this electrical field, it's kind of toxic. And Tesla knew that, and Tesla was just screaming at Edison not to do what they're doing, that what we're living with now. It is partially why we have leukemia and partially why we have a good portion of the cancers. It's because we're living inside of an electric field that is dangerous to us.
Yeah.
And I can feel, and you can. Some people, if you have a semi drive close by your house and your TV starts to, you see all these little stars in your air television or your cable. That is the actual coil on that diesel truck, putting out an unshielded wave of electrical field.
Wow.
And that affects, that's, we live in an electric universe, and people don't take any of that into account. And this is why the big to-do was about the 5G meters and all of that, putting off different sound. And we're now living in a different electrical field, which is actually even more powerful. And the cell age is not good for us. And anyone who lives near a cell tower, or if your children go to school underneath high tension wires, large electrical wires next to schools, the leukemia rate is probably 150 times higher.
Jeez.
Like there's always, I noticed those, the big cell towers, like the 5G looking cell towers, they're always right by the schools. I've noticed
And it shouldn't be.
Very
Because you're living in an electrical field that is toxic to the shell structure. It really is. And
Right.
when a cell breaks down from its normal, and the shell structure breaks, or the genetic material is interrupted in the DNA strand, then you get a paradox in the DNA, and that's what becomes cancerous. So, and I've never been an advocate of actually living in an electric box, but there is no other choice, because
they know that.
They
know that, and they know where they're putting them. So, what do you do?
Of course they know. It's crazy.
Live off grid. Be in control.
I was gonna say, you just don't let your kids go there.
Be in control where you put your wires in your house when you're building, and then shield them. In a Faraday scenario, you can do that. If you can put in electrical wires, you could Faraday a wire around those electrical wires and run that to a negative plane, into a ground plane, that just would dampen the exposure of positive charged wires that put off a magnetic electrical field. Because if you run a battery power through a wire, and then you coil that wire and you run a magnet in between that wire. What do you get?
Magnetic field.
Correct.
Wow.
You're generating a magnetic field, and that's exactly what those wires around us that we're living in plug-ins. They're generating a magnetic field around us, and we're living in it. And Tesla knew, and Tesla argued with Edison, that's the difference between AC, DC, and direct power. And the problem is that you'd have to have a power stations with a Tesla's out broadcast power from Earth, free. And then Edison wanted to generate it, and then he can generate it and run it several miles without having to have a power station every block to keep that natural generated going, rather than alternating AC, DC, AC, DC. And that generation of that Edison did for cheapness, so he wouldn't have to build all these power attachment stations. It was much cheaper, but it's also toxic.
Wow.
And we've been living with that since the 1898. So, welcome to civilization. And then, then we can talk about plastic. Oh, God, don't even get me started about plastic.
Gosh.
Dun, dun.
Everything I buy at the grocery store and open, it has plastic involved.
They're all going to die.
You know what I mean? Everything's encased and wrapped in plastic. Everything.
The sky is falling.
Everything. So not only is your food in it, but then you're putting the plastic in the trash. It's just a terrible feeling all the way around.
And while we're all being
everything's in plastic bottles
around the world.
Plastic.
Because they're dumping radioactive material into the ocean.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's F-bomb time.
I know.
I'm thinking it's Star Wars time, actually.
Yeah, it's like, put me on the ship.
We're nearing that Star Wars time.
Well, what about Star Wars?
We're nearing the Star Wars.
Oh, the Star Wars time. The Star Wars. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
we're a little past 6 hours now, and I think we're gonna wind it down.
Okay. Jesus is politely telling us it's time for Sam to go play Star Wars.
Yeah. I'm trying to be a little subtle, but
yeah, I did jump up into the sky is falling scenario, and that's a good idea.
My father, my brother just texted me that he left some lasagna downstairs for me. So it's kind of hard to stay. It's kind of hard to stay focused now, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Right? I'm jealous. My kids don't let me make lasagna anymore. They just want the spaghetti. They don't want the lasagna.
I love spaghetti, but I'm not good. Nobody in the house is good at making it. I had a roommate a while back that made some great spaghetti, but I personally can't make good spaghetti. I love it though.
There's a few tricks to it.
We get it from he just got a frozen lasagna from Costco.
I cook the frozen stuff, so don't ever eat anything that I try to serve you guys ever. It could be bad.
We stick to eating whole foods. Meat and anything whole. But every so often we go to Costco and then we'll grab something convenient. And grab. I love their shepherd pie. They prepare it and you just come and throw it in the oven, and it's such a good quick thing that you can just put in the oven and go do what you got to do and then come back and have.
Yeah, I've never had a Costco membership. I wish I had. I was supposed to get one for a bonus one time for my job, but they shorted me. I've never got. It's none of that. It's like 30 miles away from me. So
yeah.
Oh, wow. I live literally like less than a mile from one, so I like going there, and it's where I got my laptop at a great price. I just came across it I wasn't even looking for one at the time. I knew I wanted one. But I came across it, and I was like, the price was a steal, and it was right before Christmas, so they had a lot of Christmas prices, and I was like, I gotta have it. My brother tells me, I know you need one, dude. Just get it, And I was
we are very happy that you did, because it's upped your game.
Yeah. Right,
Yeah.
right in time, really.
Yep. Well, that's the way that's the way things work out. They usually work out, the way they're supposed to.
Yeah, they do.
Anyway.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely.
So everybody, let's all go play Star Wars now and
eat lasagna.
And hopefully everybody can sleep tonight and we didn't scare you too bad. And guess what? Next show is going to be again on Saturday. And we're going to have some really cool stuff for you that we're going to learn all this week, and then we'll share it with you.
And Nicole from Colorado will be here. Nicole from who got you your microphone. So she'll be joining us that day. So that'd be.
She posted some really cool pictures recently. I don't know if they're current or they were pretty cool pictures.
There's one I didn't show it tonight because I wanted to save it for Saturday, but it was really special. So
awesome!
Yeah, she had some really cool stuff. She had some really cool stuff. All right. Well, good night to everybody. It was a really great show.
Good night, Carol Ann.
It was good night, Carol. It was nice to have gotten to know the entire team.
I know. Every show we're going to have more and more updates. He said about a month that will be transitioned to the new platform and the new system. And
awesome.
I'm excited. There's a lot for us to learn, but still, it's worth it.
And from talking to them earlier in our little Google Meet thing, she seems very, very intelligent and in the know of all this kind of stuff. So, and Rocket Man has been working with her for years. He says so. He has faith in her. So it'll be great to see what comes of it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, okay then, guys. Let's go ahead and wrap it up here.
And good night. I will
be
vanish
back
for
Saturday at 2:00 Central. So thank you
guys
all
then.
for being here. Thanks. We had a big crowd tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
I will pop in for a little while on Saturday, but I usually work, but I'll pop in for a little bit. So send me the link.
I always like that. Perfect. Okay.
All right, see you guys then.
Okay. Bye, guys. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.